Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14 to 26 October. The serene land of diversity and charm is set to witness the celebration of esports. 8 states, 1 voice. The Northeast Esports Summit is calling. 2 big titles, Clash of Clans, Free Fire. Compete in 4 online qualifiers to reach the grand finals. Prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. Registrations open from 14th October onwards. Hello and welcome to Northeast Esports Summit by Nodwin Gaming. Of course, you're joining us on day number 2 of the grand finals that started off yesterday. And indeed, the journey started off long ago. It was 4 weeks ago in qualifier 1 where this old saga began. And for that, of course, I do have to, thank Airtel India Esports Store for making it all happen. Yes, along with that, the wonderful drink, energy drink. It is Red Bull that has provided us with the energy and the wings that have led us all the way from those qualifiers into the finals with a 3.5 lakh prize pool. I mean, things are looking really good, but of course, daggers are going to get started to be thrown against each other right now. I'm your host, Blotto. Joining me on the honest desk, it is none other than Fixus to talk more about Clash of Clans.
Well, today is quite an interesting matchup.
Right.
We do have Manipur Esports going against Tangkhulyarthot, a team that did take quite a few 3 stars in the semi-finals and have been having a good run apparently lately. Yesterday also they played amazing. But if you talk about Manipur, they had a very close victory. It was just those percentages that really did matter. So it's going to come down to the wire, of course. It's going to come down to how you funnel your attacks and how you execute your strats.
Exactly, and of course there's going to be a BO3 for the COC indeed. And when it comes to the game, well, they are of course fighting for a massive prize pool, and that prize pool is, like I said, 3.5 lakh overall, but that includes 2 games where indeed COC has 1.30 lakh. That is incredible, dude.
For the first position, you're getting 75,000 rupees. I mean, that's huge considering this region has been budding up with some upcoming talents and has been really promising so far. And I would love to see, I mean, this should be a stepping stone for these teams. Not just stop here, but, you know, go and play on even on the national level against other teams as well and know where they really stand. You know, Northeast Cup, in fact, has always been that platform for all these lads from the northeastern states. The way they have been playing, they have been impressing us with the performances. But getting back to the realms of COC over here, so what really is going to matter, like we mentioned, is how you're using your spells, how you're creating that opening, how you're capitalizing on that. So yeah, those are the things that are very necessary.
Well, with that, of course, let's also have a look at our brackets right now, where indeed yesterday we witnessed 2 semi-finals, starting off with Noob Scarlet going against Tangkhulyarthot, where Noob Scarlet was able to get an 87.8% damage with 12 stars. On the other hand, 13 star coming in with a 98.2 percentile damage from Tangkhulyarthot brought them forth into the grand final itself. On the other hand, talking about semi-final 2, it was Manipur Esports going against Mizo 2014. That was Mizoram 2014, and well, as Fixes just mentioned, Manipur Esports was able to, yes, get themselves a victory, but just that 1 star that led them. Again, you talk about that percentage damage, it was very close game, but Tangkhulyarthot has been on a different level altogether with their gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've certainly figured it out, and that brings us to the thought: where were they during the remainder of the qualifiers? How could they not perform? And they just come out in the 4th qualifier. They did also come once, but they could not really qualify then. But in the 4th time, it was a charm, and they have been steamrolling lately.
Absolutely have been. Let's see if today they're going to be able to get that steam rolling across against the likes of Manipur Esports. Let's find out. Let's quickly get busy with the game itself. That implies let's go over to our casters.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Of course, this is the grand finale of the Northeast Championship, and I'm so excited because today is the day where we're going to decide who's going to be crowned the winner of the Northeast Esports Summit. And that's a really long name, but it definitely deserves that kind of title for the amount of love and respect that we have received from the Northeast. At the same time, of course, there's a huge prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. So, of course, every player is going to be putting their best foot forward. Joining me, of course, I have Ocean. Yesterday was a different story. I asked you this question, and I told you that. Do you think that we're going to have a team that's going to be just rolling through with those stars and taking it? Yes, and you said yes, it's going to be happening. It happened in game number 1 in the place of happening in game number 2. Today, do you expect something similar from Tangkhulyarthot, or do you think that we're going to have our opponents come up with new strategies?
As much as I wish that Manipur has learned everything from their mistakes, but somehow I see, I mean, if I'm seeing the future correctly, I don't know, but somehow I see that Tangkhulyarthot might go for a 2-0 swoop, and they might just close on to the victory, because if you're talking about the team, 4 3 stars, I'll just go back to that, and also 98.2% when they go for the win. Those numbers kind of define everything that Tangkhulyarthot is here for. Those attacks define everything. They know what the strategies are. Even their suicide attacks can go for like 100%. Then what are you expecting more from them?
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about Tangkhulyarthot. As a team, I think they are phenomenal. They know when to take their 3-star victories. They also read the bases really well, and they know when they want to just take it to a 2-star high percentage victory. For now, they're going to be opening up with the player they have previously opened up with even yesterday. It's going to be Karai coming into the battlefield right now, going with the build that he's very comfortable on. It's going to be 11 witches coming up here in this particular matchup. Now, I'll be interested to see whether he's going to use all of them together like a spam attack, or is he going to be very consistent and precise with his drops? He's going to start a stack here from the west side. You do see the Grand Ward in the front lines. The healers are on the back of that. Base layout, I do find very interesting. The Eagle Archery Chamber is in the central part of this base, on the south side of the base, of course. That is where you see the Town Hall. So I do see a lot of pressure coming in on the Town Hall side. Now he's going to be also sending down the witches. The Siege Barrack have been deployed. 2 Ice Golems have been deployed, and the remaining witches have been deployed on the west side. So good thinking over here, but he's charged up the Eagle Archery. Let's see on Pants on 22% damage done. 2 minutes 80 seconds from the clock. Nice freeze over there coming in there from that Ice Golem. He's moving into that first compartment, a very important compartment. It's got that Inferno Tower and needs to be smashed down in case he wants to move the witches forward. You can see here that they've taken quite a bit of damage from those expos, but moving forward, you also see that Ice Golem is available to freeze out that next section. And now his dependencies are going to drop now. So the Archer Queen, she has a lot of work to do. Let's see whether he can destroy it. Something
Spells are coming up as well. The jump spell was out there, and yes, it's doing incredible for the Ice Golem. But the way he started was incredible. I mean, going for the Ice Golem first, they were absorbing all the damage and switches at the back end. When the Ice Golem just burst out into the splash of ice, that's where Skeleton Army did its damage, and also with the witches as well. Some witches with a very good start, got the down all as well, got the special damage. Might as well go to an 80, maybe 90. Has a lot of time on the hands, 119 seconds right now, but Queen's ability still is out there. It's still available. Royal Champion as well has been deployed on the backgrounds as well. Right now, she's just coming down from the back end side, and now to be attacking the defense first after the Tower and Tesla Tower as well. And after that, we'll see what happens for the Royal Champion as the Arch Towers will be the next one. But on the sidelines, on the game line, you can see Healer supporting the Grand Warden, and also the Witches alongside the Skeleton Army. They are doing incredibly good. And this attack, I won't be surprised if this ends at 100% because this is where it is going. And again, it's Tangkhulyarthot again.
I mean, it's beautiful. When you just saw this attack take place, it was so surgically done, and it was done so well. Very precise drops coming out here from Karai. The fact that, he saved about 45 seconds, that's going to be really, really important for this team if it comes to a nail-biting end at this game. Of course, this is just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, of the grand finale. That means we're also going to have a game 2 that's going to happen a little while from now. But for him to open up with 45 seconds, 100% attack, and with the witches, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
I was expecting a certain result like this with a hybrid Hog Miner combination. We did see a witch attack yesterday which completely failed. It ended at 67%. But today, of course, there was a change in strategy. So I like the way Tangkhulyarthot's opened. A lot of pressure now onto their opponents.
A lot of pressure. And talking about if it's Tangkhulyarthot that's opening with 100%, we know that they can even, close the game with another 100% onto their banks, and they can do it easily. Plus, with the higher stars and all, obviously they get higher damages as well, and they would love to do that. Yesterday we saw one of the attacks, obviously Mizo 2014 did not qualify, but we saw one of the attacks coming in from them that was 1 star 80+ percentage. I'm just worried, under pressure. If something like that happens with Manipur, then it might be a bit of a problem as well. But they would try, because right now it's not much of a pressure. Obviously, it's a pressure for a great opening that they need. That's a 3-star opening. But if they could not go for that one, then Tangkhul would like to capitalize. They feed on the lead, and they would go and feed on the lead. Obviously, Thoiba coming in from Manipur Esports right now will be using kind of a similar thing. I mean, mostly going for the air attack, 28 balloons to Lava Hounds, 3 ice golems. They might just be good for the openings. Let's see. Right now, just going for the spells.
So yesterday when we saw this base layout, there was a huge problem that happened for Mizoram 2014. The fact that they did not really look at those wizard towers, which later costed them a lot with the bats. I'm really excited to see whether he wants to run something similar here, because if Thoiba decides to go ahead and not pay attention to those wizard towers, it will be expensive. But now, of course, he has taken down 2 towers, which is really good. He's got a 9% damage in his favor. He's got Sans attack from the east side. You see the ice golem in front line beautifully freezing out that area for the remaining troops to make their entrance. The Royal Champion has already been deployed, so it's a suicide attack coming out here to Thoiba. He's going to get about 30% of damage just with the heroes. Once he's able to do that, we could see the Lava Hound being dropped there from the west side. But for now, that multi-targeted Inferno being really, really problematic into the heroes. He's going to be freezing out that zone now just to take it down. And finally, the first Inferno tower is going to be dropped. The second one almost close to be taken down. We'll be using the King's ability to be taking down this one, but it's totally worth it because he's almost cleared out 3 compartments for now. Meanwhile, the final compartment is where the 3rd Inferno tower is, and I'm excited to see that it's going to be the Archer Queen that's going to be doing it. Meanwhile, in the central part, you do see that the Eagle Archery has been charged up, so there is going to be a lot of splash damage that's going to be deployed very, very shortly. On the other side, of course, he has sent out his Lava Hound, which is very interesting. He leads out of the back line, and another secondary Lava Hound getting sent there from the north side with the balloons and the Grand Board, and he's doing everything right here, Ocean. I just hope it stays right for a longer time.
We do hope for this one. Sustama has been dropped down as well. Will be taking down the Innocence first after moving on to the Archer Tower. So Queen's ability was charged a bit early on in the game. At that moment now it's up to Grand One and trying to take down its own area, its own radius, just for the compartments and compartments. Now also it's heading on to Eagle Archery. That's where the Eagle Archery might go down. Yes, it does. The tornado trap was out there, but it won't be stopping the town hall from being taken down. I think Thoiba has one thing in mind, that's to get this attack to a 3-star. In the end, might be a bit difficult, but you can see Grand Wardens out there. You can see some just doing their damage out there, so it might, a time won't be on his favor, but it might go to a very good percentage. For sure, 3-star as well. Might be just 10 seconds on the clock or something when it happens.
Absolutely. You do see that there are only about 4 big defenses that need to deal with: the Wizard Tower, the Archer Queen Tower, and the 2 Teslas with the Wizard on the back lines. And it does feel like the minions will struggle against them, but if you look at the Grand Warden, if he's able to be the tanker for the same, I think they'll be able to convert. For now, of course, the Wizard Tower doing quite a bit of damage there to the minions, going to chip them down instantly. Thoiba in the last few seconds really struggling here to get that 100%. Getting it so close though. It is going to be closing somewhere at a 95 or 96%, which I must say is a brilliant start here for a base like this, where we saw something not too well yesterday. Today Thoiba has really proved that this base is in a very good shape to be taken down. He just missed out on one more tank, and I think that tank ability came out when we saw that Inferno Tower needed to be taken down with the ability of the Barbarian King. If that was not happening over there, we would have seen the ability charge out later with the P.E.K.K.A. and the Siege Barrack, and he would have been able to tank in the rest of the damage. But good start here, I must say. Putting out a percentage like this definitely puts your opponents into the clause that they need to keep those stars going, because at any point of time they fail at attack damage, and I talk about 65 to 75% mark. It gets really, really difficult then to come back from there. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, when the stars are evened out, that's when we look at the attack damage between both the teams. And if that is also evened out, then we look at the time. In time, of course, we know that Tangkhul's doing fantastically well. They've got that 45 seconds, but in attack damage, I still do feel that Manipur has the lead, because we've seen really good attacks come out from Tangkhul, but not at such high percentages. It's either 100 or they go down to about a 90 or an 85.
Exactly, that's true. That's totally true. Right now, Shila's going to be starting off with its own attack, and let's see what Shila does out in this one. Because you're talking about a bowler Yeti smash combination that is coming in. Obviously, healers are going to be onto the back lines. Probably will be used for Grand Warden. I would say it should be used for the Queen, but no, they are using it for the Grand Warden as well. So Grand Warden and healer sounds like a decent pack, but I would still say it gets much more value when you use it with a queen, as per se, right? Because then the queen has abilities, the queen has healing back, and obviously the raise that just comes with that also, expands the vast variety of attack, right? Obviously going for keeping the queen onto one side. It does open up a true choice to all out there to take down the Expo, and after that we will take down those cannons as well. Now CC will be the next one to fall down. And after that, if something touches the town hall might open up its head, and yes, it is going down.
I mean, Shilo, he's doing it right, but again, I see so much of splash damage that is deployed onto the bowlers. I hope he can recover from a scenario like this. The fact that he's got the Grand Model still alive, which is phenomenal, because everybody is in his aura, which is very rare to see. But now on the back lines, the Archer Queen, her abilities going to be deployed. Those targeted Infernos and the Town Hall doing so much damage to her, and she's going to be the first one to fall, I think, between all of them. While on the other side, you see the Barbarian King, he's very much alive. And after Ice Golem making its way towards that fourth compartment, and if he's able to take down that fourth compartment, Shilo is definitely moving in the right direction, but he's only at 59% damage, which technically means he has to still take down that Town Hall, but he's not been able to do so. He's finally going to be sending out a Royal Champion to do the heavy lifting for him, but that connect onto the Royal Champion, I hope it's enough for him to take down that Town Hall. In the final few seconds, he gets that second star, but Tangkul, this is what I was talking about. You get one bad attack between the 60% mark and the 75% mark, and suddenly your other opponent is so happy with you. Manipur is looking at this matchup and they're just hoping and praying that Shilo kind of ends this attack at an 85%. If he manages to do that, I think they will have that ray of hope to get the second attack at least.
They can still go to 90%. I mean, King 7 is still out there. King might just use the ability, will be getting a good amount of speed and everything. King should be going for it. Is the King going for it? Yes, King goes for it. Now King charges up with everything, 85%. Now they're moving up forward. This is where the time was a crucial issue, but I'm sure that they're going to be stopping up with this one. Look at that, look at that. That King is going. He is an actual King right now, 93%. I mean, if this is a miracle, if this is where it just goes down to 94%, I would say it's still a very, very, very good attack. The way it's just ending up with all the things. I mean, the Barbarian elite valves are still, doing everything for themselves. And now Bowler with the least of his HP.
Wow.
5 seconds, and there it is. Shilo going with 100% 3-star. Oh my god.
That was insane from Tangkul. I mean, it was insane. The recovery from this player was just phenomenal to see. There were a few mistakes, I must say, that I felt were there on the map. The Eagle Artery charging up so early on. The fact that he was doing so much of splash damage. But I love the way he recovered. The fact that all his troops entered into that Eagle Artery chamber, took it down. He knew the gamble on the Town Hall. He knew that he may end up with a 1-star, but then sending in the Royal Champion, calculating the amount of damage it could do, even if it's got to connect on the Royal Champion. That's really important. And Shilo, throwing is all wrong here. He's giving the second 3-star attack here for his team, and this is where you start sweating, right? You start asking yourself, am I really made to play against this team today?
I mean, perfect execution coming in. We thought time was not their friend. They made time their friend. That's where, see, had it been someone else, what they would have done is use King's ability and freeze at the same time. What they did, froze the area outside. King did its damage. As soon as the freeze ends, they use the King's ability. The King gets much more time to just, run out onto all the areas, and that's where the perfect execution came in, and that's what this team is known for. Now they have done 2 perfect attacks, probably 3 more to go. I mean, I don't know. They might just go for it.
I mean, probably. And if they do that, it'll be really, really cool, because that's going to be the first time. This is, of course, the first year of the Northeast Esports Summit, and they would set a benchmark so high, they'll be really difficult next year for most of the teams to even reach that championship level. But at the same time, a very dramatic attack, as I must say, by Shilo. I mean, at some point, I was wondering whether it's going to even closer to 70%. But good going here. The next attacker is, of course, going to be from Manipur. It's going to be Tonyboy, who's going to be gracing us for now. He's also going for witches. He's got 3 witches. He's also got the Yeti Smash combination. You see 7 bowlers and 5 Yetis. You also see 3 balloons in his arsenal. He's starting off with the Grand Warden, just like the previous player. He's going to start his attack here from the north side. You see the Grand Warden there with the healers on the back line. The interesting thing is that there are 2 heroes in the compartment right in front of him. Defensive heroes, the Royal Champion and the Barbarian King. So I see only 1 headhunter that's in his slash. So he needs to make sure that it attacks the right one, because even if one of these 2 heroes survive, his Grand Warden could be in a little bit of trouble.
Probably, yes, that's true. But right from back inside, you can see the Yeti is moving up alongside with the Witches, and now Pekka comes in. Probably the team should be charging in anytime from this direction as well. If that is what the combination they are looking forward to, Q will also come out from the back inside as well. But no, the heroes, King specifically is charging from a different direction. Not with Pekka. That means Pekka will take up an early fall right onto the backside. You can see Pekka's health is already low. The Tesla has done enough damage. That's where Pekka goes on to the siege rank. That should not have been done. But well, it has been done right now. Now, from the back inside where the King and Yetis and Others were, they are looking good. They're looking decent. They'll be opening up on the biggest compound, the biggest compartment that where they were. Got 1 star already. Will be looking for the second one as well. As soon as it does the CC area, they'll go for a 50% damage to go for a 2 star as well. But the 3rd star might be a tricky one, but the thing is they have all the abilities. Now they use the King's ability, they have Queen's ability and Royal Champion's ability, but the main thing is they still need to go for a 3 star if they can go for this one.
Absolutely, they have to go for a 3-star. There's no other way Manipur can get this. But I think if they're taking too many risks now, the fact that they managed to get these 2 stars, a little desperation coming out there for the Town Hall. But this is like the 5th charge coming down from the Eagle Artillery, which is something you really don't want. You need to take that down. We just saw the previous attack where the Eagle Artillery was given more importance than even the Town Hall going down. And that is something that most of the players have to keep in mind. The more it stays alive, if you're going to go for an attack which is completely based off multiple units, this is going to be your worst contender against it. And the splash damage coming out here, nobody is even able to enter that compartment, and that means somewhere Tony Boy, he's got a high percentage which is really good. At 83 to a 90 is definitely considered a decent percentage, but where are those 3 stars? If Manipur does not give us the 3 stars in the next 2 attacks, it's over, done and dusted here for Manipur Esports. At the same time, you got to remember that Tangkhul's already given us 2 attacks here with already a 3-star attack. So they just need one more great 3-star attack to really convert this for themselves and take this into game number 2. And I think your prediction is coming true, Ocean. The fact that, you said it could be a 2-0. This team is definitely looking strong. We saw them strong even yesterday. They were completely annihilating their opponents. Today seems to be a very similar story. I must ask you, because you cast so many different kinds of tournaments also, that when you look at Manipur Esports and you know that there's a team that's so much better than you, what is the kind of mindset that you need to have in a match like this, which is the grand finale?
So in the last 2 attacks, this is the thing that happened. They went for 90% each, while the other team is going for 100% each. So you need to, bridge out this gap of 90% to 100%, because that's where 2-star and 3-star also comes in when you're bridging out the gap. So if you're looking at the team and you know that there's a team that's obviously better than you, you need to learn, you need to understand, and you don't need to learn from your previous games because you defeated those. You need to learn from their previous games, that what they did, what are their bases like, what kind of strategies they use, plus with the timing utilization, because we saw first attack went for 45 seconds remaining onto the clock. The second attack with 5 seconds though, but still it was a good one with the time utilization. So that's where the things just come. And talking about the next attack, Tangkhul, again, they might just go for a 3-star, they might not go for a 3-star. I mean, the chances will be out here, but now a wall breaker is ready with everything. Wall breaker opens up one opening, just trying to take down the compartment of Cannon, the Inferno Tower, and obviously that Wiz Tower and the Arch Tower on the back inside of the room. Will be looking for some hidden rooms if there are any, and now he does everything. This is a pretty good Queen Walk coming in with a raid spell as well.
Coming with an attack like this, which is a complete hybrid hog-man combination, he has 17 minus a 10 hog, so he needs to have this walk done correctly. Once that funnel is created, that's when he can start this hog walk. Also at the same time, he needs to remember that he needs to start this hybrid attack at least by 1 minute 30 seconds. The reason for that is that if he doesn't really start by then, he may cut short on time. But knowing Tangkhul, they know their times correctly. For now, you're going to see the Archer Queen. She's going to be taking care of all the defensive CC. There are super minions that have come out of the town, so you got to make sure to take them down. Beautiful poison getting destroyed. The balloon making its way towards the town hall just to check if there are any hidden traps. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the Archer Queen. She's A to connect because healers at the back. I'm sure she's going to be able to do this. Onto the sidelines, of course, onto the west. You see the siege barrack being deployed. The Mecha has been deployed. Also, the Barbarian King has been dropped, and that means the miners are in the fight. You also see the ability getting deployed here by the Barbarian King, and now the Horde is here, and they want to take down whatever they see. But yet again, I see that Eagle Artillery is very, very far away from these hogs, so it's going to be a lot of splash damage getting dealt onto them. But can they really do it with that Archer Queen behind us?
I idea is the ability was deployed from Barbarian King, but as soon as the ability game King went down, no one expected that. I mean, they still have time, they still do a lot of damage, but they have to do that. Now the elite power moving in from the outskirts is trying to, have the full cleanup group. The next thing that the Hawks are going to do is going to take down the outgroup as well, alongside the miners, but still that artillery, as long as it's surviving, no one can do anything against it.
Absolutely, and finally we see the artillery chamber being attacked on. The miners are there. The Royal Champion and MVP card here getting deployed, and out goes that Eagle Artery. And the minute that's down, I already know this is 100%. He has so much time on his hands. It's so easy for him.
They're looking for another 100%. I mean, the way they are doing every attack. I mean, what can you talk about this team? 3 perfect attacks coming up. 3 perfect attacks played to perfection.
That is insane. Tangkhul, they're definitely looking to 2-0 this against, Manipur Esports. You can see the skill gap every single time they attack. The fact that this attack also started out on the west side, and the way he attacked the Eagle Artery Chamber was so interesting. I'm sure a lot of teams who are really underdogs in most of the matchups, they should really look at the way this team attacks. Because the way they take down the Eagle Artery Chamber, there was so much splash damage done. It wasn't very different from what we saw previous to this, or a little even yesterday. But the way he managed to round his troops around it and then make sure that the splash damage is so evenly distributed that, they all survived and they were able to take it down. So I like the way he played this combo. So the fact that he took 17 miners, all of them underground, don't really get affected by the Eagle Artery. Very smart play coming up from him today.
And the best part was they lost their hogs early. It was the CC backup hogs, the Clan Castle backup hogs that were, just doing the attack. They lost the actual hogs. The King, as soon as they charged the ability of the King, the Eagle Artery was actually locked on the King. So the King went down. King did not do any damage after the ability. It was the barbs from the King that did everything. So they lost a major push. Still, they managed to get out of it. So it's like they always have a plan B at the moment when it's needed, and I would say that's one thing that separates this team from the other. Well, of course, talking about Joy right now is going to be using the bowler Yeti Smash attack with 2 misses as well, taking down the walls right in the central area. I would say this gives them a good area inside the movement, but they still have to go for a walk and they still have to go for an opening. Let's see when they just go for this one.
A very vast space, I must say, from the side of Gaku. The fact that Joy has started his attack there from the south side, it's going to be a very difficult conversion, I think so. But now he's going to start with the Yeti bowler smash combo, which is really good when you look at the base layout. But entering those compartments are going to be his first concern. Finally, he's going to be setting up the wall breakers just to create that required space. But they're not creating the space where they're supposed to, I think. Because still now, I don't see an Inferno Tower being targeted. Finally, it could be taken down there. The Archer Queen working overtime, managing to finally knock it off. But that is just the beginning of his problems. Now on the back line, of course, you can see the poison getting deployed, and the super minions are going to be next to be taken down. But the lava hound, it's still there, and it's going to be buying so much time here for the Queen. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, they're going to be managing to take down the down hall, which is also a good thing. I do feel those wall breakers were really not very necessary. They could have sent them out onto the other side just to increase the momentum, but onto the back lines now, the defensive Archer Queen is there, and she is going to be problematic there to those Yetis. Meanwhile, onto the other side now, there's still another Inferno Tower. Joy all over the map right now, just trying to get those stars. I can see the desperation in his eyes just to get to that 50% and get those 2 stars first.
They will be getting the 2 stars for sure. I mean, just looking at this one, I mean, this is where it just comes down. They have lost their actual push. Now it comes down to Queen's ability. When will it be charged? If it gets charged right now, Scatter Shot also just doing every bit of damage right on the back end side. You can see the Royal Champion with its ability also available, but not good on the health. I mean, that's where they might just do everything. But this attack is more like a hero's attack as it was a proper Yeti Smash attack, and that's where the difference is coming up. The Royal Champion's ability has been used. Now it will be over to Queen to use its own.
I mean, the Queen now, apologies. The Queen, of course, I think she's doing phenomenally well, but she's going to be taken down next. And this is, I think, very closing to what Manipur can offer. The fact that I do feel they have been beaten down under this mental pressure from Tangkhul. If you just look onto your side screen, so we'll notice that they've got 4 stars. Tangkhul is sitting with 9. So even on an off chance, they even get these 3 more stars in the back. They only reached the 7-star mark, which is really far away from where they're supposed to be. And Tangkhul, they just they just on these players so much back to back that it really plays a huge margin on how we really look at the game. Manipur yesterday, I saw them performing better than this. I saw them feeling more confident. I saw them feeling like they could take a base and convert it. But today, just looking at this one attack, it does make me re-question whether they were prepared to play against Tangkhulyarthot. Did they even study this team? Because this team has studied them very, very clearly. The base layouts have been modified a little bit. I do see a few changes, and that is definitely affecting the way we are seeing Manipur perform today.
That is affecting it a lot. The way, I don't know what are they doing, but if you're talking about Tangkhulyarthot, back to back, I mean, I want to ask you, do you feel like we can see 5 3-stars? I mean, that's asking a lot though. We might as well go for a 4 3-star. But do you think, because this is one thing that happened, I'll tell you. So me and Shadow were casting that match, I still remember, and what happened is they got 4 3-stars. I asked Shadow, do you think we can see the 5th one? But the 5th one went to a 1-star. 1-star, 88%.
Oh my God.
1-star, 88%. That's what it was.
Well, it's just, maybe he just planned it. He just wanted to make sure that he keeps the intensity going in the match. But Tangkhulyarthot, I don't think they're going to get a 1-star today. I think they will aim to get 5 stars. If they are able to all get those 3 stars in the bag, they'll definitely be a team part of the ASSAM Esports Tour Award. I would want them to be rewarded as a team because it's such a team effort to be playing this game. Each attack depends on the other. And Champs now, another player onto our board here. He is also coming to make the 4th attack here from Tangkhulyarthot. And he's already started so strong. We see the bridges already getting deployed there. The Archer Queen is there. The Royal Champion is there. The Grand Warden is there. The Siege Barrack is there. Everybody is there. And they're all coming in from the west side. I only hope and pray that, maybe this Eagle Archery will end up doing so much damage with Champs to end with the 1-star, which will then give us a chance to say that Manipur stands a chance to be part of this game. But for now, it doesn't really seem like it's moving in that direction. You see the Lucas and damage already done. You see the witches in the front line. You see the Archer Queen already attacking the town hall. She's moved to that 35% now. Nice ice freeze coming out there from the golem. And that's what we look at that. Look at those hogs just coming there to clean out the remaining things that have remained on the base. Meanwhile, the Eagle Archery is still charged up. But Champs, I think, has already converted this.
So this is what happens when you go for a golem witch combination. See, Ice Golem, what Ice Golem does is, it starts off with everything tanking most of the damage, and then when it frees up, that's where witches start up with everything. I mean, they get, suppose if they freeze up an Inferno Tower, if they freeze up a cannon, something like that, then that's where the witches feed up on the thing. Right now, you can see, I mean, the way the attack started, it was good, but now I would say somehow the attack seems like it's falling down. So for the this still happens definitely about to be charged up, and you can see a cluster of group just in one compound, but that cluster is not a lot. Now Eagle Archery is attacking on the Queen's side. Queen is charging his ability right now as it does. It was a 1 HP, but that's where the problem lies. That's where the problem is for Queen as well, because Queen goes down and now it's just 1 hero. This attack could not make it to 100%, but it still is looking decent with 76% too. So I would say nothing taken away from them. If Grand Warden can take down a few more of the units, it will be good, but I don't think so it's going to be doing that much. So 78-79% is where it might just end down to.
I mean, I must say this is a very bad attack coming out from Jams on an individual performing level. The way he sent out those witches, yet again, you just send out so many witches at one time. It does lead to so many other issues. And but Jams, of course, knowing that his teammates have done so phenomenally well and they've already picked up game number 1 almost, it does feel like he was like, okay, you know what, I'm just going to try out something new and see what it works. Or maybe he's that trump card who's going to do something exceptional in game number 2 and just let game number 1 slide. It's all about the mind games, the jack of all trades kind of person. But at the same time, we got to remember that with this attack, this is the first 2-star attack that's come out. And Ocean, that means we're not going to see 3 5-star attacks, which is honestly very disappointing. I really wanted to see that happen, but Manipur now, they know that at least that slight lead has been changed. Maybe by some miracle on earth, if they are able to get the next 2 attacks on 3 stars, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a game to watch. For now, of course, we're going to have Dinesh here from Manipur Esports just come in here and get us those 3 stars. He's going for an air attack, ladies and gentlemen, and that is something that always converts. You can either have it's a high risk, high reward situation in my opinion. But now he's done 10 dragons in his arsenal. He's got 6 millions. He's already sent out the bundle. Manipur is sending out a rage. It is traveling and traveling, but it's going to crash into that first compartment. There are balloons available. Nice trees getting deployed. He's going to be able to clear out the compartment with ease, but the town hall, it is still far, far away. If Dinesh does not do this right, he could end up even with a 1-star attack. So I hope Manipur is ready for what is coming to them.
Well, if we are talking about the things right now, if Manipur gets 2 back-to-back 3 stars, the only thing that they need to do is stop Tangkhulyarthot 1 star. That's the only way they can win. The only way they can win. Because if they get a 3-star attack in this one, they'll get to a 73%. After that, they'll go to a 93%. Meanwhile, Tangkhulyarthot will be at 88, 89%. That's where they can stop them. If Tangkhulyarthot gets a 1-star in the next one and they get a 3-star in this one, they still have a fighting chance. Otherwise, it will be a bad one. But right now, you can see the air attacks just moving up forward right now as they are there. A rage just got deployed, and that's going to buy up a bit of a time with the time side as well, and they're falling down on Town Hall. Will the next one to fall down or not? We'll have to see what happens. Now the ability charge is coming up from the Grand Quad. So rest assured, all the other heroes are doing their own with a bit of damage, but still no ability charge is coming up from their side. We still have to see 3 charges up right now. We still have to see if in the remaining time this can go to a 3-star, because the chances are there, but execution is one of the most important things.
Absolutely, execution is important here, and Manipur Esports, I mean, I like the way they're playing this out. It could work out in their favor. The Dragons is very much alive, but the Grand Warden is there. We also see the Electro Dragon, a very important card there, alive on the map. But in the front lines now, they need bombs. I'm going to be taking a fall like I wish somebody could take the Inferno Tower. Once an Inferno Tower is dropped, there are really no many defenses remaining here, and Dinesh doing it here for Manipur Esports, converting this into a 3 stars, mostly just because he even had that Electro Dragon alive. But if it's really annoying units onto the board, he also has 50 seconds remaining, which is exceptional, because if we come down to the attack time, which is like a probability of a 0.1 chance, you will notice that he's got that time in the bag. But the first 3-star attack, I wish Dinesh would play first. If he comes as the first player from the side of Manipur Esports in game number 2, I think that will really set the pace for them. They are really lacking that confidence as a team to be able to perform, and I think Dinesh can give it to them.
It will set up a new pace for them. It will set up a new vibe for them to just continue further attacks if it comes down to that. If it doesn't come down to that, then yes, obviously we'll see some different thing happening from all these players. But right now, if anything, we would just love to see and say where the last stack of both the teams go. Because Tangkhulyarthot, again, if they do 1-star, that's where it just goes down. If it goes down to 2 stars, they win. They will see 11 stars is what they have right now. If they go for a 2-star, it becomes a 13-star attack, and they automatically win.
Absolutely, and to do the final attack here, it's going to be Bubblehead joining us now. It could be also that they get super overconfident and make a huge mistake and come with a 1-star. You see it happen in so many tournaments. It could happen today with Tangkhulyarthot. Not like I'm hoping for it to happen, but I would have just seen a very exciting match if it was possible. But now, because you could see the Archer in the front lines, the Tesla Tower has already been dropped there. He's also going for an air attack, so that means he could end up with a 100% 3-star game. If he does do that, he not only stands a chance to be part of the Idle Days, but sort of what it's done and dusted here for Manipur Esports in this game number 1. But now the Archer Queen in the front lines, she's feeding a required balance. She's going to meet her match there with the defensive Archer Queen. Her ability may be charged up as if required, but for now this is going to deploy a rage onto her. Onto the sidelines, of course, you do see the minion also getting dropped there. The Inferno Tower, the single targeted Inferno, is doing quite a bit of damage to her, but the Sealers are there as usual to save her and save the day. But Bubblehead, I hope he's looking at that time clock, because it's already 1 minute 57 seconds, and he's really got to get these dragons on the board now.
They do have to get everything out here. We'll have to see if the dragon push just comes in from which direction. Yeah, there it is. There's the answer. As they, I would say, are hoping to go for the downfall first. After that, forward to the other compartment. The scanner compartment right in the middle is creating a lot of problems right now for the attacking side heroes. That's the Queens specifically. We'll still have to calculate where the stars go, because once it reaches 50, they will be having a 2nd star, and once they get the 2nd star, they'll have it.
Absolutely, and that's all that Bubblehead needed to do, just get that 2nd star in the bag. It's so convenient when you're the final player on the team sometimes. You already know the goal of the match, and you can just do whatever you want according to that. For now, because the Stone Slammer has been through all the way to the end, the Dragons, they are all very much alive, and I do think this converts to something between the 85% and 90%. I also feel he is completely fine on taking this all the way to 100% mark. So I do feel Bubblehead's done it here for Tangkhulyarthot, and if only they had got that one attack with 3 stars, they would be all flying with a 3-star banner onto them. But for now, of course, into the front lines, we see the Royal Champion taking out almost the final 2 compartments here. The Balloons are doing pretty fine, but he's still got to deal with that multi-targeted Inferno that's in that final small compartment, which is causing them quite a bit of devastation onto those Dragons. But you are going to notice that the Grand Warden is still alive. Everybody are in his aura, and that means with the Barbarian King elite barbs that are available, this is definitely a 3-star attack. Bubblehead, he doesn't care whether his team needs just 2 stars, he doesn't care whether his team needs just 50%. He's going to take this all the way till the end. What a victory here for the side of Tangkhulyarthot. We still have one more attack, ladies and gentlemen, but this one is going to make sure that Tangkhulyarthot wins the first game of this best of 3 series.
Well, they did get a 3-star. I mean, I'm really sad for that one. 98% 2-star is where it is. But still, 13 overall stars coming up from them. And overall percentage, it's going to be extremely high. Extremely high, if anything. Extremely high is where they are. We still have to see where the final attack goes for the players of Manipur Esports. But what Tangkhulyarthot has done, I mean, they already won. With the first 3 attacks, they already won the game.
I mean, yeah, that is so true. They won in the first 3 games itself. There was such a big lead onto their side that I think Manipur just fell right there. But this is only game number 1, which makes me think about what could Manipur do differently in game number 2. The fact that, you know, this is of course just going to be a game to watch here. You see Boy Sharma coming into this fight, and whatever he does now, it's not like the team is going to concede, but for him to take this attack and understand his opponent is so important at this given point of time, because they have a second game that's going to be going live around 12:40, and they need to have a completely different play style if they even want to pull that game off and go to a game 3. So now we're going to see the Archer Queen there. She's there, very much available, and it's going to be a hybrid Hawk Miner combination. You're going to see the 10 Hawks there and also the 16 Miners. Something that Manipur is very confident on, the hybrid Hawk Miner combination. Not really favoring them a lot, I must say, but it's better to do something that you're really used to than ending up with a 1-star.
That's true. That's true. But just like you said, Hyper Rock Miner combination, it is tried and tested. If used in the right space, it will do the good amount of damage. But right now, it is actually not just going to cover the Knowledge area, and now this Willer Queen will be outshining the race first deployed in the right ways, and it takes down the Town Hall. Now it's going to be, you know, chiming up with that Lava Hound, the defensive Lava Hound as well, and now the pups are just out there. The point of defense is being deployed right to perfection. Will be taking down the pups as well. Now the gets to move forward, will be taking down the cannons right on one side and the egg on the other one as well. But now the amount of damage that this can do is a lot, but they still just have 36%. 1-star will go for the second for sure, but the third star is like it's up sort of fights that they can end up this game at what do you call it, a 12-star, because if they do it, it will still be a really clear fight.
Absolutely, at least they will go with first game with a lot of respect in their hearts that they got those 3 stars, just a 1-star lead there onto Tangkhulyarthot, which is completely recoverable for them in game number 2. But at the same time, of course, over here, you do see that Eagle Archery Chamber is going to be the next one to fall in. Boy Sharma, he seems to be doing everything right. This could definitely be a 3-star attack, and this is where I get question Manipur Esports. Why don't they have these kind of attacks in this first 3 big attacks that they make? Not only sets up the space as to how it will be in the last 2 matches, but here it does feel like Boy is so sure on how he wants to get rid this. The Miners, of course, in the front lines yet again. They will be entering that final compartment. Meanwhile, the Royal Champion trying to take down that Scattershot, going to be able to do so. But meanwhile, on the other side, everything is going to be deployed. But the Barbarian King, the defensive Barbarian King, is still alive. Going to be a little troublesome there on the Royal Champion. Not going to be able to manage to take him down. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Grand Warden, it is going to connect, but it is also connected to the Inferno Tower, which is super risky. We have a lot of Miners alive and a bit of time. I mean, he still has about 25 seconds. He can definitely push this to plus 90 as an opening, but I don't think it's going to go to 100%.
It's going to be a difficult one. The way it so far, you know, it's just moving up forward. Time was not the best of the brains, and now with everything just, you know, going up, there's one Wizard just moving on to the backside, just showcasing that, yeah, I can do the damage, but you know, it's not going to be that easy. So that's where it goes down, and 90% 2-star. It takes their total to what, 11 stars. Meanwhile, Tangkhulyarthot with those 3 attacks that they played to perfection. Even the last attacks were also played to perfection. That takes them to 13 stars with 95.4.
I mean, look at this. I mean, even though we are looking at the stars right now, I want us to look at the attack damage. Even though both the teams did not match out in the stars, but in the attack damage, I still
Yeah.
felt Manipur did really well. Taking every attack force at 90% is something that I really got to commend this team for. 91.0. There are not many teams that can really get to such high damage in every single attack. So they have that consistency to back them. They just haven't figured out a way through Thankul's base to get it to 3 stars. So ladies and gentlemen, of course, this is only game number 1, like I mentioned, but I want to understand this, that if they go back to the drawing board even now, 2 hours before the next match, can they really come to a strategy where they can get those 3 stars? I think it's possible, because we have seen every single base that's possible for them, and they just need to find those loopholes in it. So, of course, this is just game number 1. Thankul takes the victory. Let's head back to the desk where we have our host and analyst waiting.
Thank you so very much, Angela and Ocean. Indeed, incredible game come from both the clans, actually.
Right.
And especially, I have to absolutely agree with Angie when she spoke about how Manipur played the game and how every single attack, dude, was on that 90 percentile.
Yeah, it certainly was, but it was so close and yet so far. But
Yeah.
that's the only phrase that we
Right.
get from over here. But everything apart, the way Tangkhulyarthot really started, I mean, they were like playing like champions, you know. You start things off on a 3-star, then
Yep.
get another 3-star, followed by yet another 3-star. And
Ouch.
at that point, when Manipur could not really get those 3 stars for themselves, they sort of realized after the 3rd attack that it's basically done. And what I loved about Tangkhulyarthot is the fact that how they use their attacks so well, you know. The Queen Charge attack being executed to perfection, you know, with those hybrids, they came in strong. So yeah, they were looking really comfortable, and now we do have a BO3.
Exactly.
But if it goes on like this, I think it's going to end in the second game only, because
That is true.
Tangkhulyarthot have been very, very dominating, and yesterday also taking down Noob Scarlet, which was one of the very promising teams coming into the finals. We did think that they would be the contenders to be the winners, and now they are out, and now Tangkhulyarthot is just having a happy merry time.
Well, I mean, what can I say? The only thing that I genuinely think is happening is that the team or the clan of Tangkhulyarthot certainly have their energy all riled up. They've been utilizing, of course, Red Bull to provide them the wings, and it is just flying them through all the qualifiers into the finals. And talk about the finals itself, is just like a walk in the park for them as of now. But again,
Yeah.
Manipur Esports is hopefully going to be utilizing this time, because now what's going to happen is we have just completed a COC game, that is just BO3 ka first game. After which we're going to go on a short little break, but once we come back, we're going to step into some Free Fire territory and get 2 of those games started off. So yes, stick around as we go on a short little break. Coming right up is going to be some Free Fire. Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October. Hello and welcome back once again to, of course, Northeast Esports Summit by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us on day number 2 of the Grand Finals. We just got done with our COC game number 1. Of course, that is a BO3, so the saga continues on. But as was just discussed, now we move into some Free Fire territory, where indeed, when it comes to the Grand Final, 12 total games are supposed to be played, of which 6 took place yesterday, 6 are going to get started off today itself. And right now, of course, like I said, Free Fire time. Let me get you introduced with the amazing analyst joining us. It is none other than Johnny. Dude, Free Fire is being dominated by that one team that you spoke of.
Exactly, King's God. They have been on a roll so far, and
wow.
Me and Fixes, I mean, we're only waiting for the point where they cross the 300-point marker and just like completely shatter everyone's expectations. But they've already done that.
They've done the...
I mean, the difference is pretty massive between them and the team on the second position. That is Scotland of the East. Almost at 100-point difference between these two. And both of them have played the same amount of matches, but the way they play them is quite different. The way King's God play is quite different to how everyone else is playing the game, and we're going to see it when we look at the leaderboard as well.
Exactly.
I mean, they look at the game in a totally different way. They look at it not as a game about surviving, till the end, getting those placement points, getting that position till the end, being the last team surviving. No, they look at it basically as a free-for-all, where it's just their team, their squad of 4, and their objective is just to take everyone out.
Absolutely, and that booyah coming in not once, not twice, but thrice yesterday for the King's God is wonderful to see. And again, I mean, they're just leaving everybody in ashes.
Yeah, I mean,
the point difference, the kill department, it's all over the place. It's just King's God.
Exactly, I mean, having more placement points than anyone else, having more kill points than anyone else. And I mean, it makes sense, right? If you basically end up taking out everyone else in the server, then you automatically do have a high probability of getting the booyah. And 50% success rate so far. 50% of the booyahs have gone in their favor out of the matches that happened yesterday. But today is going to be a different day.
Exactly.
I think tomorrow, yesterday as well, in fact, we did see the other team sort of adjust and sort of catch up to the playstyle of King's God towards I think the last 3 matches, the last 2 matches specifically, and I think today that thing is going to carry forward. The other teams have become aware of this one squad of 4 addiction and the rest of the lads, and I think this day they might be able to put up a fight.
Well, with that, of course, enough banter coming in from the NS test. What do you guys think? Hashtag NE Summit. Let us know what your thoughts are going to be. Of course, in the chat itself, start spamming. What team are you going to be rooting and supporting? Because right now, 2 games back-to-back for Free Fire are going to get started, implying let's go over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Lakshya and Johnny. Well, my name is Osham. Alongside me, it's Shadow, and we are out here for Free Fire games. And Shadow, looking back at yesterday, 232 points versus 130. Like, what are your predictions for today?
If King's God keep up that same momentum, the difference is going to definitely increase. And Scotland of East, if we talk about this team, they are up to a very good competition. If they want to take that top 1 spot, they have to make sure King's God have an early exit, and they make sure that they get a booyah with a good amount of kills, because they have so many points to cover up.
They would want King's God to have an early exit in almost all of the games, right? Because if that doesn't happen, if King's God gets 1 set plus, they should be the one getting booyahs. If they don't get a booyah, then obviously, the points will be onto a different marker. But, we are starting off right now, right from the back end sides of hangar is where the teams, is where the players are dropping. You can see BONGAIGAON's players just moving up against the Currents and Forearms Addiction. They are dropping up right now. That means King's God, they obviously like to go, to the side of Bhima Shakti Strip. Let's see where they take up their fights.
Yes, let's see where they take up the fight. They take the hot drop, and I make sure that they have got the best loot. If we talk about Clock Tower, team number 3 is right there. I believe team 11 would want to go towards Mass Electric or Factory area. We'll have to wait for it. On the other hand, let's see where the players of team number 2 are going on. And in fact, let's talk about King's God. All the 4 players usually have a split drop in this particular area. They go for a singular compound loot and then reunite quickly, and it is working for them. It is working really good for them. On the other hand, I don't see any of the team contesting same drop location, so maybe fights are going to take a little time to start.
Well, yes, that's true. But on to this one, you can see the players have started moving up forward. Scotland of the East, right now, they are just trying to move in from one area to the other. We'll try to go for the loots for sure. Mars Electric is where they are right now. All right, talking about this team, right? We were talking about first and seconds difference. So I asked you, like, what they should do. But, like, what do you think is falling short from them? Like, what is Kingsguard doing different as compared to the other teams that you feel is, changing the game?
The thing is, Scotland of the East had few bad games also, but on the other hand, if you talk about Kingsguard, back to back, they got, I guess, 4 booyah yesterday, and they were dominating from the very start. Even if they were not getting a booyah, they got, I believe it was 24 kill points to their name. That was 12 kills. So they make sure either they get a booyah, even if they are not getting a booyah, they make sure that they are getting quite ample number of kill points to their name. On the other hand, Scotland of East, they had a very good day, but they also had 1 or 2 bad games also, where they were lagged on that booyah and obviously the kill points also. I think that is the difference between the two teams.
That is the difference for sure. I would say, yeah, that was very well explained. But right now, talking about this team, all right, Team Tension, we saw them, getting back-to-back booyahs as well when it was we were on to the qualifier moments and momentums. But like, what do you think is falling short for this team?
Well, they are having bad rotations also, and they are having a bad luck also, because we remember in one of the game they had just landed. They couldn't even just look around to do anything, forget getting a gun in their hands, and they were getting shot at, and they had an elimination also. So I think Team Tension is having just a bad day. Was having just a bad day.
So today, probably, if they play the cards right today, might be a good day, might be even better. We'll have to see, what happens by the end of the day, for sure. Better one, yeah. Yesterday's first game was decent one for them. After that, a few games more, but not every game was their best game. So I will have to see what this team, as per se, does today. But right now, talking about the areas around Graveyard, they have a team right next to them, so early fights might happen here.
Yes, early fights definitely can happen. We can see the plus of team number 5 also moving towards Graveyard. And if you talk about better one, like you said, they had a very good first game yesterday, but after that, they mostly couldn't, all the 4 players just couldn't survive till the final zone. Either they were left with just 1 player or 2 player. I think that was also the reason, because when you're going up against 2v4, especially in Free Fire, the chances of a team having a high number, having all the 4 players, obviously outweighs the team that is a little short on their players. So I think that could also be the reason that better one was falling a little short, but overall they had a good outing.
Yeah, they did have a decent outing for them. So we'll have to see, how it just ends up onto the stuff right now as the players again are moving forward. We are looking at the Scotland of the East again now. For these players, obviously they have to go for a good game, because they are the only one team that's I wouldn't say close to contesting, but they are at the second right now, so a bit close to contesting, if not the closest, though it's still 102 points gap in the first and the second team. ASSAM Rifles, meanwhile, they're also just trying to move from one area to the other. And talking about the Circle, Factory, Pochinok, these areas are up for contestation. Mars Electric as well. I mean, talking about team number 8. See, they went to Mars Electric, then they move forward, and you can see the green zone. That's where the next circle is gonna be moving up forward. And I would say Kingsguard again is very good inside the circle.
Well, they are definitely very good inside the circle. Next 2 zones most probably will favor Kingsguard, and that's a very big advantage for the team. But if we talk about Sentosa Island, there are 2 teams over there. So let's see if any of the fight is going to happen or not. Because if we talk about ASSAM Rifles, they also had a decent outing overall if we look at. And what just happened? Captain spotted on one of the player of team number 8, and he quickly instantly went inside the cover, and now he's going to be on an alert mode. But what do the players of team number 8 realize? That there is Captain, and now they realize, because one of the players took a little damage from Captain, and Captain needs to move back to the safety. He needs to reunite with his teammate. If we talk about the Assam Rifles team number 2, they will definitely have a height advantage. Let's see if they can win this fight.
We will have to see if the fight can just come in onto this one. But team number 8 was team number 2. This will be happening anytime soon, if not anytime soon, for sure by the end of the game, because right now teams might be focused on the rotations. But if Captain rotates, if his team rotates, they will go for the fights. Got 80. I mean, that's where the first blood is coming up. You guys can see right now. But you look at the map, you know that both the teams are outside the circle. In order to reach the circle, they'll have to cross those zip lines, those bridge areas for themselves, or might as well just go for a swim. A really nice day to swim. Not so much because there might be some teams contesting those areas. We'll still have to see what happens as captain and his team. They are still looking for a good backstabbing area if they can.
Well, they will definitely look for backstabbing. And if we talk about Gods of Assam, they're one of the main players that stood out yesterday. It's Babu has already been eliminated, and with that, AR captain takes one of the player down. And team number 8 needs to be really careful now because team 2 is definitely trying to have an advantage over them. On the other hand, if we talk about team Respect, also they had good games, they had bad games yesterday. Overall, it went nice for this team. But the team that was in close vicinity was the players of team number 10, who seems to be disengaging from the fight and will move towards a safer area. Team number 9 also is trying to have some good rotations towards Bhima Shakti strip. Let's see how that is going to go, because towards Bhima Shakti strip we have another team also, so they have to be very careful because right now they are moving out in the open area, and the longer you stay in the open area, the higher the chances of you being spotted out. So they have to be very careful in their rotations.
They do have to be careful in onto the rotations. We'll have to see, how the rotations just come in. But talking about Jean Carr and his team, you can see, he's alone right now in this area onto the backside of Rimnam Village. Also has to get inside the circle, but he cannot get inside the circle because between him and the circle, there's team number 3 and his teammates are onto a northern side away from him. So he just needs to stay away. Meanwhile, ASSAM Rifles, they are looking good. They're looking decent. They got a few kills, and now they are the new kill leaders of this particular match right now. But Jean-Claude has been spotted as well. He's getting shot at from behind the areas, and that's where team number 3 is looking onto its best sides. Now Jean-Claude, he is outside the circle. That, again, is going to trouble him and his teammates.
Well, definitely it's gonna trouble him, but if his 2 teammates whose position has not been compromised are able to provide the perfect backup, John Connor can be saved and he can safely enter into the zone. And if we talk about PewDiePie, this was also a team that quite performed really well in the last match. They got themselves a booyah also. Let's see the way they ended the day yesterday. Can they carry forward that same momentum today also? For now, they have got 1 kill to their name. And PewDiePie is a team that we have seen usually goes for a safer approach initially, except for the last game of yesterday where they went aggressive from the very start of the map. Otherwise, this team goes a little passively and then tries to take fight in the last stages or the final circles. Right now, and in fact, this time also they have dropped in towards Rimnam village. That is an extreme drop.
Yeah, that is an extreme drop. Talking about the circle as well, onto the extreme areas, onto the major extremities, we'll still see where it just takes him down slowly and slowly right now as the players are just moving in and out of their own areas. And RJX, I would say that's too much taking of a drop right now because team number 4, that's Kings God, that are right behind them. Honey Design is trying to take down the players. They have walls set up for themselves that are just, helping them right now. But if they spot someone, if they find someone, if they take someone, they will take him down. All Kings God need to worry about is there is a team behind them as well.
Well, definitely they have to be careful. They have to look at the backside also and make sure that no one is going to backstep them. But for now, the problems of team number 6 are not going to end that easily. God AD have a slight cover to his name, but Hotshot making a mistake coming out in the open area. He could have been taken down. He has definitely received a lot of damage. On the other hand, if we talk about VN Storm, he's making perfect use of those glue walls and trying to rotate so that he can have a good angle onto the players of King's God. Honey Design, on the other hand, has been knocked out. Let's see if they will be able to revive their teammate or not. Because Honey Design, he has been revived. He needs to heal up really fast. King's DV is trying really hard right now to stop the rotations of the players of team number 6. Can he do that or not? We'll have to wait for it. And now he's in such close vicinity. Maybe he is overcommitting in this fight, but he's making use of those grenades, and let's see if it's gonna connect or not. And the grenade did a slight damage to God AD, but DV making the mistake coming out in the open. He's surviving on a sliver of HP.
He is surviving on a sliver of HP right now, as we can just, see onto this one. We'll still have to see where it just ends because the Hotshot goes down. And Addiction has to spot 2 players onto the right. And then there's the kill-leading team, captain's team just coming up from the backside as well. So I would say somehow, I feel like if King's God survive this one, that will be a miraculous survival. But Honey Design, look at him moving. He'll backstab the players. Honey Design takes down 1. He might as well take down the second one as well. But but no, God 80 is trying to survive on his own self, trying to put up those first hits. He has walls for his cover, but now the balls go down. He goes down as well. BONGAIGAON, they will be in a lot of trouble, and Kings God, they lost one player, but still they are looking good for their fights.
Well, they are definitely looking good. They have got 3 kills to their name. Lost one of the players, strongest player. In fact, if we talk about 4 rounds, if we talk about addiction, he has also spotted a few of the players out in the open area. That is going to the players of Team Respect, who are holding on to the tower. No, they are not holding on to the tower. They are moving in the open, and that was a mistake. And addiction takes one of the players from Team Respect down. Can he get the confirmation? I think he can get that confirmation quite easily, because the teammates of his team, because the players of Team Respect are quite far away from each other. And I think from the looks of mini-map, another player of team number 9 has been taken down. So the team has been reduced to 2-man squad. Let's see how that goes down with it.
Well, the team has been reduced to 2-man squad right now. And talking about Respect, obviously they need to go for the revivals. They are first of all going for the revival of the player that's outside the circle right now, trying to get him up and then trying to get him to fight. As you can see now, the circle, just like we were talking about, right? Factory and Poach Knock, those areas are inside the circle right now. Triple kill coming in from the players as well. You can see the zone. Jean-Cor again is away from his team. Look at team number 11's play. Jean-Cor is at a different direction. Meanwhile, other players of team number 11 are different. They are right next to team number 3. So many teams, just accumulating right next to each other. But the circle, it has some different thing in its mind. It's going towards Factory.
Well, it is definitely going towards Factory, and it is favoring team number 1, the team that got a booyah in the first match yesterday. And this time the zone is favoring them. Let's see if they are going to get a booyah again or not. They have the height advantage. They have a very good positioning. If the zone favors them, they can do it. But right now, DV, can he spot on the plus of team number 9? We'll have to wait for it, because if he doesn't invade, he has the height advantage. He can easily spot down the plus of Team Kings God, and then they will be in a lot of trouble. Let's see what's going to happen right now. Both of the teams need to rotate towards the zone as quickly as possible. On the other hand, AR Captain is at a perfect position to take shots at the player of team number 8, who will have to move inside the circle. And the minute he comes out in the open area, the players of Assam Rifles will shoot in his direction. But Assam Rifles are also a little far away from the zone. They have to give priority. But before that, they will take down one of the player of team 8. And Captain will get the confirmation also. This team is also having a good start. 3 kills to their name, but reduced to 2 player. Let's see how they are going to take a 2v4 fight. On the other hand, PewDiePie is also inside the factory area. So let's see if a fight emerges between the players of team number 1 and team PewDiePie. PewDiePie is definitely outnumbered. There are 3 players. And team 10 is also entering.
Well, yes, PewDiePie is definitely outnumbered out there. We'll still, have to see how the things just come down onto everything. But look at this right now. Little Boss is also trying to do everything for his own self. They have 0 kills, but they will love to increase that number. If they can, that will be good. If they cannot, then things might just, go down slowly and steadily. We'll still have to see where the fights just happen right now, because we still have all the 11 teams surviving. You can see all the players are still surviving from all the teams. So things might just, go down as per se, slowly and steadily. But if you can see about these players, they need to defend this area, because there are so many teams around them. But that's the first elimination coming in. BONGAIGAON gets eliminated. Scotland of the East also gets eliminated.
Well, yes, Scotland of the East, this is not going to go down with them, because they wanted to make sure that they have secured their second position in the leaderboard. But this is a little surprise coming in. They have a few more matches in their hands. Let's see how that goes down. But for now, the players of team number 10 are at the outskirts of the factory area. But look at the zone. The zone is also shifted towards an open field area. So players need to get out of this compound as soon as possible. And let's see, Boss, can he take down one of the player? On the other hand, Angel has been taken down by Addiction of King's God, and now team number 3 is in a lot of trouble, because on one side the players of team number 1 will be shooting towards them. On the other hand, Addiction, when they come out in the open, Addiction will be shooting in their direction. Let's see how they are gonna move towards the zone. And look at the zone and look at the placement of all the 3 players of King's God. They have taken the whole control of the zone, of this particular zone. So all the teams that will be entering inside the zone, they are going to be a little careful. In fact, King's God also needs to be a little careful, because if 4 players charges in towards them, then the solo player will be in a trouble.
Yeah, then the solo player will definitely be in a lot of trouble right now. We have 8 teams, 25 players alive, and Boss again is trying to spot up a few players if he can. And right now, Boss is just moving away from one direction to the other. They spotted one of the players, take him down. We'll try and finish him. Yes, we'll do it. PewDiePie gets eliminated right now. Western Army also gets eliminated. So many teams just going down. This is the 4th circle still, and the teams are just, slowly and steadily just getting down on their own self, as they could not just cope up with the circle. Now teams that have to make their ways inside the circle are still trying to get inside the circle, but if you're talking about a few players, they are trying to take each other down, and Donbok also goes down onto this one. Talking about team number 10, they are taking up a good fight against their opponents. I mean, look at Psycho's HP, it's low, need to go for the first hit, and after that they'll go for more and more of the fight. But right now we have 16 surviving, might as well be 5 as the fight still continues, and there it is.
Shut down.
Yes, the team that we were hoping will get another booyah has been eliminated by the players of Team Respect. Respect definitely putting up a good show. 5 kills to their name, lost one of their players. The biggest challenge for Respect is to make their rotation inside the zone. On the other hand, the players of Team number 5 are also shooting in the direction of the players of Team 10. Let's see how that is going to go down for now. Team 10 and Team number 9, Team Respect, has to move inside the zone, and that is a big challenge because from the looks of it, King's God is definitely having a zone advantage, but Captain has been taken down by addiction of King's God. And now the players of Team Respect can get backstep from the players of team number 10. It's a 2v3 fight. Let's see how it's gonna go. Can Nishan take one of the players down or not? We'll have to wait for it. But he gets taken down, and Team Respect again coming out as a winner in this fight. With that, better one has been eliminated, and now they are paying the price. They are taking a lot of damage from the play zone. And let's see, I believe it's just last player of Team Respect who survived the play zone and has a good position inside the zone.
Well, this is definitely a good position. 3 teams surviving, as you can see out here. And talking about the other stuff, it is that how this one individual player from King's God can survive. Obviously, God is himself in top 3. Again, will be getting a good lead, but now it's down to a 1v3 Respect. Can they just clutch this one out? They're trying everything, but I would say it's going to be a difficult one. But no, he takes down one. Will be going for the confirmation. Not right now. Can he take another one down? Goes for the confirmation right now. Invade spots. Another one. Can he take those players down as well? His HP is low right now. Might as well go down in this one. Quadra kill coming in. Respect gets eliminated. There it is. Booyah coming in for tension. That tension that we have known is back.
Well, definitely that tension is back, and they have gotten themselves a booyah. And let's see if they can keep this momentum, because yesterday we were waiting for this team tension to perform, and right now they have started, and I hope they keep this momentum and get themselves a very good position in the leaderboard.
Yeah, they will. They will definitely get a very good position. Talking about the leaderboards, we'll be seeing leaderboard at the analysts just for sure. So, let's just head on to those guys and let's see what they have to say about this one.
I mean, the tensions are definitely rising, aren't they? I mean, we did see a lot of shotgun action as well in this game. Quite an interesting match.
But is it though? Because then again, you have the players of King's God getting the 3rd position with quite some number of kills. And it took the whole squad of tension to wipe out that one last player surviving, who still had the shotgun, and he was not giving up.
He got one though. He got one.
He did manage to get one. And I think tension really showed good teamwork over there. They did respect the circle. They were in the center. They let the players of King's God really come in, and then they just took them one by one. And the teams were really trying it out, but the result is still same. You need to stop King's God right from the track, because if once they get those position points, even if they get 10 points per game, I think they are pretty much about to win it.
Exactly, and I mean I agree with you on that. But another thing that arises is the fact that, like, Kings, as we do know, they like to have an early slow, like a safe early game, and they like to drop on the off-drop locations when no one goes. And you would have to be completely you would have to read their minds before the game even starts to know where they're actually going to go in order to do that. Catching them mid rotations is really hard, because you don't know where this team is going to come from.
See, that's the thing about King's God, right? What they usually do is drop off somewhere far where they get their loot done, and they know they can take any kind of fight, whatever may come their way. So that's the confidence that you need from a squad. They know that if they spot an enemy over here, they can easily go and take them down. So initially they do not really want to rely on the randomness of the game. They do not really want to drop at a hot drop where you have a few to more squads coming in, and then it comes down to who has the better weapon, who has the better position. So they do not really want to risk it out at that. So if you're dropping in safe and then you later know that you can take on the fight, so as you please, and that has been working out. You don't really have to fix it.
Exactly. I mean, don't really need to fix it. On the other side, I mean, we did see some of the teams in terms of the firefight itself, because that is where Kings looked really deadly. Teams have sort of caught up right now as well. Tension just taking that amazing fight for themselves. Even though Kings, they had the players, they had the compound, they had the cover, still Tension was the team that came out on top in that fight. And that sort of proves the point that I've been trying to make. Like, people are going to catch up if they play against you enough. They're going to understand the play style the team has. They're going to understand how the players individually like to play as well.
Exactly.
And once that happens, I think this entire skill cap of the whole lobby is going to go up.
Of course, you know, you might just bleed 10 times, but the 11th time you're just gonna wake up and punch back, and that is what Team Tension has done over here. And this is a perfect example. You know, I can take from another series that we have, that's Umzanzi, where you have a team called JXP Temper, who was initially dominating throughout, but the moment they reached the finals, we did have the other teams also stepping up, figuring it out how they play. So what you know, Kings Gods have been doing, well, a few teams have started figuring that out. A few teams are really shutting them down though. But if you talk about yesterday, they still had the most number of kills in the first game. Today also they they did have a promising decent outing. So then again, teams have really figured them out how to not give them those booyahs, but you need to stop them from getting those crucial kills, Johnny. Because
I think you need to stop them from getting the guns.
Yes.
That would work out really well for everyone.
Maybe.
But I think one thing that comes to my mind is, like, Kings got eliminated. They did not get the Buddha. But how many kills did they get? They got 10 kills.
Yeah. See, this is what I've been talking about. 20 points right from the kill points. And now 15 placement points. So that's also promising. So there you go. 35 points already. Now Tension did win. But where are they sitting? 36. So this is how, you know, the difference comes in. And now the lead that they've built up for themselves, which was almost around 100 points difference between the first and the second position, now just gets even further.
Especially because the team on the second position is, well, they just got 8 points for themselves.
Yeah, even PewDiePie not having the best of the games.
Exactly. I mean, 6 points. West Side Army as well. BONGAIGAON, they are on the 10th position in this matchup. So, I mean, it is just this one team that's always consistent, and because of the same reason again and again, they get a lot of kills for themselves.
Right. Even if they do not have enough position points, they make sure that they compensate with those skill points that they're getting. You know, 10 kills, you get 20 points, and there you go. Almost, or even more than 100 points lead that they have established for themselves. On the second position, we do have Scotland of the East, but I do believe at this junction we can you know, safely conclude that I don't think any team is gonna touch King's God anymore. So the competition is for the second and third spot, which is, however, reachable if Tension keeps on playing like this, and if Scotland of the East keeps on messing their games like they did in this one, maybe we might get to see someone else or someone new coming up and taking the second and third spot.
Completely agree with you. But I mean, we still have 5 more matches to go, so let's see if we get to see the big 300 from the side of Kings. We will get to see it. It's just a question of when. But for now, we're going to take a very short break, so you guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be back with match number 2.
Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Free Fire's matches of Northeast Esports Summit. My name is Ocean Sharma alongside me is Shadow. So Shadow, previous game, tension is coming back. But do you think like today, that comeback will be enough to take them to the top position?
Well, definitely if they keep up this momentum, because right now tension is at fourth position, and the point difference between Scotland of East and Team Tension is not that high. It's just 31 points, and if Scotland of East continues to have bad game, Team Tension continues to have good game, they can definitely come at the top position. And with that, our match has already started. And if we look at the teams that are dropping in towards Basilia, are going to be the squad of God Chintu and team number 7 also. So maybe we can see some early engagement also. And if we talk about Central also, there also we have two squads, that is team number 2 and team number 10. Let's see where the first blood is gonna happen.
Well, we will have to see how it just comes down right now. You can see so many players, so many teams just going down. We can see a team, that's captain's team, if I'm not wrong, is going to go to the Moathouse area or something. Yeah, those areas, they are still just out there for contestation. And Fields is where King's God is right now. So we'll have to see where the circle forms up and where the players take up their fights. But looking at Brasilia, I would say that's where first fights might just happen if it just comes down to that.
Well, it can, because there are 3 squads over there. And if we talk about Central, we might not be able to see an early engagement over here, because right now Do or Die is holding the central compounds in the central area. And if we talk about team number 2, they have kind of started rotating towards another area. They might have realized that there is another squad that is dropped in, so they don't want to have an early engagement. And if we talk about Do or Die also, they started off good yesterday. They had few good games also, but right now if you look at their overall standings, they are at the 7th position, not a very good spot. And in the last match also, if we talk about Do or Die, they were the first team to get eliminated with 0 points, Ocean.
Yeah, they were. So now talking about Do or Die, I mean, they would love to change that curse right now. I mean, they would want to do in this one. So let's see if that just happens up. And now we have 12 teams, 48 players alive. Previous game, there were just 11. One team could not join the match as per se. But now talking about this team, team number 10, that's Do or Die. We'll still have to see, if they can or they cannot do in this one. Talking about Team PewDiePie. All right, so this team has also given us decent gameplays yesterday. Today might be a different affair, if not anything. And Khasi Angel, I mean, all these players, it just comes down to one thing, their coordination, their skills. And I would say they're very good with their skills. They just need to work on the coordination, and they will do that for sure.
Well, they will definitely do that, because right now, last match was a decent one. They got themselves a total of 6 points. And in the standings also, if we talk about their point difference, they can come in the top 5 if they continue to, if they get a booyah and good kill points also. And on the other hand, if we talk about this team, that is BONGAIGAON, they are having a very good outing. If we talk about overall standings also, they are at the third position, and with just a 7-point difference between them and Scotland of the East. And right now, Hotshot is in the wrong area. He is in the wrong compound. 3 players of team number 7 are up, are in the front of him. And let's see, is he going to take this 1v4 fight, or is he going to wait for his teammates, or just completely run away from this area? Even running away is going to be a little challenging, because he has to move in the open area. He has a vehicle to his name. Let's see what is going to be his decision. From the looks of it, his teammates are quite far away and are still looting in the compounds.
I mean, they are trying to get ready for the fight while he's already, just moving up into the fight. So that's the difference that just, is coming up right now. We'll still have to see where it just takes up the fights with everything. Because Hotshot, again, he's still surviving. He's still staying here. But it just has to, just come down to a few things. We'll have to see how the things just come up. Right now, RJX has to spot up a few players. And Boss slowly and steadily is moving up forward right now.
Well, Boss is definitely moving forward, and let's see, RJX, can he take one of the players down or not? He's trying to take shots towards Boss, but he was trying to, I guess, jump from that window when he was knocked out by Boss, and Boss has already gotten the confirmation, and that first blood comes in. And let's see how the players of Team 11 are going to go towards the remaining match, because Hotshot was in a wrong spot. He had a vehicle. He should have just run away to his teammates. But on the other hand, King's God are also appearing in the kill feed again, and are becoming the kill leaders also from the looks of it, because they are trying to eliminate the whole squad.
They are trying to eliminate the whole squad in this one for sure. The way you can talk about the fights happening, the way you can talk about the executions that they are doing. But talking about this team, these players, I would say they are doing good. They are doing decent. Not the worst though. Not the worst of their gameplays coming up right now. Previous game was not the best as well, but still, they have to change up their paces. You can talk about Bossy as to for first stage. Will be using them for sure. Is going to be using ARs right now for the fights, and also a shotgun AR combination. No, is going to be switching on to an SMG and an AR combination. Seems like a decent one. Talking about Scotland of the East, so they were one of the first teams to get eliminated in the previous game. This game, they would love to try and do something new. They have spotted John Scott. I mean, it's my question: why is this individual always the first one to get spotted?
I don't know. John Connor is having a very bad luck. He is always the first one to get spotted. This time also, by some few HP, he survived. Otherwise, easily the players of Scotland of East could have taken him down. And right now, let's see how the fight is going to turn out right now. And again, the player team is in a 2v2 split. And John Connor this time has a backup. Otherwise, we usually see him being all solo and then having a lot of trouble. I think this is a problem with the players of team number 4 also being so split out. But with that, their West Side Army is trying to take shots towards the players of Scotland of the East. Let's see, can they take one more player down, because I think they have taken one of the player down. Scotland of the East is also 3-man squad, and the West Side Army is also 3-man squad. But West Side Army, I guess they want to change their position. They have spotted on one of the player of team number 12, and let's see, can they take Donbox down or not? And King Vans needs to find himself a good cover very soon, because there are not just one but two players of team 12.
That's true. There are 2 players, Team 12 out in this one. That kind of creates a lot of difference for sure. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, they are trying to spot each other, but King. If one more shot just connects to him, he won't be a king anymore. He might as well just go down if the things go south for him. We'll have to see, how that happens and how that will be playing against what he needs to see and what he doesn't need to see. But well, that's going to be the story for another time for sure. Meanwhile, right now, as the players are moving up forward, he's going to be using a pistol. All right, that's a different one as compared to everything. And Westside, they still lost one player, but they're looking strong.
Well, they are looking strong. They lost one of their player, Deathstroke. And in fact, from the looks of it, if you look at all the teams today are being a little safer. When they spot a team, they, instead of going over aggressive and rushing into their compound, they are trying to disengage from the fight, get into the zone, have a better positioning. And that's why we still have 12 teams and 42 players alive. So in the final circle, it's going to be very aggressive. So many teams, from the looks of it, are gonna reach to the final circle, and then we can see a lot of aggression and lot many fights. And just look at it, team number 5, team number 7 holding the same compound, adjacent buildings, and still not taking up any fight, because right now every team wants to have as many placement points as much possible, and obviously the kill points also.
Yeah, every team wants both of those things. But talking about team number 5, just like you said, yeah, they are pretty close to team number 7 for sure, and they are not moving at all. Meanwhile, team number 4, they are trying to make up their mark inside the circle. I won't say it's a bad deal though, but once they get in, they will be up for contestation. Team number 7 can spot them, team number 5 can spot them. Both will be up for the kills, up for the grabs, as they are out there in the open. Things might just go haywire, things might just go bad for them. So it might be a really crucial affair for them to just take up a fight or not, if they can. But team number 4, the major thing for them is they need to find up a safer spot, because if they don't, they will go down.
Well, definitely, and even the plus of Team 7 and Team 5, they have a slight height advantage also but look at the backside, the plus of Team 8, a solo player is also in the close vicinity. He also needs to be very careful. Team 4, Team number 8 are in a bit of trouble. And if you talk about the plus of Team number 3, they are at the bridge area, and John Core can spot them down. If he looks in their direction, he should be just looking into their direction, because if he's not, then the plus of Team number 3 will definitely spot him out and will start shooting in his direction. And on the other hand, if we talk about King Bass, he's using his ability. Can he spot down the plus of team number 3? Because team 3, if spotted down, they can easily eliminate the whole squad. They can easily get those 3 or 4 kills to their name. But right now, they need to give priority to the zone. I guess so all the teams will be moving towards the zone. Team 3 has already started their rotation. Maybe in their path, they will spot down the plus of team 11.
Probably they will, because team number 6 is also, well, they are inside the circle. If you're just talking about the zone and the zone formations and whatnot, we'll still have to see how the players, just move up with everything, how they move up with their formations, with their fights, with their confirmations, if that happens. But right now, you guys can see how the teams are just, looking up for themselves. But Hotshot and his squad, I mean, they will still have to be decent, if not the best, onto their gameplay. They would be, focusing on their fights and confrontations if that happens, because team number 3 is right next to him, just like we were discussing about it right now. But if it all comes down to understanding how the opponents will be playing, early fights might happen, as team number 6 will try and break this fight between team number 11 and 3, and then they will get like kills of their own if they just try and go for a few backstabs.
Well, they can go for backstabs. Even the players of team number 4 can also go for the backstab if they find themselves a good positioning, because right now players of team 3 and team number 1 are trying to engage in a fight with each other, and team number 3, all the players are out in the open area. This could be the moment where the players of team number 4 can get few kills in their name. Let's see if that is going to happen or not. And look at the way the players of all the players of team 3 are in the open area. But right now the players of team 12 also needs to make their rotation inside the zone, and the players of team Kings God might give them a little trouble, but right now they are focused on the players of team 11, and let's see how that is going to go down. Can they take Honey Design? Can he take one of the player of Team 11 down or not? We'll have to wait for it. Team 11, I believe, has 2 players only. It's a 2v4 fight, or maybe 3. It's a 3v4 fight. It's a 3v4 fight, and let's see how they are gonna do with it. Honey Design, can he take down God AD? And yes, he does manage to take him down, but 2 of his teammates are also down, so it's all onto him. With that, BONGAIGAON has been eliminated. It was a quite close fight, because 2 of the players of Team Kings God were also down on their knees.
Double kill.
Yeah, but then this is the Kings God that we have known, right? This team, we know what this team can do right now. Once they have started off with their momentum, they already have 7 kills, and they are actually looking like the real Kings right now. The way they are focusing on to their fights, the way they are, going up with their fights. So things might just change a lot for these players, as they are just moving up, going forward with everything. So we'll have to see how that happens, as they have 8 kills, but they lost 2 of their players, but they don't want to stop up right now. They have 10 kills. These 2 players, DB and Addiction, they survived yesterday as well. Addiction is low on its HP, needs to boost up the HP, otherwise the circle's coming in. The circle's going to do enough damage. King Stevie is also outside the circle. Addiction, he is popping up a few HP markers for himself, but can he get inside the circle? Right now, we lost 3 teams. We are down to 9 teams, 30 players alive, and now fight for zone contestation just starts up.
Well, fight for the zone contestation is starting, and if you talk about the players of team number 10, they're holding on to a tower, and they spotted down the players of team 3, who are in the quite open area, and let's see how this fight is going. Team 3 is one lucky team, I have to say this, because they are being lucky. So many teams that are in the close vicinity of them are able to squat them out, but somehow all the 3 players are still surviving. Team 10, one of their players is still outside of the safe zone. He need to make the rotation. Team 12 is also in the close vicinity. In fact, both the teams, team 3 and team number 10, are holding the riverside area. So let's see how that is going to turn out. Still, we have 30 players alive, and there's a third zone. A UAV was going from the nearby, but none of the team has been has revealed there, has been exposed. Team 12 will have the height advantage. If you look at it, Team 12 will have the height advantage. They can also join and do a third party, but Team 3 has already closed in towards the plus of team number 10. 2 of the players are already down, but Justin from Team 10, from an off angle, takes down one of the player of team number 3. He wants to get that confirmation. He gets that confirmation, but Team 10 is also in a bit of trouble, because MR Edge, there is no chance Justin can go in for that revival onto him, and Team 3 has been reduced to 2 men. Let's see how Justin is going to take this 1v2 fight. If we talk about the hilltop, Team 9 and Team 12 are also engaging in a fight.
That's where the things, get tricky for these players and everything. They are engaging on different fights for themselves as well, as right now they are just trying to move up forward. Team number 12, they're moving good. They need to go for the revival. Team number 9, they are stuck. If they come out of this situation, that'll be a miracle, because the man advantage is not in their favor, but still the player of team number 9 is moving up forward, takes down one, can take down another one. That's going to be a tricky one, because his health is also going down. Now he goes down. Now is the last player from AR. We'll have to see if he takes up a good fight or not, as he's just moving up forward, going for his own cover, and he is trying to take players down as well. Best set up, he gets eliminated onto the other side. side, and Lee has been spotted from team number 9. You can see Raxley, he is trying to move up for his own self, but shotgun, yeah, this will be fruitful, but there's a backstab coming in. Now most players were using a shotgun, but now UMP coming up from Psycho. He goes down. Dawnbox is using shotgun of his own. 1v1 coming in. Dawnbox is good on his HP. Now it's a 3v1. Assam Rifle gets eliminated, and now the Revival will be coming in for better one.
Well, Revival should be coming in, and better one. 3 kills to their name, not lost any player. And there's a player of team number 10 also right in front of them. I believe they can get the confirmation. But on the other hand, Justin BLR takes one more kill to his teammate. This is a solo player that has been doing a lot. If we talk about it, he has got 2 kills to his name. And now the players of team 12 are rushing in towards him. Can he survive? No, he won't survive because team 12 will eliminate him. And with that, the whole squad of team number 10 has been eliminated. Team 12 has to give priority to the zone. They have to move inside the zone. Team 3 has already started their rotation. Team number 2 is already there. Team 3 has to be careful of the position of the players of team 2. From the northern side, if we have a look, there is a score. There are players of team number 1 and team number 7 also. Team 1 has a good compound to their name, and a part of it, I believe, is still inside the zone, or they will have to come out in the open area right now. And team 7 is coming out in the open area, and Boss is shooting in the direction of the players of team number 7, but somehow the player survived. He need to heal up really fast. He lost some of his HP, and team 7 and team number 1, how they are gonna make this rotation right now. The player of team 1 was at the receiving end of the damage.
They were onto the receiving end of the damage for sure, but Invade, look at this. Invade is moving up forward as well. 5 teams surviving, 16 players alive. They just have to move forward, and this team, I would say, is looking confident, but they also are losing their players. One more might just go down. Dawn is still surviving. Double kill coming in for the players of Respect. As you can see, both of their players have 2 kills each. Circle, not the best of the friends for both of these teams, so they need to make up a movement. They need to move right now. They are trying, but it's not just about the try, it's about to do the stuff in this one. That's where Team Respect is kind of outshining, but they also lost one of the players. PewDiePie is also looking decent as they are trying to take down their opponents right now. 15 players still surviving. Let's see who gets a booyah in this one.
Yes, let's see who gets a booyah in this one. PewDiePie is looking strong. They've got 1 kill to their name, but they have to move inside the zone. The player who can give them a trouble is going to the player of team number 3, whose location, I believe, has been revealed because it's a courtesy to that glue wall over there. So PewDiePie has to be careful with their rotations. On the other hand, Fluffy is also shooting in the direction of the players of team number 1. Team Respect, 5 kills to their name, but with that, one of the player has been taken down by the players of team 12. And PewDiePie, they spotted down the player of last player of Scotland of the East, and with that, Scotland of the East has been eliminated. And with that, the players of team 1 are stuck outside of the safe zone. They have to make their rotation. Dawn, if he has been spotted down, and yes, he has been spotted down by the players of team number 7. On the other hand, team 12 is also in a bit of trouble because team 2 is moving in their direction. Angel is popping in some grenades in the direction of the player of team 12 and team number 7, and let's see, team 2 definitely have the advantage. They eliminate better one, the last player, and now it's between 2 squads, team 7 and team 2.
Team 7, Team 2 for sure. It's kind of down to these teams out here. As you guys can see, these 2 squads, they are trying to fight with each other. PewDiePie gets eliminated. That's a booyah coming in for the players of Team Respect. I mean, they have the respect for sure. Did it good. I mean, it's all about the rotations in the final circle, and they did that to the perfection. They played it to the perfection.
Well, they played it to the perfection. And talk about comebacks, it's a day of comeback. Team Tension was doing a comeback. Team Respect was doing a comeback. And both the teams, Ocean, are up to a good competition among each other also for a top spot. So let's see which team is going to take the top position among the two. And yes, the Respect definitely on the Respect.
Well, yes, that's true, but we'll have to see what the analyst desk actually has to say about this one. So, let's just throw it on to you guys and take care of the rest.
Well, I mean, it was pretty incredible, this match as well. And, well, as Shadow so wonderfully pointed out, Respect have earned the respect.
Right, and I think this is a good, decent start from them. And with PewDiePie also getting the 2nd spot, now they've also gotten into the race for the 2nd and 3rd position overall. So with just 4 games remaining, things have started to intensify a lot. Kings God are really not having the kind of outing that they would usually want to. But still, as long as no one's touching you, you have nothing to worry about really. And so this is purgatory. We have another Bermuda coming after the COC matches after this, so we'll get to see if the other teams also tend to rise up. Do we get to see Scotland of the East making a comeback? Do they get a booyah? So a lot of questions are over here. But now it's just a plain game that really happened, where Team Respect had the circle. They did actually respect and did command a lot of it with the way they took the fights. They did have the man advantage towards the end. All they had to do was just seal the deal, and which they did very rightfully, and have earned their booyah.
Exactly, and that is something that you have to do, right? If you get the circle, you have to control a certain part of it, depending on which part of the terrain the circle is on. And also, I mean, moving things forward, as you said, this is now not a fight to get the first position. This is a fight to try and at least close the gap if you can between yourselves and the Kings, or just fight it out for the second position, because the Kings are really far ahead. But other than that, I mean, if you plan to take on the Kings, you can't
play it like the Kings.
You gotta play it like the Kings during the qualifiers. I mean, every single game should be like 20 kills coming in and the booyah for yourselves. And if you actually manage to do that, and the Kings sort of who are sort of not performing up to the mark that they were before, if that keeps on happening and they keep on dropping down, then there might be a possibility that you might just inch past them.
But then again, the question still remains. The team which was in the second spot, Scotland of the East, they've
too
not
far
been
away,
having a good game, and they've already amassed themselves a 120 plus lead. So to cover that up, you need to get at least 30 points in every single game, and make sure that they do not get any point. Even if they get 10 points out of every single game, at the end of the day, it's Kings God who are going to be emerging as the victors over here. So no, we can just disregard the first position. We do know that they do have it, and we'll take a look at the standings and get to know how much points have these teams collected for themselves. And there you can see. So this time we can see Kings God again 11 kills. Does not really matter if they get 4 placement points. It was an early elimination, but despite the fact they did try to take down a lot of squads.
They did in fact take down a lot of squads. They did have a really good kill game this time as well. But I mean, how far can you take this? For the other teams, this question is for the other team. How far can you take this? Like, this team is always getting those points somehow or the other, and I think they've never scored below 20 points per match.
Right, and I mean, this is how good Kings is. Now, for Kings, of course, teams are definitely trying to catch up to them, but every single time they're also getting 25 points plus per game. So they're of course going to cross the 300 mark, like we did predict. It's a bit too late today, because we did think that they would just do it in the first day itself. But as we take a look at the leaderboard and see how things have really fared off, well, almost very close
300
to that 300 mark, and almost very close to have a 150 plus lead over Scotland of the East. Well, respect. They have managed to keep up with the pace. They are still on the 3rd position. BONGAIGAON is just 10 points shy. So if BONGAIGAON gets another booyah for themselves, might be that they might be in the race for the 3rd spot.
So the race for the 2nd position is actually pretty
still
tight.
Open,
it is still open. But Kings God, they are really far ahead of the competition. And I mean, we have to see where the rest of the teams are going to come from and how much can they take. On the other side, IYATYLLILANG B, we do see them on the 7th position so far, a 7th or 8th position, and they got one booyah yesterday, and that was it. That was it. From there on out, the performance has been on the downslope.
Yes, of course. And it was just that one game where they were shining out. They did really come out on top. But apart from that, like Johnny mentioned, they've not been having those good games. Well, the synergy has been completely lacking with the team. The fight, positioning, every single thing. They've not been able to make a proper rotation inside the circle. They do get those 4th or 5th positions, but that is where they go up to. That's like the max point. So now they're pretty much out of the race. But we'll have to see how things turn out in those next few Free Fire games that we
exactly. But before we continue the action of Free Fire, we're gonna have the match of Clash of Clans, and before Clash of Clans, we're gonna take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back.
Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October. Hello and welcome back once again to Northeast Esports Summit. Indeed, this is looking really good. I mean, we just completed 2 games, or rather 8 games in total now completed for Free Fire. And finally, when it comes to the Free Fire segment, I'm really happy to see that, well, there's a little bit of change. I mean, there's a little bit of swing from the Kings God to a few other teams.
Yeah, but you know, there's still the things remain constant. Kings God have gotten themselves such a huge lead that it's really difficult to topple them over. But you know, returning back to the Clash of Clans segment, we must say that this might just possibly be our final game. If Tangkhulyarthot keeps on playing like how they played in the first game, if they get those early 3 stars, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have this in the bag.
I mean, what can Manipur Esports do is the question, right?
Yeah.
What can they possibly change? Because it's not just the gameplay that was brought in from Tangkul today, but the previous few games that they've been playing have been on point.
Right.
So again, the pressure is certainly going to be on Manipur Esports. Once again, hashtag AnySummit in the chat. Let us know what clan are you supporting as we get busy with this BO3 in the COC segment. And well, this could just be the final one, or it could just be a 1-1, which might lead us into the final BO3 game. But of course, let's find out. Let's quickly throw it to our casters, get this game started.
Welcome back, everybody, and it's good afternoon time actually, because in the morning we had the first game of the best of three series, and Tangkhulyarthot over there, exceptional performances coming out from them. But there was one thing that stood out for me in Manipur: they kept that damage constant. So maybe in game number 2 now we could see them get those stars also constant. But that is the only silver lining I see for them. Ocean, we spoke about this, and I asked you what's the difference that they can have from game 1 to game 2, and you gave me so many different reasons as to what they can work around. Hopefully, this past 1 hour where they have got the slight break, they've gone ahead and figured that out. But apart from that, who are the players you're actually looking forward to see? Do you see them changing their lineup a little bit, maybe sending the 4th and the 5th player on the first spot?
I would say probably, because if you remember in Manipur, what happened is the 4th player got the 3-star attack, right? So at that moment, he also said that if they get that player to the first attack, then it sets up the momentum, it sets up the game stature for the team. So if they do that in this one, because obviously this is a kind of a do-or-die situation. If they do, they get one more game. If they do not, then obviously the other team is going to be getting the best out of this one. So it's Tony Boy right now from Manipur Esports, and it's starting off with some decent spells, and we'll be using a lot of witches right now. So let's see if this witch attack gets the best out of everything.
Absolutely. The last time they attacked, of course, was Thoiba who opened up their attack. So it's nice to see there's a switch up over here. Tony may not be one of the best attackers, but he does have a really stable layout coming out from him. We see 13 witches on his side. He also has 1 giant and 3 below. So we have seen witch attacks go both ways. Sometimes they do really, really well. Sometimes they fail. It all comes down to the right execution, the right positioning, and the right time for the spells. But now, of course, you could see the Grand Warden there from the east side, of course, taking another Elixir Collector. He also has a healer in the back line, so that's going to be really helpful for him. I think Tony needs to keep an eye out on the time also, because it's always coming down to the nick of time. He needs those 3-4 last few seconds to get that 100% mark. He's also going to be sending down the witches. He deployed all of them in that specific space, and that's a little worrisome for me, because already the Eagle Artery has charged up a nice freeze coming out there from the ice golem, and the first compartment could be taken down very, very quickly. The Inferno also has been frozen, but it's live again, making a connect onto all those tiny skeletons. But it's a single target Inferno, which is somewhere working in Tony's favor, because the witches together will be able to handle it. Meanwhile, on the other side, of course, you do see that multi-targeted Inferno doing quite a bit of damage to all the witches at the simultaneous side, and the Eagle Artery charging right onto that space. But a beautiful rage getting used there by Tony. He's already got the 36% damage done, but Ocean, look at the time. It's only 1 minute 30 seconds now.
That's true, that's true. Time is not the bestest on his paper right now, but all the heroes have their abilities. Obviously, he needs to deploy Royal Champion as well if he needs to get the maximum utilization of this thing. Talking about previous game versus this game, in previous game you could see Tangkhulyarthot was the one that started off the first attack. Now it's Manipur, so Tangkhulyarthot will be the one chasing them, and King's ability was deployed, Queen's ability and Red Water's ability was deployed as well. Now it's down to Royal Champion. He has been deployed, but the ability still is intact right next to the Town Hall, and we'll try and take down the Town Hall for sure. But now the ability, as it still survives, it might just use it in the right nick of time, but Town Hall still is alive, still surviving out there. Now the ability goes down, but still Town Hall, now it goes down with the next attack. 72% 2-star is where he is, and that's where Royal Champion sacrifices itself. It might not go to a 3-star.
Absolutely, it does feel like this might not be a conversion to 3 stars, but Tony Boy, he's looking to get this at least a really high percentage 2-star attack. It's also very important for him to make sure he reaches that 90% mark, because closing at an 85 just does not work in a grand finale game. For now, of course, you also see the front lines with the Grand Warden and the Wizards. He could push this all the way to a 90%. It's definitely possible, but he has also time constraint here. You see 10 seconds left on the clock, and that's worrisome for me. I don't really see any more wall breakers into this little mix of things, and that means he's going to be closing at a maximum of an 85%. And on an average day, if this was a qualifier game, I would be really really happy seeing this 85% come out from Manipur. But I do feel they made a few mistakes. Again, the same thing, sending and deploying too many witches completely against an Eagle Archery is worrisome. Secondly, that Royal Champion, it did try to take down the Town Hall in the first go without using its ability, but then you had a super minion over there doing so much damage to him, and he needed to take that down first. So a lot of little mistimed things over there. Maybe if he had actually concentrated on taking down the Town Hall first, this could have had a better result. But after all said and done, Manipur opening at an 85%.
85% not so bad, because if you're talking about Manipur, they've always been to 80 to 90, 90 plus. Like, they've been on to nervous 90s. Now they are on to 80s if we talk about this. But still, we need to see the hundreds. The full-fledged attack coming in from this team. Talking about Tangkhulyarthot right now, the defender has changed its position to the attacker side, as Champ's going to be doing it. The most important thing is going to be going for the bowler, which attack, and now Battle Flame also has his movement on one of the compounds, but still they have to mark up a good opening, and I would say that's where the Battle Flame did good.
Absolutely, and interesting combination here coming out from Champs. He's got with 4 Pekkas and 7 bowlers with 3 witches. So I must say, when we saw game number 1 from this player, he closed at a 73%, and we were expecting him to do something extraordinary in game number 2 to showcase his skill. I'm looking forward to see how he really pans this out. This will actually show me how good Champs is as a player, because the last time he came to perform was on the 4th position, where you don't really have a lot of pressure, and he just did a little bit of shenanigans over there. But now, of course, he is the opening attacker. So Tangkhulyarthot relying on him for this attack. Going to be sending out the Archer Queen. You do see the funnel has been created. The Inferno Tower has made a connect onto him. The Grand Warden and the Queen are both targeted there, but I'm sure they'll be able to take this down with ease. And moving forward, of course, onto the other side, you see the bowlers over there. 4 Pekkas have graced us onto this map. So this is the first time around I've seen this kind of combination getting played out in the Northeast Championship. On the backlines, of course, you do see a defensive Royal Champion. He's the next one called. Champs moving in the right direction.
Has good direction again. He's going to be touching up 41st marker with 135 seconds on the clock, and will be going for the 50% for sure. Now Town Hall, that's into the contestation. Hidden Tesla's coming up on right that area, but look at that. Town Hall was no competition for bowlers. It was not at all a competition question. But now, as we'll be moving on to the scatter shot and also the back-end defense, like that's where the air defense is, multiple Inferno Tower as well. So that's where, it might be a nick of a time, but Queen's ability still survives, Royal Champion's ability still survives. So that's one thing that can change everything. But talking about the time constraint, he has to get at least like 33%, much more of damage if he needs to go for in less than 55 seconds.
Absolutely. He doesn't have any much troops. I mean, when I look at the board now, it's only the Archer Queen who's getting targeted there by the multi-targeted Inferno, but nice freeze coming out there. I don't think it's going to be enough to save her, even though she does have a few healers behind her. But it'll definitely give the Royal Champion a little bit time to rotate into this one. Now, he has attacked the scatter shot. He doesn't have his ability till now, but you see those bombs, and those hidden bombs are going to be really troublesome there to Royal Champion, costing him his life. But at the same time, Champ's so close to making this a 3-star. Somewhere Manipur just joining their hands and praying that this is not a 3-star attack, and it's already going to be such a bad start for them. On the other side, of course, he has his 15 seconds remaining. The witches are there, the elite barbs are there, the archers are there, but that multi-targeted Inferno, a curse today for Champs. Going to be closing his scorecard today at 95%.
95%, not the worst though, I would say somehow, but Manipur is, it's still, it's higher than 85, so that's a win-win situation right now, because the first attack from Manipur came down to an 85, the first one from Tangkhulyarthot came down to a 95. Still decent, not the best, but I mean, we still have to see those 3 stars just coming in whenever they do. But talking about this attack, I would say time was an issue, plus they took down Town Hall really fast, but after that, the troops did not fight with the other defenses. So that's, had the troops, were deployed from a different direction, it could have gone worse. So that was a good utilization of troops.
Absolutely, and overall, I think, like you mentioned, the fact it was just that the Town Hall capabilities were so well done. It was just post that, and there were also a lot of hidden traps which were really not visible to him to really know how to really deal with them. I think even if the Royal Champion would have survived, we would have seen a change in event. That Archer Queen a little mistimed over there with her ability, otherwise she would have been alive, and this was a definite 100%. But somewhere Manipur going to be happy about this. At least they don't have to deal with their opening attack of 3 stars. Coming in next, of course, we have Joy and other player who previously attacked in the 4th or the 5th position, now coming in here in the 2nd position. Maybe without this constant pressure on his head, his performance will definitely be nailed. He's going for the Witches attack yet again, using 9 Witches in his arsenal. The interesting thing is he has 3 golems, also here, ice golems, 2 headhunters, and he's starting his attack here from the north side. You do see that they've opened up with the Grand Warden, the healers on the back line, and it does feel like this funnel will be created. He's also dropped down the Witches in the same aura of the Grand Warden, so that is one good news. He needs to make sure that he times the ability of the Grand Warden on point to be able to convert it correctly. Meanwhile, onto the other side, you do see that he has used one of the spells. He's used an Earthquake spell also just to deal with that targeted Inferno, which is so menacing when he actually comes in with his major attack. The other good part for Doy is that the Eagle Artery Chamber is right in front of him. So once he does take that down, we can see a lot more pressure. But he's not yet taken down the Eagle Artery Chamber. He's already got the Witches live onto the map. So I am a little worried for him now.
Well, we all are kind of the way it is happening, right? But as you can see, with the attack damage, not up to the mark right now, and time is it is still there. I would say somehow now the next ice golem, if they freeze down, they'll be doing freezing up the time, and will be letting Witch utilize that time, those attack percentages for themselves right onto the back inside. That's where King and Pekka. Siege Barrack was dropped, it was deployed down, but King and Pekka, they were separated. Now the Pekka is going to move in to the same compartment as where King is, and it's going to be a deadly one. But no, Pekka moves on to the cannon side, takes down one, and now the Visitor was the next one to go down. And Grand Warden is on its own utilization against those lava pups right now. That's where the Queen is as well, and those healers supporting Queen onto the bestest of the ways. Eagle Artery has opened its mouth, but Joy taking this to 100% will be a challenge.
Absolutely, I do feel that he could have attacked this from the other side. Being so close to the Eagle Artery Chamber but not really going for it, it's a little questionable for me in a choice moment. Look at the amount of damage getting dished out to every single unit that he has on the map.
Yeah.
He is trying to, of course, recover here. You do see the Royal Champion taking down that 3rd compartment. He's moved to those 2 stars. He's got that 66%, but now it's seeming to fade. The Archer Queen, of course, in the front lines, her ability also has been deployed. That means those tiny archers are going to be leaving us soon. Meanwhile, on the back lines, he's dropped out a few cleanup units. He's realized that this could be a little far from comfort. He has only 30 seconds and still 30% of the base remaining. Joy, I somewhere feel his walk was wrong. He could have waited with the Witches. He got a little too desperate looking at the time clock. But if he had gone ahead and dealt with that Eagle Artery with just the Royal Champion and maybe a suicide attack with the heroes, this would have definitely had a different outcome. For now, of course, you can see the Yeti just cleared out the remaining towers. Joy, not a bad performance. Will close very close to his teammate there at 83%.
Yeah, so his start was wrong, was right, but the walk was wrong with the utilization. 84% coming in again. They try to play past 80%. That's what Manipur Esports is known for. They try and play past higher damage numbers, but Tangkhul, if they go for 1 3-star, they change the game forever. And there's that 1 3-star might just come up in the next game, onto the next game or something like that. But Manipur, if they have to win, if they have to, get the score to 1-1 instead of 2-0, they have to do something like 3-star. But that's right now, that's not into the equation. That's one thing that's happening.
Absolutely. And the other funny thing is that, the attackers from the side of Tangkhul who were not giving us those 3 stars, they have already finished attacking. So that, of course, definitely increases the pressure here onto Manipur Esports. But now it's going to be Gaku who's going to be attacking next. You do see he's going for a very comfortable combination, the Hybrid Hog Miner. He's gone for 15 miners in his arsenal. He's also gone for 8 Hog Riders. So I like the combination. Works really well on a base layout like this. You're also going to be seeing those healers over there on the back lines. And another interesting fact is when you look at Manipur, they always open up with the Grand Warden, but when you look at Tangkhul, they always open up with a very strong attack at the Archer Queen, which actually sets the pace on how they're really going to get this attack through. It also gives them enough time to figure out when do they want to make that Eagle Artery live, because with just the Archer Queen over there, they managed to take down quite a bit of the base itself. But now, of course, with the wall breakers there, we did see that passage getting cleared out. The Queen still heading towards the Town Hall. Mostly going to wait for her to take down the Town Hall before we see the Hybrid Hog Miner combination. I think the only concern here for Gaku is the fact that does he really do this in the 1 minute 30-second mark and give the Archer Queen a little bit more time, or does he get impatient now and just drops the Hybrid Hog Miner, but putting that Eagle Artery into position to start launching?
Well, right now, Seashbreg and King, just being deployed right next to each other. Again, a pretty good outing might just come in from Gashwi. They have a lot of time right now. They have 29% of the damage just for themselves. And Queen with that healer, yeah, that's the combination we, know is pretty good. And now the Hawks are coming in. That means the push is coming in. Hawk Miner hybrid combination is coming in right next to the compartment of Town Hall. A few of them are moving on to the Town Hall's area, and that's where game might change. 50% 1-star. We'll try and make it to a 2-star for sure.
Absolutely, he's definitely making to a 2 stars, and I don't think he's going to be happy just with 2 stars. He's looking to convert this to a 3 stars. His Archer Queen is still alive, which is phenomenal. There are no healers as such, but she herself on her own can do a lot of damage. But now the Inferno Tower chipping down to her. Very unlucky there for the Archer Queen. She's going to be the next one to fall, and suddenly the tides have turned here. He can't really convert this to a 3 stars. It just feels really too difficult. Somewhere Manipur Esports setting out those right traps on the map to not make the side of Tangkhulyarthot touch those 3 stars, giving them the opportunity to convert. For now, of course, it's going to be the Eagle Archery Chamber going down next, but there is a defensive Barbarian King and a Queen in that same compartment, and that means the Grand Warden is not going to be able to achieve going forward anymore, and that means the heroes are down at 75%. Now only remaining are some cleanup troops. Somewhere Manipur's done this. They are forcing Tangkhulyarthot to end their scorecards lesser than normal.
That's true. I mean, this is never expected from Tangkhulyarthot. We're talking about this one, Gachwe, let alone this guy was known for those 100% attacks. But I would say Manipur, they learned from their mistakes of the first game, and they're applying that in the second game. And they are doing it in a really phenomenal way. This is where we would say Manipur, yeah, they started late, but they still have a fight. They still have a fight left in them. And if they, I would say in the overalls, if the next time then they that they attack, if they go for past 86% and they stop Tangkhulyarthot at another 80%, they'll have a lead. They'll have a lead for the first time in the game.
Absolutely, and they need that lead. They need a reverse sweep if they need it in this best of 3. This is, of course, the second game, ladies and gentlemen. If you have missed out the first game, it's definitely available. You can just go back in YouTube a little bit and you'll see these 2 fantastic teams perform on your screens. You can also hashtag any summon and let us know which of these teams are you supporting, because they definitely need the support to perform better. It's always nice to have a hype around you, especially when it's a grand finale. For now, the next attacker is going to be Thoibaya from Manipur Esports. Normally comes in on the first place as an attacker, but this time he's taking the 3rd position. The pressure is new to him. Hopefully he can deal with it really well. He's going for an air attacker. You see a lava loon combination with 30 balloons in his favor and 2 loons. Meanwhile, he also has 10 minions and 1 baby dragon. So with an air attack, it's definitely interesting to see how he really deploys his heroes. He's going to start with a suicide attack on his heroes. You see the Royal Champion in the front lines. You see the Archer Queen on the back lines. No healers beside her. You also see the Barbarian King coming in there. The baby dragon on the corner. Once they take about 30-35% of this base, we could see the attack get more intense. But the problem with an air attack is it comes in so fast and it ends really soon. So I hope Thoiba has in mind that it's not the time this time that's going to be his problem. It's just going to be how he deploys those loons. The Eagle Archery Chamber has been already visited here. So you do see the Archer Queen. She's going to be taking it down really, really quickly. And when I look at the rest of the base, I don't really see a lot of air defenses that could affect the lava quite a bit. So I like the way Thoiba is playing this out. Let's see if execution also is on point.
It should be on the point. I mean, they lost Royal Champ and they could not use his ability. Lost him though, but Eagle Archery has been taken down, and now it's time for Queen to just charge up her ability as well. King's ability was charged, so King might be the next one to fall down as the HP is pretty low with that one, and there it will be going down. Now it's down to Queen. It's doing everything right next to the Town Hall, but Queen goes down. Now Stone Slammer and the balloons are moving up from one side. Lava Hound and balloons are moving up as well. This is where you can see this team means business. This attack means business. And with the time remaining, with the 2-star 60%, they might as well go to a very higher percentage. We're talking about 80, we're talking about 90, we might be talking about 100 as well.
Absolutely. The only problem now is that multi-target Inferno, the Stone Slammer, falling right on its face though and destroying it completely. A dragon is going to prop out of there, and that dragon is going to be doing quite a bit of splash damage. The Archer Tower, of course, but is going to be able to take not only the dragon down, but also the balloons with it, which is a little troublesome for Thoiba. I was worried about that multi-target Inferno. It was going to be a cause of concern, but he wasn't able to get through that hurdle for himself. That means the leader troops are out. He's already get into that 85% mark, which is something that his other teammates have already reached, and they are looking to just push higher than that. So anything about the 85% mark is good for him. With the number of cleanup troops available and with the number of seconds remaining on the clock, I do see this going to a very high percentage. It could also push to a 96 or a 97. But Thoiba, I think this time around we'll have to say goodbye yet again to the 3 stars. Maybe the next one is where we'll see the first set.
I mean, this is where it goes down. 94% is what we'll be seeing onto the clock markers, and yes, that's where, things will be ending for sure. Seems like a good attack, seems like a decent outing for them, and now they'll be having a lead. If they stop down Tangkul even at 80%, they'll still have a lead. For the first time in this game, someone said somehow Manipur, they did their homework. They had just 1 hour, they did their practices. They did everything.
I mean, sometimes, it just comes down to, like they say, these last few minutes of your life are the most important.
The bird's eye view thing, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what's happened to them. They've also received a lot of flack, I think, not only from us in general, but also I think their friends in general saying that, you know what, you're much better than this. You're just getting beaten down under the pressure of a really strong team. Don't let that happen. Now, Tangkul, knowing that this is their third attack, they need to be careful. They are the ones running towards the stars, not the other way around. Manipur, meanwhile, they are doing okay for themselves. You do see a mighty Yeti bowler combination coming out here with 2 witches. You also see 1 headhunter, 1 siege barrack. So everything on point here for Shiloh. The last time we saw Shiloh perform, he was decent, but I do feel he did make a tad bit of errors. Hopefully in this one, he's going to fix that out because now their team really needs those 3 stars. You're going to see the Barbarian King getting deployed next. The Yetis have come in from there, but everybody is on the north side and they will manage to take this town hall and get the first 2 stars. That's not the problem. But oh my god, from the defensive CC troops, you do see the Lava Hound now not moving towards the Archer Queen, moving towards the P.E.K.K.A, and that means the P.E.K.K.A may die earlier than possible.
I mean, if those wizards survive, then they will, try and attack those lava pops as well. And obviously the witch is out there as well. But the northern push coming in, taking down the town hall, that is a good story on its own self. Now look at that ice golem. It's behind the push, so even if it just freezes in this area, it's not going to be much more of a good thing. But now that jump spell also goes for a jump scare for the opponents. And now if that ice golem does freeze, and that's a good one because it takes down those hidden Tesla towers and also the scatter shot just for a while. But the utilization was done in this one. Queen's ability still survived, but King with its ability was trying to do a lot of damage.
I mean, either this is one killer combination from Shiloh where he's not taken down the Lava Hound for so long and the cost for it is just his P.E.K.K.A. But the cost for it is not his Archer Queen, which is one good point. And hopefully Shiloh is going to do something drastic now to get to the 3 stars because I did find his execution a little unique. But it does seem to be paying off. You do see the Archer Queen there into the front lines with the Royal Champion doing quite a bit of damage to the remaining troops. And when I look on the back side of the base, I do see there's an Archer Tower, an Inferno Tower, Wizard Tower. So there are 2 Archer Towers that are going to be a huge problem here. But with the ability available on both of them, I could see a conversion coming out here. Shiloh, very, very close to comfort. It's going to be a nail-biting finish for him if his troops survive. And they are surviving, Ocean. This is the first 3 stars, I think.
This is Shiloh and Tangkul. They don't want to give Manipur the lead. I would say this only. They almost had the Manipur almost had the lead, but then Tangkul was like, we have Shiloh, we have the game, we have the lead, we have everything, and that's how they get their first 3-star attack in this one. Tangkul, second game again. They'll be getting 54 overall percentage. They'll be getting 7 stars in total. Meanwhile, Manipur is still at 6. I mean, this Manipur almost had their game, but Tangkul, it seems like they are snatching it away.
I mean, if we were in the Northeast right now, I'd be jumping on my chair and doing a little dance. So it's super exciting to have a grand finale like this where we see really unique play styles. And especially this one. And the major reason for that is that this is just for the Northeast part of the country. And that means that all these players may not be the best in the nation, but to be the best in your region and to put out performances like this definitely makes an eye turn onto your side and be like, why don't you take part in other tournaments? Because you're really, really good. And Shiloh definitely going to be a part of the Airtel India Esports Tour Award. I see him as one of those players who has that kind of caliber to keep converting great attacks. For now, of course, Dinesh, one player from the side of Manipur who got those 3 stars last time. He's coming in on the 4th position. There is a lot of pressure on him, but he needs to get these 3 stars. These 3 stars will just even out the scorecard here with Tangkhulyarthot, and that is so very important today for Manipur. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of fame on the line. But now, of course, the battle flame is going to make a connect there into the central core part of the base. The Eagle Artillery has been charged upon, and I love the fact that Dinesh wants to go ahead and deal with that big chunk early on into the fight. Meanwhile, he's going for an air attack here, so you do see the Eagle Artillery being slightly of a problem. The clone spell over there, got to be able to take down that Eagle Artillery. Beautifully played here by Dinesh. Conversions are going to be so important now.
That's true. That's true. But if we are just talking about the way these openings are just coming up, I would say it's not the best time to just let the time pass, because that's one thing that I would say is happening right now. He's just letting the time pass because he has an open area. I would say he should go for a push, not just one dragon, right? Go for much more, and this is where now the push is coming in. He I don't know, wasted those 13-ish seconds, and those 13 seconds can be a big number when you talk about the ending moments of the time.
Absolutely. I think he's just a little worried about the hidden traps. He's seen his 2 teammates just fall down under that pressure. He's realized that, yes, time is a huge concern for him. But at the same time, doing one step wrong could take him from a 3-star to a 1-star instantly. So Dinesh being very careful on the execution. He's not really looking so much at the 3 stars, but he definitely wants to hit a high percentage here. Meanwhile, the dragons now being deployed there from the east side. You're going to see the Electro Dragon a little scattered away from the rest of the dragons, but meanwhile, into the circle of the Grand Warden, the dragons are all available. They're going to be taking down the Town Hall. The Town Hall is down. The Eagle Archery is down. The Air Sweeper going to be a little bit of trouble, and now he just has 59 seconds. The Archer Queen going to be deployed next onto the board. She needs to chip down 30% of the base in the next 30 seconds, and I think she can do it. It's just about the right timing. Meanwhile, beautiful freeze getting deployed there into the 3rd chamber. So the Air Sweeper no longer going to be a problem there for those few dragons that are remaining. And onto the back lines now, with the Barbarian King there, the Electro Wizard doing a phenomenal job. Beautiful freeze getting deployed here. Dinesh on point here when it comes to execution, and time suddenly now on his side.
Time is on his side now, all of a sudden. Plus, obviously, has to take down a few defensive buildings on that one. Arch Tower goes down. Another one will be biting the dust for sure. Slowly and steadily, and the Visit Tower is there as well. Visit Tower, I don't think so that one Visit Tower can do enough. So again, Manipur, they don't want to go without a fight. If you do a 3-star, we do a 3-star. That's what Dinesh is doing, and Dinesh has done 2 back-to-back 3-stars. Talking about the previous game, talking about this game, always comes on the 4th attack and does the best.
Fantastic play. I mean, yet again, the pressure was so much on the player. Everything could have gone wrong for him. I think, time was a problem. Dragons, a very scary attack to go for. The Electro Dragon was not on point, but getting it all back together, he's another player I want to see on the Airtel India Esports Tour Award. I think both these players, they're just so good. They make me remember Professor from the ESL India Premiership. For now, the next attack is going to be Karai from here. He normally attacks the first from Tangkhulyarthot. He's also going to be those players who always ends up with the 3 stars. He's just so good at his execution. For now, he's going to go with an air attack. We didn't really see him go for an air attack the last time around. He's gone with 9 balloons in his arsenal. He also has 9 dragons. He has 1 ice golem, 1 yeti, of course, and 1 headhunter. When we look at the spells, he has quite a few spells, but the 3 freezes that my eyes are banked upon. For now, he's going to look at getting the Barbarian King here into the front lines. He's already entering the Eagle Archery chamber. He wants to try and take this down before he even starts his major air attack.
Well, look at this. The early ability of King just also came in. I would say that was not a panic ability, but still he knew what he needed to do to just take down that one Eagle Artillery. So the King was sacrificed in this one. Now look at this. Stone Slammer just moving up forward, taking down the Visit Tower for sure. But then that's where the troops will be coming up, and that's where the Inferno Tower will be going up forward as well. Now Tangkhulyarthot has to pull off a miracle. Plus, if you're talking about the numbers, they have a lot on the clock remaining, and they are about to touch 50%. That number, that lead is massive when you look onto the attack percentage versus the time remaining. So if they play their cards right, this will be their game once again.
Absolutely. They need to play every single card right here. This is the 4th attack from Tangkul. After this, we're only going to see one attack each from each team, and that's going to define whether are we going to be going towards stars or are we going to go towards damage. When you look at the damage, of course, pretty even down between both these teams. It's only the stars that are really separating them for now. And to be honest, if this is a 3-star attack, then the pressure yet again on Manipur. But meanwhile, on the back lines, of course, you do see the Grand Ward, and he's kind of stuck in that compartment, so it's going to take him a little time to get out of there. But on the other side, he has so much of time, and it's an easy conversion. I don't really see any more hidden traps. There were a few bombs which have been already removed. The tornado traps have been moved out, and that means that this Archer Queen has a free reign here on the remaining part of the map. She also has an ability available that's going to be deployed in front of your screens right now. But on the back lines, look at those dragons. They're so beautiful, and they're going to help that Archer Queen close this with a 3-star performance. Karai, every single time he comes, he takes those 3 stars and he goes back home. And he's done it again. Now the lead yet again on the side of Tangkul. Can Manipur convert their final performance to a 3 stars? Because if they don't, it's Tangkul who are going to be the champions.
This comes down to a final game. This comes down to the final percentage area. This comes down to where, it all just goes down. You're thinking in the starting, Manipur started off good. They had pretty good fights for themselves, right? Just starting off on 85, 84, 90%. But after that, things go down. Now talking about Boy Sharma, he's going to be the last attacker today. Probably not the last if this game goes for another game, if they somehow pull off a miracle. But for that, they need to go for a full-fledged 3-star attack. Otherwise, if they go for a 3-star, they'll go to 12 stars, and Tangkul will have to go for a 3-star as well. We'll have to see where this game just ends up right now. It's still 2 minutes out there onto the clock, and they are looking good for the funneling, because after that, the hybrid hawk on the push will be coming up.
Boy Sharma, a lot relying on this final attack for him, and he needs to pull out an ace of spades if he wants to win this. The Archer Queen in the front lines going to be able to take down those lava puffs. The Ice Golem, the next one to fall. The freeze is going to affect her for a little while, but that's okay. I mean, they have enough time on hand. Looking at the combination, it's a hybrid hawk miner, so the next thing I'm looking on the board for is the Eagle Artery Chamber. Taking that down is going to be key for Boy Sharma. He knows the Archer Queen by herself can take down the Town Hall. He can also send in a Royal Champion if required. I don't think he really needs to invest that whole set of horde coming in here just for the Town Hall. So it's all about that patience here for Boy Sharma today. Can he really convert this complete spacing? He's running a little low on time, which is my concern here in the first few seconds, but he's also sending down a Yeti. Is he going to start this hybrid attack from the south side? Because he really needs to take down the Eagle Artery. Onto the other side, though, there are quite a few defensive troops already lined up. We haven't yet seen much happening here on the Archer Queen side. She's taking a lot of time, and that's going to be really expensive for Boy.
Think about this attack as compared to the previous attack. When it was 1 minute 40 seconds onto the clock in the previous attack, that attack was at already 50%. This one, now it got a 1st star, and we'll be looking forward to the 2nd star. So Manipur, this attack was not the best with the time remaining. So, things might just change on this attack. But talking about now that they have become the base with the Hawks and mines coming up from one compartment to the other, taking down the Tesla Tower as well. Now they're moving forward. The multiple Inferno in the middle lines alongside with the defensive Royal Champion and defensive Queen. They are looking good. But right from the back end side where the King is moving forward, it will try and be a cleanup group as its ability is still surviving, and now it charges up onto the best of its ability.
Absolutely. You're going to see a big attack coming out here. There is 72% damage done. 8 of the front lines, of course, there's only 30 seconds remaining. So this is really worrisome here for Boy Sharma. He needs to convert this in the nick of time. Meanwhile, the Inferno Tower, multi-targeted, going to be a costly affair, and going to be the next one to fall. 81% is where Manipur is closing their scorecard, and that means Tangkul, they just need to get 2 stars in the bag for themselves. And if they're able to do that, it is going to be all win done for them.
It will be all done for them, and there it is, 88%. Again, they had a good outing. See, the number of percentage marker that they have, it's past 80 plus. So they were going for 85, 84, 90, 100, 88. That's what their percentages have been. But coming back to Tangkul, they go for a 2-star high percentage, or maybe they go for a 3-star. It's their game. All they need to do, like perfect win, is when they get a 3-star, and they can. I mean, they have done that previously as well.
They have done that, and they could definitely do it again. It'll be nice to see, when it's a final real game that you have on your screens. It has to be a three-star performance. It's so very important to be able to brag about it later on and say that I went in last and I got a 3 stars. So I hope Tangkul is ready for that. I think they have the player also who's gotten 3 stars before. He will be able to get it this time around, and it's an easy peasy walk. I mean, honestly, getting those 2 stars is something that you really expect from Tangkul. Even if they get really high percentage, and then we need to look at the attack damage between both the teams, I still feel they are doing much better than the side of Manipur. But I don't want it to 2-0, I must say, and Bubblehead is going to be the next one onto the board.
Well, Bubblehead will be the last one out here, probably. If we're talking, but if we're looking at the percentages, I mean, they have to go past 82%. If they go past 82%, they get the win. I mean, given the fact they also have 2 stars, otherwise we have seen 1 star, 80% plus attack as well. So now, looking at this one, you can see using up a wall wrecker right for the starters of the game, and then they are just gonna go towards the town hall as well. And this seems like a really good move, a really good move. That freeze from the Ice Golem coming in. Defensive troops are up, but wall wrecker needs to go to the town hall only, and that's where another Ice Golem freeze just chimes in. But the town hall is still unfazed right now.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, of course, with that freeze available, you do see them entering that compartment with these lava loon. Meanwhile, it has already moved into this base. You do see it almost coming in. But the problem right now for me is that if the suicide attack doesn't start off well, the lava loon may not be able to come in from the east side. They'll have to set it out from another side of the base. Meanwhile, into the front lines, of course, the Royal Champion has already taken a fall on the sidelines. The Queen, she is chipping down a little harder. He's got that 1 star in his favor. He's moved to the 33% damage. Meanwhile, the ability going to be charged up next. She's still alive. Going to do a little bit more damage. I don't think enough to take down the town hall, but it's already taken down. But meanwhile, the clan castle has to still be taken down. We're on to the other side now. The lava loons have been deployed there with the balloons, and they are heading into the secondary compartment.
Yeah, they are heading in onto the secondary compartment for sure. That's where lava pups are forming up, as well, as you can just see right now. Out the backlines, where Grand Warden is doing everything as its ability. Still intact, will use it. And with this one, obviously, we will be getting up a scoreline of 2-0 from Tangkhulyarthot, because undoubtedly, Northeast Esports Summit, they are your winners out here.
Absolutely. They are confidently moving across this base. They've reached a 54-second mark. You also see these balloons looking really good here. And they're going to be able to convert. And even though Manipur put out a great performance today, somewhere Tangkul a tad bit better. And I'm sure that if Manipur comes back tomorrow and they are able to fight this team again, I'm sure they're going to be much stronger. But for now, of course, they're going to be moving to that 81% damage. It's 30 seconds left on the clock. That means the fight is already done. You do see a few cleanup troops. That's the only thing remaining here. And they're going to push this percentage only to an 85, which is, I mean, when you look at the grand finale, you do expect everything to be intense, 90 to 95%. But I think they're going to be okay today with just this 85%. Also, you do see the archers. They are there. There's about 9 seconds left on the clock, so it's definitely an 85%.
86. I would say somehow this might just go to 86. I mean, they have 3 seconds, they have 3 seconds, they have 3 seconds. Yes, 88. Wow. That's a good percentage marker out there. Tangkhulyarthot, I mean, no questions asked. The way this team has been moving, like talking about good star percentages, good game percentages, this team won everything. And at the end, obviously, they won Northeast Esports Summit for Clash of Clans for sure.
Absolutely. Look at that. But hardly by
Yeah.
a few percentages here and there. 91.6 versus 90.2. Yes, of course, they had that extra star. But the way Manipur performed in game number 1 and the way they performed in game number 2, somewhere I wish they had done something similar in game 1. Maybe they would have stood a chance to take it all the way to a game number 3. But like you mentioned, Roshan, we have our winners. It's going to be Tangkhulya, who are going to be the champions of the Northeast Summit. And it's been such a wonderful journey when you look at them. They went through the qualifiers. They had some of the most intense matches. They come into the grand finale. They play a phenomenal semi-finals number 1. They were the only team, I think, that there was 100% chance that a team is going to take it. And today, they just made that into stone.
They did. Incredible performances coming up. I mean, they always had an answer to the attacks that were done on them, and they could do it with the perfection.
Absolutely. So for now, of course, Ocean, we will have to say goodbye to you because it's time for the next game. But Clash of Clans has definitely found a winner for now. Congratulations to the team. Let's head back to the desk where we have our host and analyst waiting.
Thank you so much, Angie and Ocean. Wow. Congratulations, of course, to this wonderful clan of... Do the honors, please.
Tangkhulyarthot.
There you go.
There you go. I mean, there was a moment. There was a moment when we really thought that this match might go to the third game, and
Yes.
we were really excited and we were really looking forward to it. But then again comes that beautiful 3-star attack from the third player, and after that, those were those flurry of those 2 stars attacks, but did not really matter because the majority of the work had been done.
Right.
Manipur Esports, they've been struggling, right? They've been struggling. They've not been able to play at their potential best. They were so close to a 3-star, but then they kind of messed it up.
True.
And they could have done better with those traps. They could have done better with the way they were, funneling things around. But there you go, the champions.
Well, we certainly do have our champions for Northeast Esports Summit, COC, that is Clash of Clans, and boy, oh boy, it is none other than the clan of Tangkhulyarthot. A very, very wonderful gameplay coming in from this clan, and indeed, I mean, Vixus, this is the clan that was relegated or pushed away in Qualifier 2 by Assam Elites.
Yeah.
And here they are back with the storm, and GG's through and through is what they've showcased.
Of course. I mean, coming out from the fourth qualifier, we were of the speculation that the other teams might not have their bases well built up. They had a good time. They were taking like 4 3-stars per game, and that is how dominating this team has been. Yesterday against Noob Scarlet, they pulled off a pretty good job as well.
True.
And today also in the first match, back-to-back 3 stars, and now it was a bit more competitive. Like Manipur was really prepared. They did anticipate what was really coming at them, and they tried, but that one 3-star attack just changed it all.
The final game, this one, of course, it was very intense because every single back-to-back, what we noticed was 95% or at 94%, 85% or at 84%. And it was just moving on along in that rhythm. But as you so beautifully did, the 3-star, that one game, and that's all they needed. And boy, oh boy, we've got ourselves the first time ever Northeast Championship COC winners, and it is none other than the wonderful clan of Tangkhulyarthot. Of course, a very, very warm congratulations to you all. Along with that, keep in mind, now you guys are actually part of Airtel India Esports Store as well.
Right.
So go on to the website, go on and start searching for all the different, players from Indian Clashers, from Dark Tangent, who are the best of the best in the country, and find out where do you stand. With that, we do reach the end of our COC segment as well as the COC war that's been going on since the past month. But the journey for Northeast Summit does not end here. We, of course, still need to find out who are going to be the champions for Free Fire. So we're going to go on a very short break, after which, of course, we'll continue on with our Free Fire games. Airtel India Esports Store continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October. Alright, welcome back once again to Northeast Esports Summit by Nodwin Gaming, of course, powered by Airtel India Esports Store and sponsored by Red Bull, the energy drink that has been providing the wonderful energy and the wings that have been going on since the past month now.
Yeah.
But today is the final day, the final battle that has, of course, started off in the first two games. We saw two brand new teams come up and
Yes.
take the booyah.
Exactly. I mean, two new teams, two new faces, but one thing remained consistent. Kings were somehow getting those kills for themselves as well.
They were, dude.
So that thing is going to keep on going, and we're going to see in the next 4 matches that are going to happen as to how far can they exactly take this one. I mean, can they cross the 400-point marker? Which, I mean, knowing the sort of performances they bring sometimes might actually be possible. But as Fixes pointed out, and as me and Fixes had the conversation, now the fight is to see who's going to be right behind them, who's going to be on the second position, who's going to be third.
Exactly, that is where the fight absolutely is going to be fought for, because after all, when you talk about that lead difference,
Yep.
it's just too much. And with that, of course, there are only 4 more games remaining. So let's get busy with these games. Let's go over to our casters and get into the booyah awesomeness.
Hello everyone, once again, my name is Oshin Sharma, alongside me it's going to be Shadow, and we are out here. We just crowned one champion from Clash of Clans, now it's going to be for another one. I mean, not right now, obviously, for after a few games, but Shadow, like looking on to Free Fire segments, like what are your expectations on? Do you think some other team can just come up?
Well, definitely. And if you talk about Team Respect, they have already come up. They were at 5th position or 6th position, I guess. And now they have toppled over all the teams and are sitting at the 3rd position. Let's see if they can topple over Scotland of the East also. Or maybe do or die. Right now, them and Team Tension have just 4-point difference. They can come up at 5th position.
They can, but right now we can see the players of BONGAIGAON, obviously. Every team will be moving up forward. Bhima Sakti Strip is where we know King's God likes to drop down, and they might as well just go on to this one. Or they are changing something in themselves. No, they are going to Bhima Sakti Strip only. That's their drop location. They love that area. Talking about other teams, you can see Graveyard Observatory. That's where 2 teams are right now. Riverside is where the team number 2 is, and then Clock Tower. That's where early fights might just happen.
Well, definitely, Clock Tower, 2 teams are up for contestation, but maybe 3 teams are right at the center of the map. Team number 3, team number 5, and team 11. We might see an early fight or an early casualty over there. Team number 5. The solo player is trying to reunite with his team because he's in the wrong compound. He's definitely in the wrong compound, and I think both the teams, and with that first blood has already come in from the players of team it's
Well, the fights are happening, and this is where more and more fights can happen. Hot shot onto the back end side. RGX, he needs to survive. He needs to run. He is running away. All right, that run is coming up. Hot shot is out there for the backup, and he has dropped up a gun to RGX, who will be ready for his own fight now, as he has to spot up a few players. This team, BONGAIGAON, previous games were decent, but now they want to make the best of the games for themselves, as they're just moving up from one direction to the other, trying to spot up a few players if they can. And if that happens to its perfection, they might as well go for the best of the fights. Talking about team number 5, they have the players, they have the fight for themselves, but look at this. 5, 11, 10. Like team number 10 is just a bit away from this fight, but this fight might just determine the king of this peak right now.
Well, it can determine because 3 teams dropped into the peak area. One of the team has already disengaged and have moved away. I believe from the looks of it, team number 5 is also trying to do the same. On the other hand, team number 1 is shooting in the direction, and he has already finished off Fluffy and gotten themselves a 1 kill, up to a very good start. Let's see if they can hold on to Clock Tower. If you remember, Clock Tower, 2 teams dropped in, and one of the team was trying to retreat. That is team number 4. They have lost one of their player. Not a very good start, not a very good loot towards them. So let's see how things are going to go. On the other hand, the players of team number 3, the team that got the first blood, is up against the players of King's God. On the other hand, if you look at the King's God, I can only see the 2 players. Rest of the 2 players are also reuniting with their teammates. They will be also backing them up. They have the height advantage. So let's see how this fight is going to go. And from the looks of it, Chintu has got a Thompson and a shotgun. Let's see the loot of its Babu. Obviously, the players have just landed. They don't have the best of the loots, and I think King's God does realize that. So they are also trying to change their position and will go for a better loot, and then they will be moving towards a fight. And Hot Shot is definitely receiving some shots from somewhere.
Yeah, they are definitely receiving some shots from somewhere around these areas. Hotshot, I mean, you still have to see onto a few areas if that might just happen. And right now, wherever Hotshot is just moving up, that's from one side of Kota to, and obviously they tried. You know, RJX was in a really bad position, but Hotshot came up forward. He gave gun to his teammate just so that he could have a fighting chance, and then they moved up forward. Now he is separated from his own teammates, and I would say this kind of it's not the best thing to do right now, but it kind of shows that if a fight comes to him, he might need an adequate backup, and that's where things might just go down. ASSAM Rifles, meanwhile, they lost one of their players, but still they are looking good. They are looking decent. Let's see if they can look best when the fights will be ending.
Yes, let's see if they can look best right now. In the overall standings also, they are at a very good position. So every match is going to count for them. They need the kill points and the placement points if they want to topple over Scotland of the East, which they can if they have a consistent good performance. And let's see if that's going to happen. Assam Rifles, like you said, lost one of their player. They have to play as a 3-man squad. On the other hand, Forearms, he has a height advantage. On the other hand, the players of team number 5 are at the lower ground at a disadvantaged situation. They have to be careful of the grenades of the players of King's God. Show some good rotation and throw a few grenades in the direction of the players of team 5. Then team 5 will be in a lot of trouble because they don't have much space to move around or take hold of. On the other hand, King's God is at a very good position, and one of their player DV is already trying to close in along with his teammate. He's getting a backup from his teammate also. That is going to be, I believe, Addiction. And DV, he wants to pop in some grenades, and these grenades can be deadly for the players of team 5, which is, I think, Assam Rifles here. And let's see, Captain somehow survived that grenade. Not much damage has been given to any of the player. I believe TV will also try to pop in few more grenades, but he's a little short on that, so he will hold on to his position until his teammates back him up.
That's true. But on to this one, as you can see, wherever the players are, King's God, I mean, this team has done good, this team has done decent, but still it comes down to can they do their best out in this one. Addiction again is moving up forward. King's TV has been spotted out here as well. High design, Forearms. I mean, in the previous games, there was one game when they lost to Forearm early on the game, but they still managed to take up a really good fight, like they were in top 3 with the fights that were happening. So I would say, again, they can try and go for a good one, but now they are just moving up forward against team number 5. We'll have to see what happens when Forearms and his team moves up forward. I mean, King's God, if they have a good lead in this one, they will again contest for the top spot at which they already are right now. Captain 2 on the 10-3 will be taken down. And yes, Addiction is moving up forward. And this is what this team likes to go for, do for. But Addiction goes down as well. High Design is taking a 1v1 fight right now. He is full on his HP. But will he go for the revivals? Yes, the revivals are coming in right now. But after this, they need to go for the best of the fight because they are one man up. That's High Design. He revives one player. Can he revive Addiction? No, he cannot. That's where they are losing up their players.
Well, they are losing up their players. They kind of overcommitted into this fight. Right now, they are 3 men strong. They lost Addiction, and I think team number 5 is reduced to 2 men. Let's see how this 3v2 fight is going to go. Team number 5 took a really good fight with the players of Team King's God. And what a perfect shot coming in, and King's Honey Design has been knocked out, and now team number 8, the problems are coming in from this squad, but they take down another player of team number 5, and team number 5 last solo player is remaining, and Forearms was trying to shoot in from that window, but somehow the player is still surviving. DV, on the other hand, is holding on to his position, the last solo player of team number 5. Let's see what he can do, but he can't do anything with that. Assam Rifles gets an early elimination, and King's God. This was a brilliant fight between the two teams. If we talk about King's God, comes out as a winner with 3 kills, but lost 2 of the players.
This actually was a really, really brilliant fight, the way it actually just happened and the way the fights just went forward with everything. Kings got onto the other side. Yeah, they have their players surviving. I mean, Kings TV, he got a triple kill. But after that, I would say the team kind of just faltered down, and now they might have to stay a bit passive. Obviously, one team did get eliminated, but it still comes down, like the players did get eliminated, but it still comes down to, can this team take up more and more fights? Onto the other side, BONGAIGAON, they are also moving up right behind the circle. I mean, they are trying to go for the good rotations for themselves. Otherwise, the circle won't be in their favor. But out here, I would say the fights might just happen against team number 3 and team number 1. As team number 1 is trying to move up forward, you can see Boss is out here. Jintu takes down Boss. Can he take down another one? Yes, he does. Dawn is last man surviving, and he is giving up good revivals. But will that be enough? That's one of the questions.
Yes, that is one of the question. And Ben coming out in the open, such a big mistake, has been taken down. And Dawn is the last solo player remaining from this team. Can he take this 1v3 fight? And the main question is, they had throwables. Why didn't they make use of those throwables? Why the players were coming out in the open area of team number 1? And this fight is going in favor of the players of team number 3, because Dawn again making that same mistake, coming out in the open area. And this is going to be so easy for the players of team number 3 to eliminate him. But somehow he survived, and they are right now looking in the direction of the players of team number 7. Team King's God is still not stopping. They are getting few kills to their name by shooting in the direction of team 7 versus do or die versus team number 9 is also engaging in a fight in the factory area, where team number 10 is having a good hold off, and King's God gets an early elimination this time. Motion.
I mean, I would still say they still have good points for themselves. That still contests on to good one. But when onto the other side, different teams, like, they'll be happy for sure that they will get one good game for themselves if they can try and play their cards right. If everything just comes down to this one. But onto this one, the factory area, you can see 3 teams are just trying to engage with each other. That's going to be team number 7, 10, and 9. Pablo is on to one direction. I mean, looking at where he is alongside his teammates. Look at that. His 2 teammates are moving up forward. They might contest with team number 9. Meanwhile, Pablo and MRH might contest with team number 10. And that's where the problem might just arise, as Pablo is just moving inside the factory area, and he is an uninvited guest.
Well, he is an uninvited guest, but I'm sorry, team number 7 might not realize there is another squad in the close vicinity. That is going to be the plus of team number 9, and that is why they were in a 2v2 split. Let's see how it is going to go for the plus of do or die. Right now, they are contesting factory, and they will have to face the plus of team number 10, which is, I think, a team respect, if I'm not wrong. So let's see how this fight is gonna go. Do or die still doesn't realize that there is a team present. We'll have to wait for the plus of do or die to spot down the plus of team number 10, because team 10 is not making much sound. They are holding on to their position. They're waiting for the plus of do or die to make some mistake, come out in the open area so that they can start shooting in their direction. But that also didn't happen. Team number 10 might be going for a little safer approach towards the game. But the plus of team number 6 have been spotted down, and players are shooting in their direction. Let's see. Justin, can he take down few of the players from team 6? He was definitely dishing out a lot of damage, but he's the one to be taken down, and he has been knocked down. Let's see if he'll get the revival, but no, he has been confirmed, and with that, do or die lost one of their players.
They did lose one of the players, but the game is still not lost by them. They can just go for a good comeback if they want to go for this one. Things are not looking the best for a few of the teams, but that's where the fight. That's what the game is all about. That's where the fights might just change up its pace or not. We'll have to see how things happen. But slowly and steadily, I mean, they are in a dangerous area for themselves. Talking about these areas, players that are onto the downside, they already know what to go for when they go for a rush, and team number 7 might be in a bad contestation. If we talk about this, we still have 9 teams alive and 29 players surviving. But if we're talking about the break that these teams had, right, I would say they got time to recalculate what are the mistakes that they're doing, and that's where they are trying to go for the best of their gameplays, and that's where I would say the team that was actually on the top is being taken down.
Well, definitely it was obviously that it will happen, because these teams after yesterday's performance started the enemy and opponent teams games also, their rotations and their strats also. So this time they came prepared, especially if we talk about the players of team Tension also. This time they came prepared, and they got themselves a good booyah also. In fact, team Respect got themselves a booyah. And King's God, yesterday they had some good strategies, but now all the teams know their rotation. So they are also having a little disadvantage also. And like you said, that's why they had an early elimination. But if we talk about Team Tension, team number 6, they are still looking strong. They have got 1 kill to their name. And right now they have to make their way towards the clock tower, because that's where the zone is going to shift.
That's where the zone definitely is going to be shifting up, as you can see the way it is just happening, the way it is just moving up. And talking about clock tower, talking about the area, team number 4 seems like they're confident in taking that area for themselves. But look at team number 11's rotation. I feel like they're going to be giving up most of their time to rotation, which will seem like a bad thing. Like right now it seems like a good thing because there's no fight against them, but when they'll try and get inside the circle, then it will be like a really, really, really bad thing for them.
it is going to be really bad thing because Team 6, Team Tension and Team number 10 might be waiting for them. Team 6 has already started up with their rotation. Team number 10 being the silent ones for now. Let's see how at what time they are going to start their rotation, because from the looks of it, they might go in for a little late rotation. Team 11 might backstep them. In front of them will be the plus of Team number 7 also. So Team 10 has to be very careful. That is going to a plus of Team Respect. They don't want to lose their positioning, the third position in the leaderboard, which they have attained. So they have to make sure that they don't overcommit to a fight, that they don't take the bad fights, and be aware of their surroundings. And that includes the plus of Team number 11, who are entering into the factory area. They are rotating away from inside their compound, and if they spot down the plus of Team Respect, they will start shooting in their direction. That is what is happening, as one of the player of Team Respect has been taken down by God ED. There is no chance of revival. Storm will go for that confirmation onto the player, and yes, he will go for that confirmation. On the other hand, MRH is also taking some good fights, and Team Respect is in a bit of trouble because their another teammate is also down on their knees. It's just 3 players, but he has gotten a revival, and they have to be careful of those grenades that are coming onto their direction. Can they take this fight with the plus of Team 11 and win?
It's going to be a difficult one if you just, look at onto these fights. 7 teams surviving. Scotland of the East has been taken down as well right now. And Storm is trying to take down much more of the players. He's low on his HP, but he is not low on the fight, as he is slowly and steadily finishing up on his opponents. That seems like a really, really good one. But, it again comes down to how much more can this team go. Because BONGAIGAON, they have 9 kills. 9 kills from this individual. Triple kill coming in for Storm as well. PewDiePie, they are looking for the second kill, and that's where Weldy might be just spotted. But if we talk about a strong team, that's where BONGAIGAON is looking really firm with their decisions.
Well, they are definitely looking very firm, and they are looking good with their total kill points also. And if we talk about the plus of Team number 7, Team 6, Team Tension playing a little safe. They are being friendly with the zone, and with that, they takes one of the player from Team number 7 down and makes their class total 2 kills. Let's see how many more they can get. On the other hand, Do or Die gets an early elimination also, and with that, we are left with 5 teams and 17 players alive. Team 6, Team Tension looking very good. Team number 4 looking very good. They have a team. In fact, Team number 4 have a good control of the whole zone area, and with that, RJX has been taken down, and Team number 4 PewDiePie spots down the plus of Team 11 in the open area. Can they shoot them? Can they take them down? We'll have to wait for it. Hotshot might find themselves in a good cover, but no, Team number 6 is waiting for them, and Team Tension might create problem for Hotshot. And let's see Hotshot, how is he going to survive? Will he survive, or he will clutch against the plus of Team Tension? We'll have to wait for it. His cavalry is a little far away, so he won't be getting much backup. And with that, another player of Team number 11 will be getting a lot of shots. And let's see, Storm is trying to make perfect use of those blue walls. Can he survive? No, he won't survive. And Team Tension has just started with getting the kills, and they have got themselves 5 kills, 3 kills in just few seconds.
They did get decent numbers for themselves, but looking up forward, as you guys can see, Western Army, they have 1 kill, but the guy who was getting up the frags has been taken down. He has been shut off. That creates a lot of trouble in all of these areas. Look at this. But meanwhile, we're talking about this PewDiePie, this team, they had 1 last time we saw them. Now they have 6. They just gathered 5 incredible kill points for themselves in a hint of time, and that's when we can say one team is doing good. But now Wilford needs a revive. Let's see, can Angel go for this one? Angel is going to go for the revive, and the revive will be coming in, going for the wall first for a good cover, and now a good revive as well just coming in. But that's where the teams are moving. Team number 6 is moving right close to them. Look at team number 4. They are in the kill leading department, but that's not where the game should be going, because the game has to move up forward. Team number 12 as well just moving up. 3 teams remaining, 9 players surviving.
And Team Tension is looking very strong. They have all the 4 players at the perfect position. Team number 4 is in a bit of trouble, as Team 12, West Side Army, will be eliminating PewDiePie. Now we are left with 2 squad, West Side Army and Team Tension. Team Tension is still looking very strong, but they have to be careful of Deathstroke, because he's at an off angle. But now his location has been compromised, and let's see if he will be the one to be taken down. And now the 2 players are up against the 2 players of Team number 12. On the other end, with the last one of the player, Meshako of Team Tension, was at the receiving end of the damage. Deathstroke has been taken down. Meshako has been taken down, and let's see which team is going to get booyah in this match, because West Side Army is reduced to just 1 man, and same with the plus of Team Tension. It's a 1v1 fight, Ocean.
Triple kill.
It is a 1v1 fight right now. Triple kill did come in for Kingmans, but can he go for the fourth one? This is where the fights are going for its ending. I mean, look at this. Heprith has to go for its own fights. One kill for that individual lad, but that's where the walls are coming in. Who will be taking up the final fight? That's where it is. Circle's gonna eat him down, and Kingman gets another one. Tension gets eliminated, and this is where West Side Army gets an incredible booyah for themselves.
Well, they definitely got themselves an incredible booyah. They didn't even have this advantage or a good positioning, but the way I have one complaint why the last player of Team Tension was not shooting in action of King Bands.
I mean, he was moving in from one direction to the other, and that's where, you know,
Yeah.
the things just went down. But overall, this game was incredible. I mean, the way this game ended went down to the final circles, confirmations, and confrontations. Those teams had to look down to everything, and I would say somehow it was incredible. Well, the more incredible thing is this segment that's going to be happening after this one. So let's just, you know, head on to those guys and let's see what they have to say about this one.
Well, I mean, it has become a trend now. Every
Yeah.
single match, we're going to get a new team rising up. And this time, it is going to be the story of West Side Army.
Yeah, I mean, the first booyah coming out from this
Yes.
particular team. And on the second position, we did have Tension, so who
Yeah.
did apparently take another booyah just the previous game. And well, it was looking really promising for them. I really thought that they had this in the bag. But lay up until the last moment, I also have the same question. Why did you not go for the shots? I mean, he did, reposition his goo walls really well. That was welcome. But after that, I really thought he kind of went in for the heal battle, or he really thought that his opponent might just go for a heal battle. I would love to know what his thought process was. You know, he was just not doing anything. Had he taken a few shots, maybe things could have worked out in his favor.
Well, that's going to be a big maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
we can just speculate and try and guess what the result would have been on the other side. I mean, what the most optimal play would have been in that scenario. But I mean, this does help. This game does help the players of Tension. In fact, the entire team close up the gap against Scotland of the East.
Right.
That is what they wanted.
See, now Tension is in contention, so is Team
Yes.
Respect. And, King's God, they did not have a decent outing this one around as well, but still, the first day nomination that they caused, I think
That's going to help them.
that's
today, yeah.
enough. That's
Yeah.
enough. I don't think any team can really catch up to them anymore. It's pretty much done as long as Scotland of the East really goes all guns blazing. But with just a handful of games remaining, that's three. It looks really tough.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough fight. I mean, it is.
They need a lot of Red Bull.
Yeah, they need a lot of Red Bull. I mean, because you can't climb this mountain anymore. You will have to fly your way up. And let's have a look at the standings and see actually how the points were split up between the teams. So, Tension, we know, like, they do lead the charges because of the kills that they got in games. So, 33 points to them. And the team that got the booyah in this match, they are quite far below. They are on the third position, in fact, in
So-
terms of the points.
Yeah, of course. So BONGAIGAON, well, off to a good, really good game. This one, 32 points. Still kind of trying to cement their second spot, but far away from King's God. They've got him 12 points. So this means one thing: they've crossed that
Yeah.
300 mark that we were finally awaiting. And yeah, that looks good. But Scotland of the East, not the kind of an outing that you would really expect.
Definitely. And let's have a look at the leaderboard as well right now and see how things look over there. Where is Tension going to be? In fact, Scotland of the East, they have been taken over by BONGAIGAON, who sit at 164 right now, whereas Scotland of the East, they are sitting on 160. Respect is at 145, and Tension is at 140 points.
Yeah, I think the field is still wide open for second position till the fifth position. Anyone can be the victor over here. Anyone can come second and third. But the first position, I still believe it's pretty much a very clear lead and a very dominating lead as well.
Yeah.
305 points. With just 3 games remaining, even if you get something around 40 points per game, you're not going to make through.
Yeah, you won't be making through. And that is something that I think makes the matches even more intense for these lads and these teams competing. And plus the fact we have seen teams perform in such a way that you get 40 points, you get 50 points, you get 30 plus points, 35 plus points in a single match.
Yeah.
I think even the teams below PewDiePie have an opportunity to make it to the upper side. Like also given in the same scenario, in the same match, the teams on the top, all the teams on the top, in fact, Kings, Gods, BONGAIGAON, Scotland of the East, Tension, all of them just fail to perform and they just get eliminated really early on. If those scenarios fall true, then the teams on the lower half of the standings can climb up into the top 4, into the top 5. But before we move on to the next match, we're going to take a really short break, so you guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Northeast Esports Summit. My name is Ocean Sharma, alongside me it's Shadow, and previous game, that 1v1, the way it just ended up, like what do you expect from the next game that's going to be just coming up right now? Like, do you think again 1v1s or maybe a 4v1 or something in the final circle?
Well, maybe a heal battle also could be coming in. Anything can happen. It just depends where the circle shifts, how many players are alive in the final circle, which of the two teams, what is their position, lots of things. But I have to say one thing, BONGAIGAON, look at them. They have stepped up. Right now, they are at the second
Yeah.
position with a good, with 4 points of lead. Obviously, coming at the top at the first position is a little difficult for all of the teams, considering the lead that the Kings God have. But that was a quite consistent and amazing performance coming in from BONGAIGAON, especially the kills they got in the last match.
Obviously, and talking about the individual players, right? It also steps them up for the ATL India Esports too. They'll be just going up there, making their mark, making their name to be one of the best players out here, starting from Northeast for sure, trying to get their team at the best and then their individual players at the best as well. So I would say somehow the team that is on the top, Kings God, I would love to see what they do in this one as well, as we'll be moving on with games for sure. And this is where things might just go down to serious business.
Well, they might go on. Ocean, you always ask me. This time, I want to ask you, what are your expectations from this game?
I would say Kings God. I would say Kings God because they can do it.
Well, they are definitely doing it. They are sitting at the top comfortably, even if they have bad games. Still, nobody is taking their top spot from them. And if we talk about Fire Bridge area island, three teams have dropped in. That's going to the plus of Team 4, Team 7, and Team number 9. So let's see if there is going to be in some early fights or not. And Basilia, one of the highly contested in the hot drop area of this map, 4 teams have dropped in, 5 teams have dropped in. So we are going to see a lot of early fights if teams don't disengage from the fights or they don't just rotate away. Otherwise, Basilia is going to be full of action right now.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But if you're talking about the areas of Brasilia, just like you said, and other areas around, like campsite, forge, those areas are completely empty. But onto the southern side as well, that's where the fights will be happening, and we already have kill leaders coming in. So I would say fights will happen really fast for the starters. After that, things might be a really slow, at a really slow pace for sure.
Well, that can happen, and in the middle of the action is going to the plus of King's God, and obviously the plus of team number 5. MRH is at the receiving end of the shots. He has definitely taken up some damage. He need to heal up. If he has got the healings, players have just landed. They don't have the best of the loot. Team number 5 will find themselves at the center of it. Team number 1, if we talk about King's God, one of their player has shown some good rotation. He has already entered into the compound of the plus of team number 5. That is going to be DV, and considering his position, he can give out such good calls to his teammates about the positioning, about the location of the all 3 plus of team number 5, and let's see how that is going to turn out. On the other hand, Four Arms is on to his own long rotation. That could prove a little bad for the plus of team King's God, because they will be going up against a 3v3 fight, and Four Arms, if he gets taken down or spotted down by another squad, then the problems for King's God will definitely arise.
It will definitely arise for sure right now. But look at this, just like you said, right? I mean, some teams that lose their players, and we are down to 46 players alive, 12 teams surviving right now. Team number 4, they are using zip lines to just move in. Angel also tried to go for this one, but could not because they have been spotted down in the open. Wilford will be going down. Angel might be the next one to follow. That's where ASSAM Rifles is looking good. They have taken down 2 players. Just right off the bat, and will be going for the confirmations as well. So I would say their opponents, I mean, talking about ASSAM Rifles, their opponents will have to see everything. Talking about team number 4, they are just left with 2 players now.
Well, PewDiePie not having a very good start, reduced to 2 plus only. Let's see how things are going to go down. But on the other hand, team number 7 is going to be quite happy. Sam Rifles coming out as a new kill leader right now. Team 7 going to be pretty happy about it. And in some distance, we can see the plus of team number 9 also looting on the same island. Let's see where the zone is going to shift, because that is going to decide most of the rotations. But Basilia is going to be full of action, like I said. And another player of King's God, Four Arms. This is what I was talking about. When you are having such long rotations, anyone can spot you and take you down, and that is exactly what happened with Four Arms. He has been taken down. King's God has been reduced to 3-man squad. Let's see how they are going to take this fight. Team number 5, it's also 3 players, and another team in the same compound is going to be players of team number 2. So it's going to be a little problematic for all the 3 squads. Team 2 will be looking quite strong in this fight, considering Pablo making the same mistake just like Four Arms. He is the solo player, and if he gets spotted down by the plus of team number 2, he will be gone very easily. Honey Design might be overcommitting to this fight, entering into the compound of team number 5, takes down MRH, but he also gets taken down. He should have moved in with his teammates, and with that, confirmation has already been done, and King's God is reduced to 2-man squad. Let's see what DV can do. DV wants to take down one more player of team number 5, the last player, I believe, of team number 5, because the rest, the second teammate is quite far away, but with that, DV is also taken down, and King's God, only Addiction, the last solo player remaining. And now Pablo, if you talk about Pablo, this could be a mistake, again taking a 1v4 fight.
Yeah, this could be a mistake out here. I mean, taking a 1v4 fight, it won't be that easy for sure in this one. So things might just go a bit bad, right? So we'll have to see how the things will be happening and how things might just go down, because Welde is also moving up forward right now. MRH is on one side of this area, will try and stay there, just trying to take up its own fight. Welde is out there, but this becomes a danger zone. So they'll have to see. They cannot take up the fight. So everyone's just going to be moving up inside the houses for themselves. That's where team number 2 might be in a bad state. I mean, they have to get inside the house. They do get inside the house, and they have to just stay safe for themselves.
Well, they definitely have to stay safe. But Ocean, King's God, I mean, why such a mistake? Yes, they are sitting comfortably at the top position. The solo player rushing into the compounds gets taken down. Then another solo player doing the same mistake. I mean, what do you think is in the minds of the players of Team King's God right now?
I would say probably just survive. That might be one of the things onto their mind. Just try and, you know, even if this game goes bad, we'll have another one. Something like that is what might be just going on to their names, because obviously they have a good lead for themselves, but that lead will be falling up short after this game for sure if they don't make it to a very good placement for themselves. So those might be a few things, and then they'll be like, again, just like you told me, you know, yesterday it was not Tensions Day, so today might not be King's God Day, but yesterday was their day. So they just need to capitalize on yesterday, with everything, because they had good points.
Well, they definitely have good points, but this is not the King's God. They work with good synergy and coordination, not like this the way they are playing right now. And Kilfeed is still running. The players of Team Respect are also taking few kills into their name. And Team number 5 has decided to disengage from this fight. They will be going in for good rotation. They have to be careful of the two another squads that are right in front of them is going to the players of Team number 6 and Team number 10. So Team 5 has to move very carefully, especially when they are outnumbered. They are just 2 men. Storm was definitely taking shots from the players of Team number 9. He needs to heal up really fast. And on the other hand, one of the player of Team number 9 is up to a good rotation. Also, King Vance is trying to make good use of those blue walls also. But Hotshot is out there in the open area. And let's see, King Vance, can he take him down? He definitely has a blue wall covered to his name. And let's see how this fight is going to turn out. Team number 9 definitely have the numbers advantage.
We will see, you know, how this fight just comes up onto everything. Let's go on to the other side, has to spot a few players. And this team got an incredible booyah in the previous game. They would try and go for this one as well. But, you know, it's going to be a tricky affair, difficult affair for themselves as well. Because previous game was decent. This game, new game comes up, and the new things will be up for contestation for the players. So we might just see good things. We might just not see good things. We'll have to see how that just comes up. But Storm is moving inside the circle. That's where Hotshot also has to go down to. And if he does not get there in time, circle will not be his best of the friends, because that's where things are. But talking about the rotations, talking about the teams that are comfortably inside the circle, all they have to do is, you know, just stay there, mark the territory, mark the areas, give proper calls to the teammates, and after that, obviously, take good fights.
Well, definitely you have to take the good fights, not the bad fights. And with that, Team number 5 is also showing some good rotation, but they are in a split. And Pablo, he could have been ran over by his own teammate, but that won't give him much trouble. He's still surviving, and they are having 2 kills, lost one of their players. But if we talk about Justin, we'll come back to it. Right now, the team 12, better one is shooting in the direction of some players they have spotted in the open area. And let's see, can they make can they get this one kill for their team or not?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We will see how, you know, things just end up. Things just turn down to everything. Right now, talking about team number 12, Respect, they are looking good. They also had a good booyah if you talk about numbers, right? But they need to increase that number for themselves for the best of their own gameplays. Team number 11, pretty close to team number 3. They're going to pay. As you can see, one of the players do go down. Invade has been invaded by the devil himself, but he's getting shot at from back lines, and he needs to be onto the safer spot. That's what team number 12 is coming up. You can see the map. Team number 12 is out here. Team number 3 is out here. Team number 11 is surrounded by team number 3 onto the other side. And team number 12, they are charging because they have the higher ground. They might as well take one player down. They are shooting on the players of team number 5. Team number 3, sorry. And the player number 5. That's where the things might just go down. Devil, he has to just stay there. He cannot make up a move because if he moves and if he comes out in the open, he will be getting shot at. And another player goes down because shotguns are being used to its perfection. But all they need to understand is there's another team that's arriving for the fights.
Well, another team that is better one is definitely arriving. Team 11 solo player is there. He need to be silent. He has got a UMP 45. He need to be silent and try not to make any noise because there are not just one squad, not just 4 players, but 2 squads. And look at that. Donberg hasn't spotted that player of team number 3 also. And team 11 also. Team 11 need to be so silent. And look at him. He's not making any sound. And now he makes sound. This could be a mistake. He's showing his back to his enemies. And this never ends well. And the last solo player of team 11, let's see how he's going to take this 1v4 fight. Can he take it? But why the players of team 12 are not going after him? They let him get away.
I would say it won't be a mistake though, because now they are just looking for everything addiction. All right, low on the HP, but not low on the game for sure. It's trying to get the best of the game. Now it's going to be using the throwables for its own self, but we'll have to see if that just becomes everything or not right now. Again, ASSAM Rifles, they lost one of their players. We'll have to see if King's God's final player addiction can take the best of the fight right now. They are trying to make it inside the circle. They are inside the circle for the safer side of their own self. That's where Storm comes in. Storm's going to be taking up a fight against some rifles as well. That might just give... Look at the minimap. You can see that is giving addiction good time to rotate inside the circle from the downside of Brasilia. Seems like a good decision.
Well, that seems like a good decision, but Hotshot was a little late in providing the backup to his teammate. He takes down one of the player of Team ASSAM Rifle, takes down another one. Captain also. Can he take down the last player also? We'll have to wait for it. He got the confirmation of one of the player of Team ASSAM Rifles. ASSAM Rifle last solo player. It's a 1v1 situation. Hotshot has to give priority to the zone. This is the time that he need to make those rotations, get inside the zone. But that one kill point that he took, obviously 1 kill and 2 points he want to have for his team. On the other hand, Tension playing as a 3-man squad right now. Let's see how that is going to end because Team Tension could have come at the second position if they had got themselves a booyah, but showing up as a 3-man squad, they are definitely outnumbered. But right now the team that is going to be in front of them is going to the plus of team number 5, Pablo, MRH. Again, a very good performance coming out from these players yesterday also. So let's see how they are going to perform. In some distance we can see the plus of team number 3 also nearby the bridge area. So both the teams need to be careful. If they come out in the open, maybe the plus of team number 3 can spot them out.
Maybe they can, maybe they won't. There's still, ladies and gentlemen, is the second circle right now. The third one will be coming up sooner. But there's one thing that I'm really surprised by, and that is we have 12 teams. All the teams are still surviving. Every team, every individual. Look at this. BONGAIGAON, King's God, PewDiePie, Respect. All these teams have had a booyah for themselves, and they are left with one individual player. Talking about ASSAM Rifles in Westside, they have 2 players for themselves. But now, ASSAM Rifles will be in a lot more trouble because they are also reduced to just 1 man in this game. Scotland of the East, meanwhile, they are trying to go for a good comeback. This game, if they do good, they'll be at the second place once again. Let's see if they can just, convert those points into a booyah.
Well, if you look at the survival stats, Ocean, there are only 3 teams that have got all the 4 players alive, and there are so many squad ASSAM Rifles, BONGAIGAON, King's God, PewDiePie, Respect, which have been reduced to just 1-man squad. Westside with just 2 players. So let's see which of the team till the final circle will have all the 4 players alive, because that is going to be a very good advantage for them, especially if there are solo players in the final circle. So let's see how these things are going to go down. Do or die reduced to 3 men, but Pablo, like I said, and MRH, we have seen some amazing performance, but Justin was one of the player who kind of stood out today. If you remember the previous 2 matches, he almost clutched it out also at one point. Yesterday also I believe it was Justin only from whom we saw some of the good grenades also coming in. So let's see, this is a team that has the potential, but can they make it to the top? We'll have to wait. And team number 9 is also taking some rotation, but team 5, one of the player has been taken down, and confirmation has already been done. Pablo has been taken down. MRH, it's all on him to revive Pablo and take that fight. Can he go for the revival? He want to go for the revival, and I think he will revive Pablo.
Sounds like, yeah, he is going for the revival. And obviously, that's where Pablo, got the best of his own self, because he was still in the cover once he went down. So that seems like a good one. Now the third circle is going to be coming in. And all right, so Mashako knows that there's hot shot, but can he go for a good shot? On hot shot, that's going to be one of the questions. But look at this. Then they have spotted outskirts of the circle. One goes down. It's going to be Babu, the last one surviving. If he goes down as well, that's going to be a bad one. But no, Babu still survives. One player did bite the dust. Hot shot, meanwhile, is getting its own confirmations, and that's where the circle is. This is a tricky circle. For most of the teams that are coming from the waterways, they still have to, get up for the fights. That's where I would say Donbok is in a really critical situation. He cannot go out. If he goes out, he will be shot.
He will be shot and taken down, and with that, team will get an elimination also. So yes, it's a big challenge for him to move to the safe zone, because it's not just one squad that he has to face, it's two squad, team 6 and team number 5. Both right now, both of these teams also, especially Team 5, they also have to cover the water way to come to this safe area through the safe zone, and Team 6 will be waiting for them. In fact, one of the player of Team number 8 also, I see when the players of Team 6 will come out in the open area, maybe he will also start shooting in their direction. So all three squads, they are in a tricky spot. On the other hand, if we talk about the players of Team number 3, they have a good position inside the zone. They have overall good positioning. Duoda is also making some rotations. They have to cross that river and move inside the zone. Team number 9, solo player is there, Pablo. Let's see what Pablo is going to do, because he has no idea there is a player behind him of Team 9. With that, quads of ASSAM has been taken down. Hotshot was the one to get the initial kill, but now Hotshot has been taken down, and with that, BONGAIGAON has been eliminated.
Yeah, the elimination did come up right now. Respect follows them. We had 12 teams, now we are down to 6 right in a nick of no time. Duoda, they're looking good, they're looking decent. They have 2 players, but now they have to get inside the circle. That's going to be one of the most important things, and they are getting shotted from one side, and that's where the players will be following down. You can see MRH. There's no way he could survive out in this one. I mean, the players will try and spot him down as well. He almost barely tries to make it, but he gets eliminated as well. Duoda gets eliminated. Now it's down to 4 teams, 11 players, and every team that is surviving is onto this island, this area. Let's see which one gets the better out of the other ones.
Yes, and if from the looks of it, Donbok has definitely spotted down the players of Team 6. He takes down one of the player, and let's see, can he get the confirmation? But that seems a little difficult, because the player has been revived by his teammate, and now Donbok has compromised with his positioning. His position has been revealed, and this is going to be a little challenging with that. Team 6 didn't let him move, didn't even let him think. He has been taken down, and Team 12 also gets an elimination. We are reduced to 3 teams. 10 players. Let's see which of the team. And look at the circle. Look at the final circle. It's in the open area. 50% part of it is in the water. So blue walls are going to come very handy in this particular zone. Team number 2, one of the player has been taken down by play zone, I guess, and reduced to 2 players. And Dawn has been spotted down by the players of team number 3, and they are shooting in their direction, but they are themselves are taking a zone damage. If we look at it, they have to move in the zone. Team number 3, they have to move inside the zone, but it looks like a little late, and play zone plays its part. Scotland of the East, this was a little mistake coming in from the players.
There definitely was a mistake just coming in from the players. If you're just, talking about this one, we'll still have to see how the things happen with the confirmations and with the stuff right now. 2 teams surviving, but no. Team number 6 is looking incredible. They won those kills. It's tension, and they are trying to make up an incredible comeback right now. Team number 3, all right. That's going to be the end of this game for sure. The way the game is moving up, course, tension has everything for themselves. They have the circle, they have the open area, they have the game for themselves. It is down. Scotland of the East gets eliminated, and tension with just 3 people, they got a booyah.
Well, they got themselves a booyah despite having the numbers disadvantage. In fact, they didn't even have the advantage in the final circle also, but the way the players of Scotland of the East made a little mistake, Team Tension did capitalize on that situation and got themselves a good booyah. And let's see where they find themselves in the overall leaderboard this time.
Let's see where they find themselves in the overall leaderboard. And for that, we'll be going on to the next segment. So, guys, take it away.
I mean, incredible comeback from this team, right?
Yeah.
They have been, first game was sort of a hiccup, but from there on out, they have stepped up really big and have been performing really consistently. I think they are going to pretty much secure the second position for themselves.
Well, that's still in contention because now Scotland of the East.
Yeah.
They were on the third position. They did lose out on the second spot to BONGAIGAON. Now they come second.
Yeah.
So they did amass quite a number of kills, and they'll be going up. But Tension, I think they were on the fifth spot. This booyah might just get them to the third spot. Or maybe to the second spot. You cannot really say.
I think it's going to be the second one because the difference wasn't that much between these three teams. I mean,
This was like a 10 or 15 points difference.
Yeah.
We just have to see how many kills.
The kills
these
are going to
guys-
matter for a lot. I mean, we are going to find out as soon as we have a look at the standings for this match as well. But I mean, for now, it's just the other question that arises. Kings have gone missing.
Yeah, it's they did majority of the job in the
Yeah,
first
they're
day,
done.
and
Chilling now.
well, they're just chilling. This time also they could not get a lot of kills. They got eliminated pretty early. Just those 3 kills they had. So 6 kill points out of that. If you talk about placement points, 1 or 2. So they're still comfortable. They still do not really have to worry about much because with just 2 games remaining,
no one's taking the first position.
yeah,
from
no
them.
one's taking the first position, but the competition for the second and third spot is still on, and teams have really stepped up. They have, they are playing on the 6th gear, and now we'll have to see if they can edge a bit forward because it's going to be going down to the final game, which will decide who our 3 winners are.
Definitely. I mean, that final 2 matches are going to decide who is the, when we say 3 winners, we're going to be talking about 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position, and so on, how the standings are going to be laid out. And talking about standings, let's have the standings of this game. So, Scotland of the East, whoa, 10 kills for them, 37 points. Tension with the booyah with 34. Ooh, yeah. So, I think 3rd position for Tension.
3rd or maybe 4th, we'll have to see because even BONGAIGAON have managed to get 14 points out. So they are also in contention. IYATYLLILANG, 31 points for them. So, good gameplay coming out from this team. Kings God just managing 7 points. Still,
I think this has to be the worst performance so far.
Yeah, right. Because every single time they have been getting quite some number of kills. This time, just those 3 kills. And like you mentioned, and like we were having this discussion, right? This team is kind of already doing good. This team has been figured out by the other team. But once we take a look at the leaderboards, we'll have a better idea of what really is happening. So there you go.
Oh,
so Scotland of the East, they were at the 5th position. Now they are on the 4th spot. But look at the difference between BONGAIGAON and Tension. 1 good game, and they might just take the 3rd position. Or if 1 booyah from Tension, 1 more booyah in fact, and Scotland of the East goes off to a bad outing, then also it might be a possibility.
I think Kings God can basically skip the last 2 games as well and still be on the 1st position. 312 to 197. 200, 100 kills, 200 kill points. 100 kills. That is incredible.
Yeah, that is absolutely incredible. And they did majority of the job in the first day only. Like the second day, they're just chilling. They're just having a happy time, trying to do whatever on earth they really want to.
Yeah. I mean, they can do that. The safety cushion that they needed was there. But what about the other teams? The contention, I mean, because these teams are fighting for a lot of prize money. And that is what it's about at this point. You can't take the 1st position. You can't get the best position that you wanted, the most prize money. Now you will have to compete for the 2nd best position. And for that, I mean, 2 more matches remain. So we're going to take a really short break. So you guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back.
Airtel India Esports Talk, continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back again to Northeast Esports Summit. And obviously, we are closing in slowly and steadily to Free Fire's winners' contentions for sure. My name is Ocean Sharma, alongside me, Shadow. So, Shadow, few more games remain, a bit of time remaining. Like, what are your thoughts on the second position? Because first is just out there, I would say.
No. You don't get to ask me this time. You have to answer. What are your expectations?
For the second one, right?
Yeah.
I would say Scotland of the East might just take this, but the way tension is playing, I mean, they're also rising tension onto their opponents. So you never know, because last game also they were fighting against each other in the final moment. So somehow those two teams might be up for contestation, but then there are other teams as well. Like Respect was jumping up good. I mean, these two games will be the deciding games for everything you might just think about.
And in fact, BONGAIGAON also, they are right now at the third position. They were at the second position before this match also. So it's a close competition. If we talk about between second position to fifth position, it's a close competition. Every match, every kill is going to count right now.
Yeah, every match, every kill, it for sure is going to count right now. But then the most important thing that I would say, I mean, talking about Kings God, they are not in their element of yesterday. Still, like they had so much of a lead yesterday that no other team can just grab that today as well. And that's the kind of domination that a team needs to do, and that's what they are doing. I mean, obviously, you guys can also tell us which team do you think is going to be out there on the top and second and third, like top three, your top three picks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You guys can for sure just tell us. But talking about the matches that have been happening, I mean, the way these teams, all these teams are playing, it has been an incredible affair.
Well, it has been, and two of the teams that have come out as super aggressive overall is definitely at the top is going to be Kings God, and second is BONGAIGAON. These are the two teams that heavy rely on the kill points. And some of the teams are like Scotland of the East, and if you talk about tension, also they are more like on focused on the placement points rather than the kill points, because they approach the game a little safely, take fights cautiously. They are not fully dominant. And Kings God, this is a team that gets booyah, get the kill points, get everything the way they did yesterday. Even today, they are not performing. It's okay. No one is taking their top spot.
Yeah, I would say no one is taking the top. So they did their homework yesterday only, and now they're just they're just happy with the gameplay that they did show yesterday. Well, Scotland of the East, you could see that that team right now in that on that screen for sure. BONGAIGAON as well. The teams, they are moving up forward. This is going to be, I would say, the final Bermuda. After this, obviously, there's going to be one Purgatory as well, and now Storm just going for the free fall. Now opens up the movement for his own self, and now Mars Electric onto the other side. That's where team number 2 is going. That's a good one, but we'll still have to see where do the final fights happen. But the first fights that might be happening right next to Gordon.
Well, or maybe Sentosa Island. Look at 3 teams have dropped in over there.
Wow.
Team number 9 and team number, what is happening? Team 10 and team number 9, both the players are running to get themselves a gun. God 9 could easily shoot in the direction of the plan. Was that a fist fight or something going on between the two players? With that, God 9 has been taken down with a VSS. B and Storm got a VSS right nick of time, and with that he gets a 1 kill to his team, and I think he will get another kill also. Justin has been taken down. This is not going good for the players of team 11. BONGAIGAON got 2 kills just a few seconds after the landing, and team number 10, another, it's Babu, has been taken down, and with that 3 kills coming in from BONGAIGAON. And up to a very good start. On the other hand, can't say the same thing for the players of team 10. God Jindu, he can't do anything. Can't do anything. He was just standing over there. He knew he couldn't do anything. There are 3 players shooting with a gun in his direction, and with that 5 kills just in few seconds for BONGAIGAON.
They started off incredibly well, I would say. Obviously, this is kind of the start that a team would dream of, and they are living their dream for sure, the way they have been doing the stuff. But right now, to the other side, you can see this is where Ben is moving up forward, taking down a fight against PewDiePie, and Wolford also goes down. All right, well, this team is looking good again. 2 players of PewDiePie are onto the back-end side. But if you're talking about the 4 players that were taking good fights, they are here. I mean, talking about Ben, he started off good fights and he ended them even better.
Well, he definitely ended it a bit better for the plus of team number 1. He can't say the same thing. Kings God, they have spotted on the plus of team number 7, and Addiction has the height advantage also. So let's see if he's able to capitalize on his advantage of the positioning or not. In fact, all the 4 players of team number 5 of Kings God have very good placement, but right now team 9 is rushing into the compound of team 11. Pablo has been taken down, and it's just 2 players of team 11. MRH, another player goes down from team 11, and now it's MRH. He's up to a 1v4 fight against the players of BONGAIGAON. Can he pull it off? Chances are very slim, because he's a little short on the loot also, and now coming out in the open area, making use of those zip lines. And can MRH make it to the safety? Chances are slim, because he is taking a lot of damage. Bullets are being connected, 1 or 2 bullet more. MRH will go down, but somehow he survived. He survived the shots coming in from all the 4 players of team number 9, and MRH will live for another day. But another player, team 7, have no gun, and with that better one gets elimination.
Double kill.
Well, it does happen. And Kings God again, they are the element. They're like, we started off with the good booyahs, we would like to end up with the good booyahs as well. It kind of shows onto their gameplay. Where's the army meanwhile? So they had a good game today, and if we are just looking at what they do correctly, they do take good fights. They do thrive under pressure, but if the circle's not in their favor, that's when they just become bad with their rotations and all. Right now, circle's right next to them, but this is the thing. When they have to move inside the circle, team number 4 is also right onto their sidelines. So this is where I would say West Side Army can go for the good gameplay, only and only if they have a pressure of rotation and fighting at the same time. But Team number 4, look at that. Team number 4 is just moving. They're not even stopping. I think they just want to take up a good fight. And looking at the way Team number 4 is moving, I would say for sure they're looking confident for a fight.
Well, they are looking very confident for a fight, and team number 6 making the mistake. They are coming out in the open area, but they also want to disengage from this fight. They don't want to be in an early fight, especially outside of the safe zone, when the players of team number 3 are also rotating away from the graveyard also. And I believe team number 4 has also changed their path of rotation, so both the teams will first give priority to the zone. Team 6, they can take the height advantage and can put some pressure on the players of team number 4, or maybe team number 3 who are quite in some distance from the safe zone and will be rotating anytime soon. So team number 6 can do that, and they can put some pressure on the plus of team number 3 also. We'll have to wait if they're going to do, or maybe they will try and hold on to their compound. But King's God is taking down AR Captain. Assam Rifles is in a bit of trouble, team number 12. And let's see, King's God, can they take down the 2 or more players of team 12 that are remaining? DV gets a confirmation on the player of team 12, and team 12 just 2 players remaining. King's God coming up strongly in this match also has got 6 kills to their name.
Well, as of now, yes. And now again, just moving in from one direction to the other. And King's God, I would say this is the classic King's God, the one that we saw yesterday and whatnot. So, yeah, things have been looking good. Things have been looking decent. But can they just, end it down to the best of everything? That's where the differences will be just coming in. And if you are just trying to spot the players, that's where the things are just happening. And more fights are just coming down. And all of them are going to be favoring King's God. Only look at the sign design. He is trying to spot the players. He has spotted down one player. The shots were there. Few connections did happen, but he could not get the best out of this one. Meanwhile, Assam Rifles, they have just 2 players. So if you, they won't be having enough cover fire for themselves. And that's where they might just lose this fight.
They might just lose this fight. They are reduced to 2-man squad also, and team number 5, if we talk about King's God, is in a 2v2 split. And to increase the problem for Assam Rifles, there is a danger zone also. So let's see how they are going to survive right now. They are outnumbered. They don't have the best of the positioning. They don't have a good cover to their name. And now they are getting shot at also, and has been taken down by Assam Rifles. Lee is going to the last solo player from Assam Rifles. Can he run for his life? That is going to be the main question. And somehow he has managed to disengage and ran away from that particular situation. Let's see for how long he's going to survive, because right now, looking at the positioning of Lee, he's at the very wrong position. There are already 3 squads in the compound. At the hilltop area, we have the players of team King's God also, so Lee is in a bit of trouble. He needs to stay silent, but Forearms has been taken down by a danger zone, I think.
Yeah, it's true. But on to the other side, if you just see through everything, look at this. Do or Die gets eliminated. That's where the things are going to be just moving up forward onto the stuff. And I would say somehow Hotshot and his team is onto the back end side. They'll be looking good. But Scotland, I mean, I still have a bit of hopes from this team that they can try and get some decent and good fights for themselves. If everything goes good, if everything goes decent, they can go for good fights. But that's where it all just comes from. We cannot rule out the final games just on hopes. I mean, we need to see results.
Well, they are definitely right now at the very good positioning with a good lead also at the second position. So yeah, they can do it. They can maintain their second positioning spot. On the other hand, if we talk about the players of other teams, they near team number 2, they are also moving into the Pochinok area. Team number 2, they are in a split, and I don't know if it's going to go down well with them, because one of their players is in such close vicinity to the players of team Scotland of the East, and this is not good. He heard the players. He knew there was a whole squad, so he wanted to reunite with his teammate and run far away from the range of the shot that he could be getting in from Scotland of the East players. But Scotland of the East also realized that there is a team, and we know it's a little, this team can be a little aggressive also, so they will be shooting in their direction. We'll have to wait for it. Right now, Boss is at a good positioning, and team number 2 is trying to run away, trying to move away, but in the open area, this can be deadly for them.
This can be really deadly. But team number 8, as you can see, I mean, these players, they have the capability. If you're just talking about this, right onto the backside of Pochinok is where they are. And again, moving in from Pochinok to the northern side, it becomes tricky because, right, they have open areas, they have a few ridges just for the covers, and then obviously they'll be having their own walls if they want to go for some decent covers. But if they don't have the walls, then things might be even terrible for them. Talk about Scotland of the East, they will be trying to move from the upper area to the lower sides if the circle forces them, as they are onto one side of the circle. As you can see onto the map side, the circle will be moving up north, and yes, they have to move up to that area as well, slowly and steadily. I mean, Elkin has a scar for his own self, has 1 kill. That's the only kill that the team has. Let's see if we can get more from the scar or not.
Well, he will try to get more kills, but right now they have to make sure that they somehow come in the top 5 because they need the position points also so that they can maintain their top 2 spot and not have an early elimination or not lose any of their player in the early fight. So I think they are going to have a little passive approach, safe approach for the initial 3 circles, I guess, and then they will start taking the fights. But at the Pochinok area, both of the teams are outside of the safe zone area. They need to make their rotations quickly because they have like 45 seconds in their hands to go towards the safe zone area. Team 1 has already started with their rotation. Team number 8 also needs to make those rotations quickly, otherwise there's a possibility some team might be waiting for them at the edge of the safe zone, and then the problem will start arising because zone will play its part, will give damage to the players, and obviously the team that will be waiting for them will also shoot in their direction. This could be problematic, so this is the time that they need to start making rotations. On the other hand, RJX has taken down Devil with his AK, the perfect shots coming in, and RJX, we have seen this player perform really good time and time again. And if we talk about Team Bongoni, and one of the luckiest teams, 5 kills just in a few minutes of landing, and after that they got 3 more kills, 8 kills. They are looking quite strong.
They are looking quite strong right now, and moving up forward again, Addiction has been taken down right now. This might be a stopping stance for King's God if it comes down to this. Me and Storm again has to spot up a few players, and might as well just take them down. They have 8 kills. I mean, talking about this team now, this team is trying to be the same King's God as BONGAIGAON is doing everything. They have 9 kills for themselves. They are moving on to the same pace as to that team. Well, we'll have to see if this just ends up good or not as they are moving up in the open. So they're just going to go for gathering the loot or maybe for the fight, but they'll have to look the left-hand side. That's where King's God is still residing. Honey Design takes down RJX. They are ready for the retaliation fire. RJX is down, and now Forearms is trying to take up a fight against Hotshot.
And he has managed to take Hotshot down, but with that, Forearms also goes down. Now Honey Design and DB has to do something because they are the only 2 players left. They might want to get the confirmation on DRJX, but with that, another player goes down of team number 9, and Honey Design has been taken down. DB is going to the last solo player. Storm might be spotted in the open area. BONGAIGAON is looking very strong in this fight, and DV, he's up against a 1v3 fight. Can he pull it off? That is going to the main question. Zone is favoring both the teams. They can take their time, can take this fight patiently. Team BONGAIGAON has the numbers advantage, so they can rush in towards DV also, but right now DV does realize that he's outnumbered. He's not at a good spot to take a fight against 3 players, so he might want to change his position, get a better spot, or maybe go a little passive, go for the placement points because they've already got 8 kills to their name. Kill points, they are looking good, and in fact he is close to the zone also, so he can hold on to a good positioning also. Team Tension has to be careful because they are in the danger area, and like most of the time Team Tension is starting off slow. Let's see, can they get 3rd booyah for the day today.
It might be a bad one. I mean, it might be a good one if they can, but if they cannot, it won't be that bad though, right? If we just talk about this, but we'll have to see how the things just go down onto everything. If not anything, well, teams will try to get a booyah for themselves. I want to see booyah by a team that has not had a booyah yet, you know, because a good booyah gets you good points, and good points gets you a very good area, maybe in top 3, maybe in top 5, something like that. And Circles so far is going to go for a central shift. That's where King's God's last player is. That's where team number 3 is. Team number 4 might as well also just get in.
Well, they can get in. On the other hand, the path for team number 2 is quite clear. They can easily enter into the zone, but can't say the same for the players of team 6 and team number 4, because they both are rotating from the northern side. Southern side also, I can already see the three teams. Team 9 has already, Bongaigaon is already inside the zone. They can gatekeep for the players of team number 8 also, but team 4 and team number 6, they are engaging in a fight. And King's God, the last player remaining from the team, is shooting in the direction of the players of team number 2. John God has been taken down, and the confirmation has already been made. So that team is also reduced to 3-man squad. DV need to run for his life. He's inside the zone. He has to make sure that he's at a good positioning and not get spotted down by the players of team number 1, who have the height advantage. And if they look into this direction, they can easily spot DV down.
They can easily spot him down for sure. But on to the other sides, on to the other lines, you could see Kings TV. If you're just talking about everything, he has been spotted. He is on the verge of being taken down, but the team still has 8 kills. I would say going down in after coming in top 10 with 8 kills still makes up good points, right? And obviously a team that is already rooting up on the top position, they don't have anything to lose now.
Well, they have 300 points, Ocean. They have nothing to lose. No one is taking their top spot. But the other teams like Bongaigaon, they are trying to strip up Kings. Bans has been taken down on the other hand. And team number 8, if we talk about, they have to be careful of Bongaigaon, because they can get backstabbed by those players. Hotshot was already shooting in the direction of the players of team number 8. A perfect blue wall is coming in for the cover. And let's see, God AD, they are reduced to 3-man squad. How they are going to take this 3v4 fight? Storm is there, and Storm, they have to move inside the zone. Let's see if they are going to take fight for the plus of team number 8, or maybe go for some another rotation inside the zone, which they can. And I think team number 8 players are also trying to disengage. They are also trying to move inside the zone. But Deathstroke, he's taking a 1v4 fight with the players of team number 4. Can he take one of the player down? We'll have to wait for it. He has got a UMP 45. Somehow he missed the shots, and he will be paying the price. And with that, Westside Army has been eliminated.
Well, as of now, we'll have to see how the things kind of happen right now, and they are just trying to spot each and everyone else out in this one. Things might be just onto a different and difficult spot right now. Dawn, again, I mean, in the previous game they opened up good fights, they closed down good fights. Now they're going to be having a good cover for themselves as well, and Dawn is looking good, but I would say taking a fight at this area seems like a good one. If they want something, if they want to go out, they need to form some walls on their left and then go for a front charge, just like Storm is doing. Yeah, he has a wall on his left and he's going for the front charge just in order to take down the players of this team like Ben and Dawn. Let's see if they get good in that one, but well, Scotland of these, they get eliminated.
Well, they have been eliminated. And if you talk about the players of Team 5, last solo player of King's God, he's the first one to enter inside the safe zone, and that is going to go well with them. But right now, Team 8 and Team number 9 are fighting outside of the safe zone. They have got like 20 seconds in their hands, and they need to start making their rotations in the way play zone will punish both these teams. And Storm has been spotted in the open, and the players of Team number 8 are shooting in his direction, and one of the player of Team 9 got AD rushed into the area of Team 8. He managed to take one of the player down, but was taken down by other player of Team number 1. And Hotshot, can he go for the revival onto his teammate? We'll have to wait for it. Can they take down both the players of Team number 8? Hotshot need to find himself a good cover, and with that, Ben has been taken down. What a good jump shot was coming in, and a good backup also coming in from the players of Team number 8.
Well, yes, it is. It is coming in out here right now. On to the side, you can see teams getting eliminated, 3 teams surviving, and Respect, they might as well go for another booyah if they play their cards right, and they are. Kings God gets eliminated another time. They were in top 3, but no, Respect, they have all the respect in this game right now because they are going to go for another booyah coming in. This team is unstoppable today for sure.
Well, they are unstoppable, and this is the second booyah for today, and the teams are up for a good competition. Let's see where the Team Respect find themselves, because this was quite a good performance coming in from this squad, but Team Bongaigaon had good amount of kills in their hands.
That's true. We'll see what the next segment actually has to talk about this one.
I mean, it has been a trend, right?
Yeah.
Respect and Tension just alternating amongst themselves, sort of both the teams getting booyahs in today's matches. And I mean, this just makes the battle for the second position a lot more interesting now.
Yes, of course. I mean, IYATYLLILANG also looked promising
Yeah.
for a moment, and in the final circle, it was all chaos. I mean, we still had so many teams alive, and they just went after each other like hungry hounds, and they just devoured. And whoever survived, it was the survival of the fittest, and there is where respect comes in, and did command a lot of respect out there with their gameplay. But yes, like you mentioned, I'm just waiting for the leaderboard to really come up and see where does the final game take us to, because
Exactly.
one more game remaining after this, and that will decide the fate of these players. We know who the first prize is going to,
Yeah.
but second and third still so open.
Exactly. That last game that's going to be happening in a little while, it's going to be the final nail in the coffin. And as you said, it's going to seal the fate and also lock in the teams in the positions and decide how much prize money will they be walking away with after today.
Yeah.
And it is going to be super intense because we did see before this match as well, there is a really, really close fight between the second, the third, and the fourth position. And based on how the points are handed out, I think even the team on the fifth position can sort of rise up to the challenge and try and compete with the two matches. But Respect, I think this match gives them a decent enough lead going into the last match of the day that they can feel comfortable.
Yeah, of course. No second thoughts on that. But now it's about tension.
Yeah.
Or is it going to be Scotland of the East, or maybe BONGAIGAON?
Maybe.
Maybe
It can be anyone.
it can be anyone. In the last final map of Purgatory, it's going to be, I mean, the hell breaking lose.
Maybe the Kings can come back.
No, I really don't want that to happen. Come on, you have already taken a lot of booyahs. You've already collected a lot of points. I want to see all these teams from the second position till the fifth position to
Yeah.
come up this time around.
Well, let's have a look at the standings right now for this match first and then the overall standings, and we're going to see how the points have been distributed between the teams. So,
Whoa.
Kings God, see, this is what I was talking about. They did get a lot of kills for themselves, so 39 points for them. Then we have BONGAIGAON. They had 14 kills, 34 points for them. Then Respect. So lacking in the kill marker is definitely going to put you at a disadvantage. You need to make sure if you are getting the booyah, or it doesn't matter if you're not getting a booyah for yourself. Getting kills is super important. You get 20 points for the booyah. That means you have to survive from the start to the end of the game. Or you could just get the 10 kills and just be at the 20-point marker. Let's have a look at the leaderboard as well and see where does this match bring us. And well, BONGAIGAON out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, 212 points, and Scotland of the East 203. Now I think
Yeah,
it's
now it's
really a
second and
goner
third.
for Tension and Respect. So if Tension needs to make it to the third spot, they have to make sure that they get a booyah. And same goes for Respect, but Respect has to get a booyah with a lot of kills. So now it's still an open field for the third position, if not for the second, because BONGAIGAON, I'm pretty sure they will collect quite a few points in the next last match. So yeah, Scotland of the East, they will be playing to defend their third spot.
Exactly. They will be playing to defend the third position or maybe climb up to the
The
second
second,
as
yeah.
well. Because that is also going to impact like really, really massively on the prize money that they will be walking away with. And with just one more game to go, the pressure, it's going to be immense on all these teams.
Yeah.
As you said, I mean, for Respect and Tension, Respect, yeah, I agree, they need the booyah with a lot of kills, but Tension can just get 20 kills for themselves and just be done with it. And if they get 20 kills, I'm pretty sure they will be getting a booyah as well and a lot of placement points, so they might just be able to take BONGAIGAON.
Right.
But we are only going to find out when the match happens, and the match is going to happen after a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching, we'll be right back.
Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October.
One final game to rule them all is where we are right now. Northeast Esports Summit is going to be reaching up its ultimate action. With this one, my name is Ocean Sharma, alongside me, Shadow. And Shadow, I don't want to ask about teams, but how are you feeling right now?
I'm excited because it's a very close competition between the teams that are from second to fifth position. Anything can happen. Any team can topple over any team. So let's hope for the best, that every team gives their best, and the best of the best teams are fighting against. It's quite fun watching them play, coming up with new strats and everything. And with that, the match has already started.
And already teams are going to the areas of Moat House. That's one thing that I can see for sure. Team number 4 making up their mark. Onto the fields area is where King's God would go, and already should we just say congratulations to this team already, the way this team has been performing, or we'll be waiting for this one. But Brasilia, I want to see where the action happens for the teams that just want to play that have nothing to lose. They might just go in and go for good kills, or just go for extreme action. We'll have to see what happens, but right now earlier fights might be happening soon.
Well, earlier fights will definitely be happening in Brasilia area. Like you said, there are already 4 squads that have dropped in, especially the players of Team BONGAIGAON and the players of Team 8 and Team 11. They are in such close vicinity, and BN Storm, will he be lucky this time? Also, we'll have to wait for Gorjindu in the open, spotted down, and Storm takes him down with that. BONGAIGAON gets 2 kills to their name. The hot drop that they take is working in their favor, and they have managed to get 2 kills in their hands. On the other hand, the players of Team 11 are going to be in a bit of trouble because they have been reduced to 2 men. With that, it's Babu goes down. Last player, Gorjindu, has been taken down, and a squad vibe coming in again within few seconds of landing from the players of BONGAIGAON. And let's see, there is another team also in the same compound, that is Team 8.
That's true. But talking about the fights, Shadow, the way the fights just started, I mean, everyone, this is same as to what happened to Tension yesterday. Remember, they just landed, they just got wiped out. The same thing's happening, and the teams that are ready for the fights, they are ready to dominate. And looking on to team number 8, I would say that they are looking incredible with everything. I just want to see if they can go for much more better games right now, because it's the last one. In a few minutes, everything will be decided.
Well, it will be decided, and the teams that are at the bottom, they have the chance to go all aggressive. And let's see if that is going to happen. For now, the team at the top is being a little aggressive. That is BONGAIGAON, and in front of them is going to be players of team number 3. They have to be careful because at the backsides there are players of team 8 also, and one of the player comes out in the open area. Boss is shooting in his direction. He does take a lot of damage. He need to heal up really fast, but he has his teammates to back him up. He might be overcommitting in this fight if he rushes into the compound. Ben is right there to shoot in his direction and backstab him, and the player of Team BONGAIGAON, KO, is in a lot of trouble. Can he take Don down? Ben is coming in from another direction, and he is in the center of all the 4 players. His teammates are trying to retreat or show some good rotations, and some of the player of Team 9 managed to survive. How he managed to survive, that is a question. He has survived, and now he will want to reunite with his teammates.
Definitely, that is one of the things that just happened out here. So let's see how the teams and the players will be looking up forward to everything. Hotshot, all right, well, uninvited guests just coming over onto the areas, trying to topple the areas for themselves and for everyone. We'll still have to see how the things just come down to. But right now, as we are just seeing through what is happening, BONGAIGAON, they got 4 kills, but all of a sudden things are not looking the best. The revival will definitely come in, and the abilities were being used to perfection, but no. As you can see, just in the hint of seconds, this team has been reduced to 1 individual lad.
Well, King's God, what do we say? They just see the enemy, they start shooting in their direction, and that's what happened with BONGAIGAON. They have reduced to just 1 man, that is Storm, and now the players of Team King's God are rushing in their direction. Can he do 1v4? No, he can't. And with that, BONGAIGAON gets an early elimination. It's not going to go down well with them in the overall standings. Also, King's God is going to be pretty happy. They got 4 kills to their name. And let's see how things are going to turn, because King's God, there are 2 more squads in front of them. That is going to be the RE squad, that is team number 9 and team number 3.
Yeah, it's going to be these teams out here for sure. But we'll still have to see how the fight's going to be happening as slowly and steadily the players will be moving up forward. So far, it has been a really critical affair. I mean, we started off with 12 teams, 48 players. We're down to 10 teams, 40 players. That means, incredible, complete, total vibes are coming up slowly and steadily. But I think next team might be up for contestation because team number 7, and that's King's God, they are turning themselves into a new kill leader.
Well, they are definitely turning themselves, and right now they were shooting in the direction of the plus of team number 9. And if we talk about team 3 also, they've got all the 4 players arrived. They know they are not in the best of the position, so they might want to go for some good rotations or change their position. We'll have to wait for it. Right now, the plus of team 3, they have a good compound. There is a UAV also, so there's a possibility that their position can also be exposed. Right now, they're holding on to the area that is around the river area, and Team Kings got 5 kills to their name, out of which 4 kills just for one player, that is DV.
Well, true. If we are just talking about this, and now, the way the fights have been, just moving up forward, the way the fights have been paying to a few of the teams, that's where the things are, just going down for a few teams. But team number 7, they don't want to stop. They were never made for stopping. And I would say what they want to do is they started off with booyahs, they'll end up with booyahs, and that's where they'll showcase the best of their gameplays in all around the stuff. So let's see how the things just come up. So I would say like Addiction is moving up forward. Addiction might have someone on his crosshairs.
Well, right now, Dawn is taking some of the player down. He has taken Toxic down from Team RE. And right now, let's see how Don Bok is going to survive, because there are 3 players in his compound. It's a 1v3 situation for him. Can he survive this 1v3? Can he clutch it out? It's very difficult, especially against the plus of Team Kings God, one of the top teams right now. Let's see if he's going to do it or not. Somehow, Don Bok has not been spotted yet, or maybe Kings God don't want to overcome it, because there could be players hiding beside him. They have got 5 kills.
Yeah.
Team number 9 want to disengage. The 3 rest of the players have already started moving away, but Don Bok is still stuck.
Still stuck at that area, still cannot move right now. Talking about the other players of team number 9, you can see right on the back end side is where the other players are. I just want to see if they can or cannot, just take up the best of the fights if it just comes down to the situation. But still, things are looking really deadly for the team number 9, team number 3 as well, because team number 7, I mean, they are at the central area, but when they see a fight, they will take a fight. Same goes for do or die as well. They lost 1 player, but the 3 players remaining, they are creating havoc.
Well, they will try to create havoc to the players of Team 12, and they have been reduced to, like you said, 3-man squad. They have got 1 kill to their name, and Pablo has got a VSS. We know how good this gun is. He can easily shoot in the direction of the players of Team 12 the minute they will come out at the open area. But right now they have a good compound to their name, but both these teams have to move inside the zone, and Pablo is the only player from his team who is still outside of the safe zone. Rest of his 2 teammates have already moved in. They have shown some good rotation. They can create problems for the players of Team 12, and they are doing exactly that, as one of the players of Team 12 has been taken down. And if another player comes out in the open, the minute they will come out in the open, the rest of the team, 2 players of do or die, will take them down. This is a very good rotation coming in, and Pablo being left behind will also have a very good angle onto the players of Team 12. This fight, do or die, are looking very strong. On to the other hand, Team 12, they look to be in a bit of problem.
Yeah, they do. Right onto the backside of Query is where these fights are happening. And after that, once the fights actually do end up here, the teams will still have to move inside the circle. Pablo is taking down 1 more player onto this one. Pablo, he is low on his HP. He just wants to stay out there, but won't be given any chance because Dragonov is being used to its utter perfection. That's where the snipers just come in. That's where the shots just come in. And now Tension is also on their own. Tension, look at Heprid. He is low on its own HP. But Willie is trying to take up good fights for his own self, is trying to use up his own gun, but will it be enough? Pablo still needs up a revival. That won't be coming up anytime soon, and now all they have to do is wait for the next circle, move on to next circle, get some good fights, and then only they can get some points for themselves. But I saw Honey Design in the kill feed getting down. That means King's Gods, they might be in a bit of a trouble.
They are in a bit of trouble because Forearms was also taken down. Let's see if they will get the revival or not. We'll have to wait for it. For now, PewDiePie is engaging in a fight with the plus of team number 5, and let's see how that is going to go down, because team 5, they have the location has been revealed. The plus are receiving at the receiving end of the damage also, especially if we talk about Hutwildy. He has been taking a lot of damage. Team PewDiePie have a good cover, but both these teams are outside of the safe zone. They have to give priority to the zone also. And Marach is also shooting in the direction of the plus of team number 1, but somehow the plus are not receiving too much damage. They have a good cover, but MRH, he doesn't look to be in a best of the best position right now. He could have easily backstabbed Angel over there. Let's see if he's gonna do it or not. And yes, he's gonna do. And Angel, you are at the wrong position, but somehow he messed up on the shot. Angel got the time to go get a good glue wall for himself.
I mean, he did get him a good time, and that's why Emirates right now is going to be moving on to the back-end side, and that's what the circle is going to be punishing him as well. But now, if you have to rotate, if you cannot rotate from this side, you have to go for a longer rotation, and that's what two or dice players know and they understand. I mean, the circle has never been on to their best of the friends, so that's one thing. But Angel, look at that. Angel's still not stopping, and now Zipline's coming in for the rescues of these players because they know they have to get up, and after that is what they can do. They lost one more player. Emirates has been taken down, so that means it's just one player surviving.
Well, it's just one player surviving. On the other hand, some rifles and team REK Respect is also showing some good kills and knocks in the kill feed, and some good grenade kills are also coming in from the plus of team Respect. Honey Design definitely got the revival. He's shooting in the direction of the plus. He's getting few kills or a few knocks for his teammates. Can he get the confirmation? But right now, team 7 and team 3, look at that. The way they are rushing, they definitely knocked out one of the player. DV is there, Addiction is there, Forearm and Honey Design. They are providing a perfect backup from somewhere, from a little far off distance. If the plus of team 3 comes out in the open area, I like the way the plus of team KG, King's God, are not overcommitting. They have managed to take 2 players down, and I think it's last one player, Dawn, but he gave revive to his teammates, so now it's 2 players.
Well, it is 2 players right now. Let's see how the things are going to be happening. As you can see, Forearms, King CV, they are also, just moving up forward from one direction to the other. They are trying to take up a fight against team number 3, and that's where Dawn is. They have a wall cover for themselves. Like, they have 2 wall cover for themselves. That seems like a good one. And Forearms, he cannot break that wall cover, but still, he has been spotted. I mean, Dawn knows his location. Ben as well. Is Ben moving on forward? I would say that seems like a good decision, but not for long, because if he goes down, that will be a really, really bad one, and that means that Dawn will be the last man surviving. He has spotted on one. Kings has been spotted, but no. Dawn is the last one surviving. Just like we were predicting it, Dawn is the last one that is surviving. Now the revival will be coming in, but still it is a tricky situation.
It is a very tricky situation, and the King's God, they are dominating. They are eliminating team after team, and with that, another team has been eliminated. That is team number 3, and King's God, 9 kills to their name with 2 players surviving. This team is creating destruction in the last match. They want to show that how they have dominated the whole finals of both the days, and they will end it in style. Also, from the looks of it, they have been reduced to 2-man squad, but they can still pull it off. They have it in themselves, but right now they are in the danger zone, also at the edge of the zone, at the center of the zone. If we talk about, we can see the plus of team number 9.
Yes, there are those players onto these areas. We still have to see, how it just comes down and how it just ends down to everything. Danger zones are being created right onto the sides of Brasilia when the players cannot go out in this one. Otherwise, if they go, they will be punished severely. Scotland of the East, if you're talking about this team has actually shown incredible gameplay, but then again, it comes down to which team is going to be ending up at the 2nd position, 3rd position, the 4th position, because those position points, those positions are also important.
Well, they are definitely important, and more important is the kill points also. We have seen teams having high kill points, ending up at the top 2, but right now, Devil and the player, team number 9 player is not making any sound. Devil has got the Thompson, and Nishan of team 9 is at the very wrong spot, because there are 4 players of team number 4, that is Scotland of the East, and they are not going to spare him, and I believe they have spotted him down. What is happening? The perfect grenade. He is stuck, I guess, or something.
Yeah, he is stuck. He's stuck, but he still wants to survive. He cannot survive any long now. He has been spotted. The shots are just coming in, but the shots are not touching him. This is difficult for them as well, but now they do take him down. This was some funny movement that just happened out.
I think he was stuck over there. He couldn't do anything. Shots were not getting connected. Well, that was something interesting and funny, definitely. But the team has got one kill to their name and lost. Team 9 lost one of their player. Unfortunately, that was a very bad, what should I say, bad luck for the player. But West Side Army, if we talk about this team, they have got all the 4 players. They have to move inside the zone, and Team 10 seems to be having a good control of the zone. In fact, team number 4 also.
Yeah, that's true. And talking about the other teams, that are still outside the zone, like talking about team number 1, that's going to be PewDiePie. They have 3 kills. But now, movement in the zone is going to be a crucial one. This circle, if not this, the next circle for sure is going to be a decisive one. Which team gets the final booyah today? Kingscourt, they have 9 kills. How does this team play like this? I mean, someone tell me they again have just 2 players surviving. Kings TV and 4 arms. Still, they have 9 kills.
And maybe more will come because they are very strong. But right now they are at the wrong position, because in this compound the players of team number 10, all the 4 players are there, and Kings DB has to be very careful right now. He does realize that there is a whole squad in the compound, in the building, so let's see how he's going to make his next move. And right now he needs to be a little careful. 4 arms is also trying to reunite with his teammate. Can he do it? In fact, there are so many squads present in just this one compound. The players of team 9, team number 1 is also there, so the players of Kingscourt has to be careful, because they do have the numbers disadvantage, so they have to be a little aware of their surroundings and take fights quite carefully. 4 arms has got a good gun to his name, and DV is there with an AK, and they're still waiting for the players to make a mistake. On the other hand, the players of team number 10, one of the player has been taken down. I don't think he will get any revival, because team number 1 is throwing some grenades in his direction.
Yeah, and talking about team number 10, they had a 3-1 split for themselves as well. And the one player was just spotted, was taken down. That creates a lot of difference. Right now, 4 arms has an M249. Can use it to utter perfection. Has 3 kills. If he just gets in, he might get 4th and the 5th one for sure. We'll have to see how that just happens right now. And King CV is also taking up the cover, the kills for his own self, and then taking up those covers. Has 7 kills. Or should I scratch that and say has 8, because he has the players out there, but now he has to go for the revival as well. Going for his own first hit, sorry. And after this, we'll be going for the other confirmations. Now, talking about 4 arms, he also has to spot out the players. We still have 7 teams surviving and 16 players alive.
Well, that's a lot of players, considering it's the 5th circle. On the other hand, the players of team 12, the one player of team number 12 is also outside of the safe zone area. He has to be careful. Team number 1 is at a decent positioning at the edge of the zone. They have good compartment to their name, but I can't say the same thing for the players of team number 10 and team Kingscourt, also the solo player. And if we talk about team number 4, Scotland of the East is coming out really good in this. Team 12 player has been spotted down by the players of team Scotland of the East. Can they get the confirmation? But DB has been taken down. 4 arms is going to the last solo player remaining from his team. On the other hand, PewDiePie is also shooting in the direction of the 4 arms over there. Perfect blue wall coming in from 4 arms. In fact, PewDiePie is taking so many fights with the plus of team 10 and Kingscourt. And another good knock coming in from PewDiePie players. Takes down 1 and eliminates him. Also got the confirmation. They have got 6 kills to their name.
Kingscourt do get eliminated, but yeah, we are down to 3 teams, 7 people alive. PewDiePie, they are looking good for themselves. But look at team number 4. They have different areas just so that they can stay safe and away from the fights, and no one takes down the other one's location. But look at that, PewDiePie's ASAP is moving up forward. Will be taking down West Side Army's last player. This is down to a 2 versus 4. This is down to this one. PewDiePie, I mean, it's difficult. And the final circle moving up forward as well. 1 more goes down. This is where the final fights are going to be happening. Will for his last one surviving, but for how long? That's one of the questions. He has been spotted. He has been taken down. 34 HP is just what he has. And he goes down. PewDiePie gets eliminated. Booyah coming in for Scotland of the East.
Well, definitely a very good booyah coming in from this squad, Scotland of the East. They started off really aggressively in this match. If we talk about the minute they landed, they started their aggression and got themselves a booyah with good amount of kills also.
This was incredible, the way the fights happened. This was really, really incredible. I just, want to see, which team comes up at 2nd, 3rd, 4th. I mean, what the final points are going to be in this one. And for that, obviously, this segment is going to be the most important one to crown the 2nd game's champions. Let's just get on to this one.
Thank you so very much, Ocean. And of course, that was just beautiful games coming in
Yeah.
for the final day. I mean, just what was anticipated from me at least, because of course, yesterday it was a King's God day through and through and through. But today, finally, it seems like they've been stopped in their track.
Yeah, they have been stopped, but it was a little too late.
It
Because
was, though.
yesterday they got so many points for themselves, but that today,
Wow.
even though they weren't performing to the same level,
Right.
they were still really far ahead of the competition. And I mean, kudos to Scotland of the East in the last match, securing the booyah for themselves and with a decent number of kills as well. But is this going to be enough to get them to the second position? Is this going to be enough to get them on the second spot? Because I mean, it is an incredible match, and the run for the prize money is all that mattered over here. Kings have taken the first position. We know that.
Yep.
They were sitting at what, 350 points?
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
So there's nothing anyone can do to challenge them. But who is going to be second? That is the big question. Who's going to be third? That is going to be another question.
Absolutely, because again, when you talk about that massive prize pool, of course, it is going to be fluctuated not only
Yeah.
for just that first, but going to be moving on from that first till the fifth itself.
Exactly.
So position holders certainly do make a lot of difference. Kill department makes that much more of a difference. And yesterday, of course, kill department wise, I mean, it was just a king day through and through. But today, the tension, the respect coming in from these teams against each other,
Yep.
just beautifully done. And then eventually, you go down to the name that I've been talking about since qualifier one,
Yeah.
Scotland of the East. I mean, if anything, this team certainly needs to be given.
The detectives found the answers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, they certainly did. But yes, of course, the question will still remain as to which teams are going to finally fall on to that second, third, fourth, fifth spot. For that, of course, you guys sitting back at home, get busy. Start typing, start chatting. Let us know what your prediction is going to be. If you've already done the math, even better. Let us
Yep.
know what do you think. Because after all, these teams, I mean, this is just the first time
Yeah.
Northeast has had this sort of a league, this sort of a tournament being organized for you guys. And of course, this is a start. Moving on forth, there can be that many more opportunities. I know during the cast itself, there were so many peeps in the YouTube chat. They were
Yeah.
asking about registrations. Sadly, this is the grand finale that we're in. This is Northeast Summit final day that we're stepping into today, and that's also coming to an end. But it's just a beginning. It's a brand new beginning, a new journey.
And there are other, I mean, we might have this in the future as well.
Oh,
So
yes.
just keep your eyes open.
Absolutely. With that, we've got the match standings on our screens where, of course, Scotland of the East with 18 kill points did get themselves the booyah.
Yeah. I'm going to skip the team on the second position, Kings God, because we know
Yep.
they always are there. Let's talk about PewDiePie, 31 points coming in for them. A pretty good outing. And Respect as well. Respect and Tension both performed really, really well for themselves. But I think Scotland of the East, 38 points. And the team that was on top on the 8th position right now, BONGAIGAON, 9 points. So I think Scotland of the East, they have covered up the gap. They've pretty much made up and will be sitting on the second position. But we know who the champions are.
Oh, yes, it is the Kings.
Yeah.
Kings God. KG is the champion for Northeast Esports Summit with an incredible turn of events for this team. It has been phenomenal to witness this team step into the arena in the qualifier, late in the qualifier, not even in the first or second qualifier. But boy, have they just stepped in and stomped on other lads.
Exactly. They stopped on then pretty hard. But I want to see what the difference was. I mean, we're going to have a look at the leaderboard and see what the difference exactly was between them and the team on the second position. So 386 to 241 points. They have 246 kill points.
Wow.
That alone puts them in the first position.
What?
Don't even give them. Why are we giving them placement points this team? We just give them kill points and they're good to go.
They seriously are. I mean,
Yeah.
even in the kill point department itself, I mean, wow. The stats speak for themselves, of course. There's no
Yep.
mentioning or putting them on a pedestal, but it is what it is. Kings God has got just the perfect synergistic play that they require for this team. But another question is going to certainly be when you move on down from that first position on towards the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth position onwards. That is where the competition has all been. And that is where, of course, you look at, wow, I'm in tension, respect.
It's just 1 point. Respect did really well in this match, but it's going to be just going to be that 1 point that's going to sting them. I mean, they could have been fourth, but no, they're going to have to settle for the fifth position at the end of the day. And it's just that one extra point. Had they gotten one kill is 2 points. They would have been over tension and sitting on the fourth position right now. The prize money would have been a little bit more than they are getting right now. But Scotland of the East, I mean, this match was what they needed. They were sitting on the third position, and now with the booyah, are going to be on the second.
Exactly, but another team to actually talk about would probably be Johnny IYATYLLILANG.
Yeah, they started out really well yesterday.
Right?
Yeah.
And somehow along the day, it seemed like they just were not able to get themselves what they the pedestal, not
Yeah.
necessarily, but the position. You know, even a position in the game itself was just not 6 games. None of them ended up favoring them, which was a little sad to see. But
Yeah.
then again, it is a start, is what I would say. And of course,
Yes.
keeping my fingers crossed, I am hoping and expecting these teams to buck up, take
Yeah.
this in their stride, and look forward to that many more opportunities. Because, well, I mean, come on, King's God is there, but you ain't that far behind.
Exactly. I mean, in the standings they were, but I mean, this could be the learning point, right? You saw
Exactly.
a team do really well. You can go back, watch the wards, figure out what Kings God were doing different, and apply that to your own gameplay. And the next time you are in a tournament against that team, you will know how to take them down.
Absolutely, absolutely. That will be the hope, of course. With that, we do reach the end of our stream, but conversations certainly will continue on. What we're going to do right now is go on to these incredibly talented, wonderful esports personalities, is
Yeah.
how I would present them. And of course, Ocean is going to be the host. So let's quickly segue into this conversation.
थैंक यू वेरी मच लक्ष्य एंड जॉनी एंड हम लोग वापस आ चुके हैं. कल भी हम लोग थे यहाँ पर, काफी बेहतरीन बातें हुई थी. मेरे साथ रहेंगे थग, मर्सी और रेगल टॉस. तो कैसा रहा, कैसा लगा आपको ये 2 दिन का जो सफर था ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का? तक
आई मीन लाइक काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग था. अनफॉर्चुनेटली टू बी ऑनेस्ट मैं ज़्यादा फॉलो नहीं कर पाया, बट आई स्टिल सॉ कि यू नो इवेंचुअली वी हैव कम टू द लास्ट डे ऑफ अ वेरी ग्रैंड इवेंट फोकसिंग ऑन नॉर्थ ईस्ट. में ये बात भी बोला. सो आई बिलीव दैट द जर्नी हैज़ बीन फैंटास्टिक एंड आई एम डेफिनेटली लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड कि यू नो हम इस रीजन के लिए और टीम्स और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ आए एंड इवेंचुअली गेटिंग मर्ज इनटू द नेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म.
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. मर्सी, मैं आपके ऊपर एक सवाल के लिए जरूर आना चाहूंगा. जिस तरीके से कल भी हम इस चीज की डिस्कशन कर रहे थे कि आपका क्लैश का बैकग्राउंड रहा है एंड उसके बाद बैटल रॉयल गेम्स के अंदर भी आप आए हैं. सो अब जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर गेम प्लेस वगैरह देखने को मिले, कुछ प्लेयर्स अच्छा खेलते, कुछ प्लेयर्स बेहतरीन खेलते हैं. सो एक गुड प्लेयर और बेस्ट प्लेयर के बीच का डिफरेंस आप किस तरीके से डिफरेंशिएट करके बताना चाहेंगे हमारे दर्शकों को? लाइक हमें पता है मेंटालिटी वगैरह तो होती है, बट लाइक ट्रेनिंग में क्या ऐसा कुछ डिफरेंट होता है जो एक गुड प्लेयर को बेस्ट प्लेयर बनाता है?
आई थिंक गुड और बेस्ट में वही एक प्लेयर के बीच में डिसिप्लिन होना चाहिए. तो जो एकदम बेस्ट रहते हैं वो अपना स्केड्यूल अच्छे से फॉलो करते हैं, प्रैक्टिस अच्छे से करते हैं और ऑब्वियसली उनका अप्रोच भी पॉजिटिव रहता है. बस खेलने से ही नहीं होता. मतलब आप अगर ये गेम में आपको अगर प्रोफेशनल मतलब वही है कि आप बी प्रोफेशनल. मतलब आपको जो भी कर रहे हो एक डिसिप्लिन बनाओ, एक शेड्यूल उसको फॉलो करो, प्रैक्टिस करो. बस यही है, इतना ही है, ज़्यादा कुछ है नहीं. ऐसा ही रहने का.
जी बिल्कुल. एंड रेगल टॉस, जिस तरीके से ऑब्वियसली आज के गेम से मैं स्पेसिफिकली फ्री फायर के ऊपर जाना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज आपने भी जब आप भी बैटल रॉयल्स खेलते हैं तो आपने भी ऐसा शेड्यूल फॉलो किया. जब एक दिन में 6 गेम्स होते हैं, टीम्स कहीं ना कहीं काफी खेलती हैं, काफी सारे गेम्स होते हैं, बैक टू बैक होते हैं, तो एक प्लेयर फटीक भी आता है, माइंडसेट के अंदर भी एक आता है कि एक गेम खेला है, 5 मिनट का ब्रेक है, दूसरा खेलना वगैरह. सो उन छोटे छोटे ब्रेक्स के अंदर टीम्स डिस्कशंस कैसी होनी चाहिए टीम्स के बीच में, और क्या सोचना चाहिए, किस चीज पे फोकस होना चाहिए टीम्स का?
वही कि अगर एक गेम में गलती हुई नेक्स्ट गेम में ना हो. और बैटल रॉयल में ऐसा होता था कि मैप अलग अलग होते थे, तो हर एक मैप में अलग अलग गलतियां, मतलब अलग अलग तरीके की गलती होती थी. तो वही डिसाइड करते थे कि अगले में अब क्या करना है. तो वही रहता था कि अगले में क्या करना है और अगले में क्या नहीं करना है. दोनों चीज होता था, ये नहीं करना, ये करेंगे, ऐसा करेंगे.
जी.
तो वही
एंड
सब
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. एंड तक हम एक तरीके से कंक्लूजन पर ही आ चुके हैं. जिस तरीके से आज का दिन एक एंडिंग डे रहता है, ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की एंडिंग. सो यहाँ से नॉर्थ ईस्ट की टीम्स जो अब उभर करके आई हैं, एयरटेल इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स टूर के अंदर भी ये प्लेयर्स अपना नाम बनाएंगे एंड वो सब. सो यहाँ से आगे की जर्नी, ये मैंने कल भी आपसे पूछा बट अब तक कंक्लूजन हो चुका है, तो यहाँ से आगे की जर्नी आप कैसी देखते हैं इन सब प्लेयर्स के लिए वर्सेस इंडियन कॉम्पिटिशन वर्सेस ग्लोबल कॉम्पिटिशन जो पूरा बनता है?
आई मीन लाइक यहाँ से जो भी टीम जीत रहे हैं इनको अब नेक्स्ट स्टेप ऑब्वियसली इज मेकिंग अ नेशनल मार्क. अभी आप एक रीजन में फोकस कर रहे थे बट ऑब्वियसली इस रीजन में ना गेमिंग लाइक सिर्फ इस रीजन में सीमित नहीं है. सो इवेंचुअली आई थिंक द नेक्स्ट स्टेप शुड बी कि दे शुड नॉट स्टॉप हियर. द बिगेस्ट पॉइंट इज आप एक टूर्नामेंट जीत गए, आपको प्राइज मनी मिल गई, गो बैक होम. आई थिंक दैट्स नॉट द वे इट शुड बी. इट्स इससे नेक्स्ट इसके ऊपर होता है ऑब्वियसली द नेशनल सर्किट. जो भी गेम्स हो रहे थे, फ्री फायर हो गया, क्लैश ऑफ क्लैंस हो गया, सबके नेशनल लेवल टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं. COC का भी ग्लोबल टूर्नामेंट आना है, फ्री फायर का भी नेक्स्ट FFI स्पाइसी शायद आएगा ही वेरी सून। तो आई बिलीव दैट ये सब चीज़ पे फोकस रहना चाहिए इन टीम्स को, बिकॉज उनको अगर कोई टीम बार इस टूर्नामेंट में एंटर करी है तो उनको कॉम्पिटिटिव स्टेंट समझ गए होंगे कैसा होता है, क्या प्रेशर होता है, किस तरह से प्रिपेयर करना होता है। नाउ आई बिलीव दैट इट्स टाइम फॉर ग्लोरी, एंड वो ग्लोरी आपको कोई नेशनल लेवल टूर्नामेंट पे अच्छा परफॉर्म करके ही मिलेगा, बट उसके लिए ग्राइंड करना होगा। यहाँ पे कंपटीशन काफ़ी इजी था नेशनल में, लाइक वी ऑल नो, ऑल 4 सिटिंग ईयर हम लोग को पता है कि इट्स नेवर इजी, एंड वहाँ पे अलग ही लेवल का कंपटीशन चलता है व्हेन यू आर कम्पीटिंग इन द हाईएस्ट टूर्नामेंट। सो आई थिंक उनकी तैयारी इनको करनी चाहिए। द ओनली पॉइंट इज दे शुड नॉट स्टॉप।
जी बिल्कुल, ऑब्वियसली वहाँ पर स्टॉप नहीं आना चाहिए। एंड हम लोगों ने गेम्स वगैरह के रिलेटेड बहुत सारी बातें कर ली। मैं एज सच आप लोगों से पूछना चाहूंगा कि जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मान लीजिए अभी तो उस तरीके के हालात नहीं है, बट अगर हम घूमना चाहें, बिकॉज अभी ज्यादा हम ट्रैवल वगैरह नहीं कर सकते, बट अगर ट्रैवल करना चाहें तो लाइक आपकी फेवरेट एरियाज कौन से रहेंगे, अगर आप लोग बताना चाहें नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर, लाइक फेवरेट डेस्टिनेशन स्पॉट्स या कुछ भी ऐसा?
बहुत सारे हैं,
तीनों का
शिलोंग
सेम
है,
होगा।
वही, शिलोंग, चेरापूंजी, बहुत
हम
सारे
लोग का
हैं, बहुत
हम लोग का
सारे
स्वी
जगह।
चेरापूंजी जाके
हाँ,
अटक जाता है। हम लोग को
जो
चेरापूंजी
गुवाहाटी में
भेज जाओ।
रहते हैं, शिलोंग,
हाँ,
चेरापूंजी, बस।
बट तवांग भी आप एक्सप्लोर कर
हाँ,
सकते
आप
हो।
तवांग भी
इवन
बहुत
इफ यू गो टू नागालैंड साइड तो वहाँ का भी जो लोकल कल्चर है वो बहुत ज्यादा रिच है। ऑब्वियसली आप असम में आओगे तो असम तो लाइक मदरलैंड है हमारा।
कहीं भी जाओ,
नेचुरल कहीं पे
नेचुरल ब्यूटी मिल जाए आपको पूरा।
नेचुरल ब्यूटी आई थिंक अभी भी जो रॉ ब्यूटी
Yes.
है दैट लाइज
हाँ.
इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट, क्योंकि
Yes,
अभी
जी.
भी यहाँ पे कमर्शियलाइज नहीं हुआ इतना चीजें। काफी रॉ ब्यूटी, अगर आप जाओ द मोर डीपर यू गो द और सुंदर सुंदर चीजें आपको मिलते हैं। अभी मैं और रेगल्टॉस घूमे
हाँ.
थे तो ब्लॉग भी आएगा मेरा तो उसमें आपको दिखेगा।
जी बिल्कुल। सो मैं रेगल टॉस के ऊपर आना चाहूंगा। जैसे अभी जैसे थगनी बोला कि आप लोग घूमे थे, सो आपको वहां के बारे में क्या डिफरेंट लगा? जैसे आप तो ऑब्वियसली पूरा इंडिया भी घूमे हैं, बाकी सारे एरियाज भी आप लोग गए हैं, तो रेगल टॉस आपको बाकी इंडिया और नॉर्थ ईस्ट लाइक कैसा डिफरेंसेस आपको लगे अभी जस्ट ट्रैवल करने में एंड सब चीज में?
जैसा ठगने का नेचुरल ब्यूटी, मतलब इतनी सुंदर जगह मैंने आज तक नहीं देखी, इतनी शांति जहाँ हम गए थे, बहुत सही जगह थी। तो मतलब वही था, अलग जगह थी वो, आज तक कभी नहीं आता ऐसी जगह थी वो, इतना मजा आया था मैं वहाँ।
जी बिल्कुल, वो तो ऑब्वियसली हम लोग ब्लॉग में भी देखेंगे आगे क्या रहता है क्या नहीं। बट रेगल टॉस अगर आपकी तरफ से वंस अगेन जस्ट वंस वी आर जस्ट मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, उन सब प्लेयर्स के लिए जो आज खेले हैं और जो काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन नहीं कर पाए, उनके लिए आप लाइक आगे के लिए क्या चीज बोलना चाहेंगे जो एक्चुअली उनको बहुत हेल्प करेगी आने वाले टूर्नामेंट्स के लिए?
अरे हार गए कोई दिक्कत नहीं, यहाँ तक आए बहुत बड़ी बात है, अब और आगे जाओगे
तो हार ही रहे।
ठीक है, मतलब मेहनत करते रहो और आगे जाओगे।
जी जी बिल्कुल। एंड मर्सी मैं आपके ऊपर भी कहना चाहूंगा, जिस तरीके से ऑब्वियसली हम लोग बातें करते हैं आपकी स्ट्रीम्स के अंदर भी वगैरह सब कुछ चलता है, तो वहाँ के लिए सबसे अच्छा अगर मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँ कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट का फेवरेट खाना वगैरह क्या रहता है, लाइक आपको क्या पसंद है वहाँ पर अगर कोई जाए तो खाने वगैरह के लिए क्या चीज?
देखो उधर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बहुत सारे चीज मिलते हैं, अब एक दो चीज हम नहीं बता सकते इधर जो भी लेकिन मतलब नॉन वेज फेमस,
मतलब बहुत अच्छा। और आप हर स्टेट का ना खुद का प्लेट टाइप का होता है, आप जैसे बोल सकते हो ना कि उसका ऑथेंटिक थाली। तो आई थिंक दैट इज समथिंग, कोई भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट आ रहा है, विच एवर स्टेट यू आर विजिटिंग, आप वहाँ का लोकल थाली जरूर ट्राई करना। रेगा को भी कराया था मैंने। सो आई थिंक दैट इज समथिंग दैट इज लवली अबाउट नॉर्थ ईस्ट। पॉइंट इज आओ
चिकन, मतलब आपको जो खाना
अलग ही बहुत प्यारा वो है।
जी बिल्कुल, ये ऑब्वियसली तो मुंह में पानी लाने वाली पूरी बात हो जाती है। बट देन कमिंग अप विद एवरीथिंग, मैं आपसे वापस से मर्सी पूछना चाहूंगा एक सवाल। जिस तरीके से हमने गेम्स को देखा आज के दिन एंड प्लेयर्स की जर्नी, जब पहले प्लेयर्स आते हैं ऑब्वियसली अपने ओपोनेंट्स को रीड करने की कोशिश करते हैं। एकदम से पहला दिन क्वालिफायर के राउंड्स होते हैं, तब आपको अपने ओपोनेंट्स के बारे में पता नहीं होता, तो किस तरीके से प्लेयर्स को अपने ओपोनेंट्स को रीड करना चाहिए, स्टडी करना चाहिए ताकि ज्यादा अच्छी स्टडी हो सके कम टाइम के अंदर? लाइक आप कैसे, जब आप ऑब्वियसली क्लैश रॉयल खेलते थे तो आप कैसे स्टडी करते थे नए प्लेयर्स को जो आए आपके अगेंस्ट?
क्लैश रॉयल में क्या होता था कि मान लो मैं कोई टूर्नामेंट खेल रहा हूँ और उसके मतलब एक मैच खेल लिया, फिर दूसरा मैच क्या होता था, मैं गेम्स को फॉलो करता था ताकि पता लगे कि ओपोनेंट्स कर क्या रहा है, मतलब क्या डेक्स खेल रहे हैं, क्या मतलब कौन सा कार्ड यूज कर रहा है, कौन सा कार्ड मेटा में। एक्चुअली मेटा जानना भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि मतलब पबजी में भी ऐसा ही होता था। ये गन्स होते थे कि डबल एके, फिर मिनी एके, M4, ये सब मतलब बहुत सारे वेराइटीज होते थे। मेटा आपको जानना जरूरी है कि गेम में क्या चल रहा है ऑब्वियसली, तो वही करते थे हम।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, ये बात आपने काफी सही तरीके से बताया। एंड थक बिफोर वी जस्ट एंड अप एवरीथिंग, आर देयर एनी वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम जो आपकी तरफ से इन सब प्लेयर्स के लिए, पूरे आपके रीजन के लिए एंड ओवरऑल ई स्पोर्ट्स के लिए यहाँ पर एज सच मिल सके? अगर
नो आई मीन लाइक यही है कि कीप वर्किंग हार्ड, लाइक मैं हर टूर्नामेंट में ही बोलता हूँ वेरेवर आई एम आस्क्ड टू स्पीक कि भाई वी स्टिल हैव अ लॉन्ग वे टू गो, काफ़ी और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ खुलेंगे. आई नो 2020 काफ़ी लोगों के प्लान्स, काफ़ी चीज़ों को डेटर किया, बट आई थिंक 21 वी आर ऑलमोस्ट द एंड ऑफ दिस ईयर दैट वी डोंट रियली वांट टू रिमेंबर. 21 इज गोना बी बिग, ग्रेट, एंड यस वन इज मेरा बिगेस्ट पॉइंट है, ट्राई एवरी गेम. आप देख रहे हो अभी आफ्टर द रिसेंट बैन्स ऑन सम गेम्स, जो गेम्स अभी है गेम्स को ट्राई कर, एम्पल अपॉर्चुनिटी. देयर आर एन नंबर ऑफ गेम्स, आज के दिन हर गेम में स्पोर्ट एग्जिस्ट करता है. यू नेवर नो आप कौन से गेम का मास्टर बन जाओ. डोंट चेज वन गेम, ट्राई एवरी गेम एंड ट्राई टू फाइंड अ ट्रू गेमर इन योरसेल्फ.
बिल्कुल, अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत है यहाँ पर, प्लेयर्स बहुत है, एंड ऑब्वियसली एंथुसियाज्म बहुत ही ज़्यादा बेहतरीन है. इस सब के साथ मैं आप लोगों को थैंक यू बोलना चाहूँगा, आपने अपना प्रीशियस टाइम यहाँ पर दिया. इन सब चीज़ों के साथ हमने यहाँ पर बातें करी, काफ़ी अच्छी डिस्कशंस निकल कर गया, एंड प्रॉब्ली आगे आने वाले टाइम में जब अगला इसका नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्पोर्ट्स समिट का सीजन हो रहा होगा, और भी बेहतरीन गेम प्लेस देखने को मिल सकते हैं, और भी अच्छी डिस्कशंस चलेंगी. और इस सब के साथ देवियो सजनो, हम लोग आपसे विदा लेंगे और आपको बहुत ही जल्दी देंगे. तब तक के लिए स्टे सेफ, स्टे इंडोर, स्टे ऑसम, एंड टेक केयर.
Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14 to 26 October.